In the north of Hunan province lies Yeyang, a place where memories of the past linger. As the winds blow, a timeless voice recalls an age of chaos and power. Time flows onward, but the echoes of a fearsome reputation remain. A man reflects on a life spent rampaging across the lands, leaving destruction in his wake. He once held the power to destroy all that he saw in the blink of an eye. Every enemy that stood before him was cut down without hesitation. With unrivaled strength, he mocked the very world he stood upon. For his deeds, he was given a title feared by all, the ultimate divine demon. He was known as the most vicious person in history, a title that transcended country and age. It was a name reserved only for the strongest man in the world. Yet, even his power did not go unchallenged, earning him a bitter memory. He recalls his adversaries, a group known as the Eight Immortals. They were the sworn protectors of the Central Plains, and his natural enemies. The Immortals vowed to overcome his cruel instincts and bring him to justice. Though they wished to punish him swiftly, his immense power left them frustrated. They decried his actions as a sorrowful evil that had to be purged from the world. And so, they passed their final judgment upon the ultimate divine demon. His sentence was to be sealed in the deepest part of Dongting Lake for eternity. He remembers their grand name with contempt, believing he was backstabbed by self-indulgent fools. In a moment of clarity, however, he admits it was his own hubris that led to his defeat. Now, free after a millennium, he walks a world where no one knows he exists. An ancient being in a mortal world, he has no home and no place to belong. He aimlessly follows the clouds and wind, feeling caught by the ghost of his own past. After a 1,000-year imprisonment, he wonders if he has changed at all. He is now just a man in this new world, known as Dan Wuhyun. His solitary walk is interrupted when he finds a young girl collapsed on the ground, seemingly a beggar. He checks her pulse and finds it dangerously weak, a sign that she is close to death. By his estimation, she has 4 hours left at most. He decides to intervene, musing that the child is lucky to have encountered him. While he possesses the means to save her, a critical problem stands in his way. His methods would be useless unless she receives physical nutrition to sustain her body. He realizes that after 1,000 years, he is uncertain what sustenance is even safe for her. Providing the wrong kind of aid could simply worsen her condition. In the worst-case scenario, his attempt to help could be what kills her. However, he knows that leaving her alone is a certain death sentence. He commits to a course of action, leaving the rest up to her fate and will to live. The child he saved presents him with an offering, leaving the man to question its purpose. He understands what the item is, but not the meaning behind the gesture. He wonders if this is her way of attempting to repay him for saving her life. A flicker of amusement crosses his features as he considers the girl's intentions. Initially, he refuses to accept the food she offers. The next day, however, she returns with another offering. This pattern continues for days, her persistence unwavering. Eventually, he relents and begins to eat the food the child brings him. He observes her smile, finding her mischievous expression strange yet compelling. While unfamiliar, he admits to himself that her presence is not an unwelcome one. Their routine is shattered by the furious shouts of an adult directed at the young girl. She is accused of theft, her actions condemned as a recurring offense. A shopkeeper vents his frustration, declaring that he has caught her stealing multiple times before. He reveals that she has been stealing dumplings from his family-s store and demands restitution. Onlookers join the condemnation, shaming the child for learning to steal at such a young age. The crowd grows hostile, suggesting a beating is the only way for a thief to learn. As the abuse continues, the girl's pained cry cuts through the air. An unfamiliar feeling of annoyance stirs within the ancient warrior as he witnesses the scene. He comes to a stark realization: the food that sustained him was stolen. The weight of her sacrifice settles upon him. She endured beatings just to feed him. Acting on an impulse he doesn't fully understand, he decides to intervene. Afterward, he reflects on his actions, concerned that he may have gone too far. He finds himself drawn to a place that echoes with memories of his past. It is the very location where he was once trapped for a millennium. He stands before Dongting Lake, the site of his long and bitter imprisonment. He contrasts the unstoppable god he once was with the man he has now become. A small voice breaks his solitude. The young girl has followed him. Seeing her, he again questions if his violent response to her plight was an overreaction. He turns to the child and asks why she followed him to such a desolate place. Her answer is simple and filled with a profound sadness: she no longer wants to be alone. She looks at him with pleading eyes, begging him not to leave. Her words resonate with his own thousand-year loneliness, a feeling that has never faded. Feeling a connection to the kindred spirit before him, he asks for her name. She tells him her name is Hua. He begins to wonder if their meeting was not mere chance, but destiny. Perhaps this child, Hua, is meant to change his solitary existence. Accepting this new path, he introduces himself formally as Dan Yuhyan. With a newfound purpose, he invites her to journey with him. Having invited the child to join him, the man now considers the practical matter of their journey, realizing they lack even a place to stay. He recalls a long-held dream from his youth, a desire for a proper house, and wonders if now is the time to finally achieve it. When the young girl awakens, her guardian greets her, ready to reveal his work. Her eyes widen in disbelief as she points toward a magnificent house that seems to have materialized from thin air. Confusion clouds her mind. She is certain the structure was not there the previous day. She questions her own memory as he calmly insists the house, though perhaps looking a bit old, was indeed present yesterday. He maintains his story with a straight face, asserting that it was always there. His serious demeanor is so convincing that she begins to doubt her own recollection of the empty clearing. She reasons that he would have no cause to lie about such a thing and accepts his version of reality. The girl marvels at the quality of the house, noting its ochre walls and fine construction, which seems impossible to have appeared overnight. She is taken aback by its grand scale, comparing it to a nobleman/s villa. Pleased by her reaction, he admits that it was quite difficult to build, enjoying her awe. She misunderstands, assuming he meant he had simply repaired an existing structure. He chuckles at her youthful innocence, finding her amazement endearing. As she inspects their new home more closely, she notices a missing detail: the property lacks a fence. The next day dawns, bringing with it another impossible change to their surroundings. Stunned, she sees that fences have now appeared, quickly correcting herself to say they were there all along. He observes her with amusement as she insists the fences were always present, having learned from their previous exchange. He gently prompts her, sensing she has another observation to make. She timidly suggests that despite its size, the yard feels a bit empty. Another day passes, and another of her unspoken wishes is granted. She discovers a new feature and immediately stops herself, declaring that it was, of course, there yesterday. With childlike wonder, she gazes upon a newly formed pond in the yard. Meanwhile, the man contemplates the future, knowing there are still many rooms to build and tasks to complete. He reflects on this newfound purpose, a busy life far removed from his 1,000 years of solitude. His work is interrupted by the child, who has quietly approached him. He gestures for silence, focused on the task at hand. Later, her curiosity gets the better of her. She approaches him again, asking what new creation he is making. He explains that he is building a place for them to wash themselves. The girl immediately protests, showing a strong aversion to the idea of bathing. He reveals his plan, explaining that he traded supplies from the forest for new clothes for her. He insists that if she is to wear her new clothes, she must first be clean. She attempts to flatter him, hoping to avoid the bath, but he remains resolute. He calmly turns her argument back on her, implying that she is the one in need of washing. She continues to protest, adamantly claiming that she is already clean enough. Despite her protests, his will prevails. After she has finally bathed, he comments that she looks properly human now and asks if the new clothes fit. She confirms that they do, admitting she has never worn anything so fine in her life. He expresses his relief and delight, telling her how pretty she looks. Overwhelmed with emotion, she tells him that fancy clothes don't matter, as long as she is with him, she is happy. He is touched by her earnest words, impressed by the maturity she possesses at such a young age. With a warm laugh, he agrees, finding true contentment in her sentiment. In the town of Yeyang, baffling rumors begin to spread of a grand manor that has appeared overnight in a place that was empty just days before. The whispers travel quickly, causing many to wonder if such an impossible tale could actually be true. The local governor finds the stories amusing, dismissing them as an absurd lie that will soon be forgotten. While en route to investigate the rumors, the governor and his men discuss another pressing matter concerning a skilled and dangerous fugitive. This fugitive, Jang Baeksan, was driven to madness after his enemies sent him the heads of his own family members. Consumed by a grudge, Jang Baeksan now rampages uncontrollably, posing a significant threat to the region. As they arrive at the rumored location, their conversation comes to an abrupt halt, their eyes fixed on an unbelievable sight. Standing before them in the formerly empty clearing is a magnificent manor, proving the impossible rumors were fact. One of the men, overwhelmed by the unnatural spectacle, begins to pray for mercy. Inside the manor, Dan Yuhyan senses the presence of uninvited guests. He pauses his work, having expected no visitors to his secluded home. Stepping outside, he feels a palpable murderous intent from the newcomers and is immediately questioned about his ownership of the property. The leader of the group introduces himself as Yeyang/S governor, determined not to be intimidated by the strange man before him. The manor/S owner simply states his name as Dan Yuhyan. The governor angrily declares that the manor is built illegally on state land without any official permission. His tirade is cut short by Dan Yuhyan/S unexpected action, leaving the governor momentarily speechless. With a calm demeanor, Dan Yuhyan presents a bribe, suggesting the officials simply close his eyes to the matter. As the situation outside tenses, he briefly considers his options, relieved that the young child inside is still asleep. The governor/S men, enraged by the blatant disrespect, decide the man has chosen the wrong person to cross. They threaten him with torture by drowning for his insolence, promising he will not leave alive. Unfazed, Dan Yuhyan decides to dispose of the nuisance quickly so he can return to his rest. Before the governor/S men can act, they sense an inexplicable shift in the air. Panic sets in as they are enveloped by a force they cannot comprehend. Their confusion turns to terror as they realize the impossible is happening. A soldier cries out in agony as he is effortlessly dispatched by an unseen power. In their final moments, the men can only question what manner of being they have provoked. As the dust settles, a name echoes in the silent clearing. Dan Yuhyan stands before a new group of armed men, his gaze falling upon their imposing leader. He recognizes the man, identifying him as the notorious fugitive, Jang Baeksan. Jang Baeksan, mistaking him for an associate of the governor, declares that his life is about to end. A flicker of annoyance crosses Dan Yuhyan/S face as the confrontation escalates. He internally chastises himself, realizing his handling of the governor led to this unintended and disruptive encounter. He had not anticipated another attack so soon after dealing with the last. His primary concern is for the sleeping child inside, disturbed by the noise of the armed men. He assesses the intruders, noting that Jang Baeksan/S followers are a group of highly skilled warriors. The men clamor for blood, eager to exact revenge on the captured governor for the death of their leader/S wife. Stripped of his authority, the governor can only plead for mercy from his captors. Jang Baeksan savors the moment, admitting he has long waited to hear such words from his enemy. He relishes the terrified expression on the governor/S face, a sight he wants to remember forever. His mind is set, there will be no mercy. He orders his men to take the official away, promising him a painful and slow demise. The governor is dragged away, his desperate pleas for his life echoing through the clearing. With the governor dealt with, Jang Baeksan/S subordinate turns his attention to the lone man who remains. One of the warriors mockingly tells Dan Yuhyan that he should feel lucky they arrived to save him from the governor. The man chuckles, clearly underestimating the person he is addressing. Dan Yuhyan calmly interrupts the man/S taunts, his tone dismissive and cold. The warrior/S amusement turns to rage at the blatant disrespect. Jang Baeksan ignores the interruption, reiterating his vow to make the governor suffer as his family did. Dan Yuhaian coolly points out the hypocrisy, noting that Jiang Bexan himself has killed countless people. He reframes the situation, suggesting the governor was merely delivering justice for Jiang Bexan/S own victims. The unexpected logic stuns the bandits into silence, their righteous fury momentarily extinguished. Having made his point, Dan Yuhaian brings the conversation to a halt. He calmly assesses his opponents, counting approximately 50 men surrounding him. His detached demeanor unnerves the bandits, who mistake his quiet calculation for madness. Changing the subject entirely, he makes a cryptic offer concerning his manner, deeming it a fair proposal. Enraged by what they perceive as nonsense, one of the men charges forward, only to be stopped by an invisible force. The other bandits watch in shock, unable to comprehend what just happened. Their leader is left speechless by the impossible display of power. A more experienced warrior recognizes the technique, identifying it as one of the highest forms of martial arts. He is utterly baffled, unable to understand how a master of this caliber was ever subdued by the governor/S men. Jiang Bexan sizes up his opponent, conceding that this lone man may indeed be stronger than him. Despite this, he remains confident, believing his overwhelming numbers will grant him victory. He recalls past battles, reminding himself that he has faced and defeated opponents stronger than himself before. His confidence restored, Jiang Bexan gives the final, decisive order to his men: kill him. At their leader/S command, the horde of warriors surges forward to overwhelm their solitary opponent. As the attack commences, a single thought crystallizes in Dan Yuhaian/S mind. He concludes that defeating these men will not require any significant effort on his part. In his eyes, they are nothing more than opponents who will fall in a single blow. The entire confrontation is merely an unwelcome disturbance to his newfound peace. In less than a second, the battlefield transforms completely. Jiang Bexan stares in stunned disbelief, unable to process the scene of carnage before him. After casually tossing his sword, Dan Yuhaian began his assault. Using simple stones and shattered blades as projectiles, he moved with impossible speed and precision. Within moments, he had single-handedly annihilated all of Jiang Bexan/S underlings. The bandit leader realizes with dawning horror that no ordinary human could achieve such a feat. His quest for revenge has led him to a power far beyond his comprehension, a power that has killed his elite forces instantly. The moment this terrifying reality sinks in, Jiang Bexan abandons all thoughts of fighting. Driven by pure survival instinct, he turns and flees with all his might. He leaves his defeated men behind without a second thought, his only goal to escape. For the first time in his life, the feared warrior experiences the paralyzing grip of true terror. Watching his only hope for vengeance escape, the captive governor panics, shouting for the man not to go. He desperately pleads with Dan Yuhaian to catch the fleeing Jiang Bexan for him. Dan Yuhaian looks upon the fleeing man with disdain, deeming him a coward. He states that he has no interest in chasing down someone running for their life. However, he realizes that to resolve the issue with the man permanently, he needs the fugitive. With the governor/S desperate plea as his justification, he decides to act. Returning with the captured Jiang Bexan, Dan Yuhaian addresses the terrified governor. He declares that their impromptu agreement has now reached its conclusion. The governor, trembling, affirms that he understands the unspoken terms of his survival. Dan Yuhaian warns him there will be no more questions about the matter, and the governor vows it will never happen again. He adds a final condition: the governor must remain silent about everything that transpired, a demand the man eagerly accepts. A small voice cuts in, advising him to smile more because his expressionless face scares people. He considers the child/S words, acknowledging her point. Finally released, the governor scrambles away, screaming that Dan Yuhaian is a monster. As he flees, he vows never to go near the mountain or the manor again, wanting only to be free of the terrifying being he encountered. Later, in the northern part of the marketplace, life has returned to a semblance of normality. The child expresses her relief that the notorious Jiang Bexan has been caught, admitting she had been scared. Dan Yuhaian turns to her, surprised she would feel fear while in his presence. She concedes she was only a little scared, happy that the threat is now gone. With the bandit captured and his troublesome followers gone, the region is finally safe. Now that peace is secured, Dan Yuhyan begins to consider what they need for their future. His thoughts are interrupted as the child/s attention is captured by a delicious-looking snack from a street vendor. Seeing her excitement over the food, he has a sudden realization. In the chaos of building a home and dealing with threats, he had forgotten the most basic and foremost necessity of their new life. He needs to secure a steady supply of food for them. Dan Yuhyan reflects on the necessity of money, a concept he never considered before. He realizes that raising a child requires resources, with securing funds being the first and foremost priority. When he was alone, his needs were simple: any surface was a bed, and the wilderness provided his food. He could satiate his hunger by hunting, living a life unburdened by material concerns. Now that he has someone to care for, he must find a way to earn money, and quickly. His thoughts are interrupted by the child/s excited cry as she spots something of interest. She struggles to uproot a small but beautiful flower from the ground. He watches with bemusement, asking why she has suddenly stopped on their way home. She proudly declares her intention to take the flower home and plant it in their garden. He gently questions if she can manage the task on her own. With a determined expression, she assures him that she is strong enough. As he watches her, his gaze drifts to the ground, and he notices something unusual. He spots a set of footprints near the flower, ones that do not belong to them. The footprints are located on the path leading toward their secluded manor. The placement seems too deliberate, leading him to wonder if the flower was planted there as a trap or a marker. Suddenly, the child cries out in surprise. Having successfully uprooted the flower, she discovers a strange pouch tied to its roots and suggests they open it. As she moves to open the pouch, a figure lunges from the shadows. A gruff voice commands them not to touch the item. The child looks up, startled by the sudden appearance of a stranger. Before the man can act, Dan Yuhyan intercepts him, questioning his intentions. The stranger is taken aback by the speed and interference of this mysterious guardian. He is shocked by the ridiculous strength with which his arm is being held. The stranger reels from the shock of the encounter, barely comprehending what happened. Dan Yuhyan realizes the man/s initial approach was aimed at the child. He deduces that the stranger/s goal was not to harm her, but to scare her away from the pouch. At least, he thinks, the man had some semblance of decency not to attack a child directly. This only deepens his curiosity about the contents of the pouch, wondering what could be worth protecting so fiercely. Upon inspecting the pouch, he finds his answer. An idea forms in his mind: this unexpected encounter might prove to be quite useful for his financial problem. The stranger awakens in an unfamiliar room, finding Dan Yuhyan watching over him. He recognizes the man who so easily overpowered him. His captor introduces himself formally as Dan Yuhyan. Dan Yuhyan explains that while he initially intended to punish the man for attacking them, he has since changed his mind, and challenges the man to guess the reason. The captive, utterly bewildered, can only profess his ignorance. Dan Yuhyan poses a philosophical question, asking the man to consider the monetary worth of his own life. When the man claims his life is worth 1,000,000 niang, Dan Yuhyan notes it is quite a high value. He accepts the man/s own valuation as the baseline for their negotiation. He states that if the man is so confident in his worth, then his life shall be priced at 1,000,000 niang. He then adds another 1,000,000 niang as the price for forgiving the crime of attempting to harm the child. With the numbers tallied, he sets the final price for the man/s freedom at a staggering 5,000,000 niang. In his new role as a reluctant servant, the thief finds himself subjected to the mundane tasks of the manor. While he feigns gratitude, his mind is already plotting his escape from this forced servitude. He resolves to leave as soon as the opportunity presents itself. Elsewhere, a cry of pure frustration echoes from the governor/s office. The governor finds his newfound fame to be an unbearable burden. Since taking credit for the capture of Jiang Bexan, he is viewed differently by everyone. The problem is the excessive praise. He is now hailed as a hero, a title he knows he doesn't /t deserve. This reputation has earned him the faith of the royal family, who have entrusted him with a highly sensitive case, the disappearance of a golden Buddha from the palace. Due to the confidential nature of the theft, he is asked to handle the investigation personally. His superiors express their utmost confidence in him, citing his supposed single-handed defeat of Jiang Bexan as proof of his skill. Trapped by his own lie, the governor has no choice but to accept the impossible task. He fumes internally, knowing the thief must have been foolish to have let the theft even be discovered. He wonders what kind of incompetent amateur he is being forced to pursue. The narrative shifts back to the previous night, revealing the thief/'s fateful encounter. Faced with an impossible debt of 5 million niangs, the thief realized he had no way to pay. He pleaded with his captor, promising to bring the money later if he was just shown mercy for now. His bravado gone, he could only beg for his life. Desperate, he offered to do anything asked of him to repay his debt. He listed off menial tasks, cleaning, laundry, anything to avoid a grim fate. His will to live overwhelmed any sense of pride he once had. Dan Yuhaian agreed, stating he would hold on to the thief/'s belongings as collateral until the debt was repaid. He added a stark warning: if the thief tried to run, the amount owed would double. The thief cursed him internally, labeling him a corrupt scammer. Despite the warning, the thief knew there was nothing to stop him from running once he was out of this immediate crisis. Returning to the present, the consequences of that night weigh heavily on the thief. He laments that if it weren't/T for his capture, the stolen item would never have been discovered, and he wouldn't/T be in this mess. He now must retrieve his bag before the black market contact he arranged to meet gives up and leaves. Inside that bag is the priceless treasure he risked his life to steal from the palace. Dan Yuhaian interrupts his thoughts, complimenting his handiwork and noting it suits him better than thievery. The thief feigns delight, hiding his true feelings behind a forced smile. To add insult to injury, Dan Yuhaian sets his salary at a paltry 3 silver niangs a month, an offer the thief accepts with hidden rage. He has already located his confiscated bag and now only needs to find the right moment to retrieve it and disappear. Dan Yuhaian cryptically brings up the legend of Sun Wukong, who could never escape the palm of Buddha/'s hand. The thief plays along, pretending to understand the tale, oblivious to its true meaning. Dan Yuhaian continues, explaining it was a golden headband that kept the Monkey King bound, a detail meant as a pointed hint. The thief sees at the indignity of his situation, his pride as a master thief wounded. He reaffirms his own skill to himself, believing he is an incomparable talent. Once he decides to run, he is confident in his escape. He firmly believes there is no one in the world who can catch him. 3 days later, he knows his time is running out, the black marketer is waiting, and he must act now. He despises his current reality, a far cry from the comfortable life of a successful thief. He has been reduced to someone/'s lackey. Just then, Dan Yuhaian appears, announcing he is taking the child fishing and leaving the thief in charge of the house. The thief can/T believe his luck, a perfect chance has suddenly fallen into his lap. He seizes the rare opportunity, promising to keep the manor spotless in their absence. As he leaves, Dan Yuhaian gives a final, chilling warning, telling the thief he will soon see why Sun Wukong could never escape. The thief dismisses the comment with a cheerful goodbye, his mind set on freedom. He watches them depart, convinced this is the last time he will ever see them. He bids them a silent, final farewell. Once out of sight, the child asks about their fishing trip, but Dan Yuhaian reveals he has other business to attend to. He draws a circle on the ground and instructs her to stay inside it for her safety. He explains he is placing a formation to conceal her from any person or animal that might pass by. Promising to be back soon, he leaves her to her imaginary fishing, and she happily agrees. He smiles, looking forward to his return. Meanwhile, the governor continues to despair over his predicament, crushed by the weight of a reputation he didn't/T earn. The burden of his lie and the impossible task it has brought him is slowly killing him. An associate approaches, offering what he claims is a good case. He asks the beleaguered governor if he is ready for another challenge. The thief, having retrieved his stolen goods, meets with his contact, eager to get rid of the incriminating item. The black marketer expresses surprise that the thief managed to survive after stealing such a high-profile treasure. He warns the thief to be careful, as the government is on high alert since the arrest of the infamous bandit, Jiang Bexan. The capture of the mighty bandit, who ruled the entire Hunan region, has thrown the underworld into chaos. Thanks to the arrest, rumors are circulating that the local governor is being considered for a promotion to a central position. The thief assures his contact that even if caught, he will not reveal his identity. Their transaction is suddenly interrupted by the arrival of government officers, surrounding their meeting place. The black marketer realizes someone must have informed on them, but he cannot imagine who. As the officers close in, the thief abandons his contact and makes a run for it. The black marketer wishes him luck before being apprehended by the authorities. The governor gives a decisive order to arrest every criminal present. He spots his target, confirming that the thief is indeed at the location. The captured black marketer demands to know who the informant was, but the governor dismisses the question as irrelevant. He warns the criminal that for the crime of stealing the palace/S Buddha statue, there will be no easy escape. The governor muses that recovering this item will earn him immense trust from both the royals and the emperor himself. He recalls the anonymous tip he received, a simple note directing him to the stolen golden Buddha. Though he followed the lead without much hope, he was shocked to find the information was accurate. He realizes this success is far more significant than the Jiang Bexan case, a true path to power and prestige. His men are in hot pursuit of the fleeing thief, determined not to let him escape. The thief is stunned by the pursuer's persistence, pushing himself to the limit as he runs for his life. He knows his only hope for escape is to reach the treacherous cliffs ahead. Having finally shaken his pursuers, he takes a moment to catch his breath, only to be greeted by a familiar voice. He turns in shock to find Dan Yuhaian waiting for him, wondering how he could possibly be there. Dan Yuhaian calmly reminds him of their previous conversation, reiterating that like Sun Wukong, the thief can never escape his grasp. The thief/S mind reels, unable to comprehend the impossible nature of his captor. As he falls from the cliff, he plans to run the moment he hits the ground, bidding a final farewell to his captor. He lands safely, only for Dan Yuhaian to appear beside him once more, casually commenting on his ripped clothes. Despair begins to set in as the thief realizes the futility of his efforts. No matter where he runs, his captor is always there. He is trapped, with no path to freedom. Dan Yuhaian states it plainly, the thief is inside his palm, and there is no escape. He informs the thief that, as promised, his debt has now doubled to 10 million niangs for attempting to run away. Even after confiscating the 2 million niang from the sale of the Buddha, a debt of 8 million still remains. The thief lets out a cry of pure agony, defeated and trapped by an insurmountable debt and an inescapable master. As if adding a final insult, Dan Yuhaian remembers he still needs to collect the reward for Jiang Bexan/S capture. He muses that the reward money will be perfect for buying snacks for the child. Back at the manor, the thief seethes with frustration over his inescapable servitude. His life has become an endless cycle of menial tasks and failed escape attempts, a reality he finds deeply annoying. Since his recapture, he has been worked to near exhaustion, his only payment a pittance taken from his own confiscated money. He has tried to flee countless times, but each attempt has ended in a painful failure. The manor/S remote location makes escape difficult, forcing him to use advanced movement techniques just to run errands and return in time. As he prepares to leave for the market, he finds the young child, Somi, quietly observing him. Sighing, he asks the child why she is following him. She simply offers him a warm, innocent smile in response. He sternly tells her not to follow, warning that his own life is at risk if anything were to happen to her. Her reason is simple and poignant, she doesn't like to be alone. He asks if she even knows his destination, and she correctly guesses he is heading downtown. He apologizes, explaining that he cannot take her to a crowded place. He reiterates his fear of her master/S wrath, but she promises to stick close by his side. He weighs his options, realizing it would be dangerous to send her back to the empty manor alone, especially with wild animals nearby. With no other choice, he relents, but warns her that she must stay right next to him at all times. As they walk through the marketplace, he keeps her close, navigating the busy streets. He observes the heightened security, realizing the area is more dangerous than he imagined since the black marketer/S capture. He assumes his former contact has likely been executed by now. A chilling thought strikes him: if the accomplice was caught, what fate awaits him, the actual thief? Suddenly, an unseen assailant grabs the child from his side. Enraged, the thief shouts at the kidnapper, his protective instincts overriding his fear. He demands to know if the man has any idea whose child he has just taken. He gives chase, using his light feet technique to pursue the fleeing kidnapper. The situation grows increasingly annoying as he is forced to act. He notices the kidnapper is deliberately leading him somewhere specific. The realization dawns on him that he is being lured into a trap. He curses his cursed life, now responsible for protecting the child of the very man who enslaved him. He calms himself, confident that his speed will allow him to outmaneuver his opponents. His plan is simple: catch up to the kidnapper and retrieve the girl before the trap can be sprung. Closing the distance, he yells at the bald-headed man to release the child immediately. The kidnapper just laughs as his hidden associates emerge, surrounding the thief. He realizes his mistake too late, wondering when the ambush was set. Meanwhile, back at the now-silent manor, Dan Yu-hyun reflects on his changing perspective. He once thought he preferred being alone. Now, however, he finds himself growing accustomed to the noisy, chaotic days. Sensing something is amiss, his awareness extends outward, learning that the child followed the thief downtown. He knows that place has become dangerous, and a sense of unease settles over him. Fearing she might be in danger, he decides he has no choice but to go after them. Surrounded and outnumbered, the thief endures a relentless beating from the angry mob. His captors marvel at his resilience, deducing that the child they hold hostage must be incredibly important to him. To break his spirit, one of the men threatens to torture the girl in front of him. As his consciousness fades, a memory from his distant past surfaces. He sees his younger self with his little sister, a moment from 5 years ago. He remembers her worrying about their future, a concern he tried to soothe. He recalls promising to protect her now that their parents were gone, asking only that she stay healthy for his sake. The memory continues, showing him presenting her with a fine piece of cloth, the most expensive item he could steal that day. He remembers telling her she couldn't/T wear it yet, as the brutal local thugs would surely take it from her. He had asked her to wait until the danger passed, a request she seemed to accept with a playful pout. He recalls hiding the precious gift, intending to keep it safe for her. The memory turns grim as he remembers finding his sister later, after searching the entire town for her. She had found the hidden cloth and, in her childlike innocence, had worn it outside. His captors' /words snap him back to the present, their voices blending with the echoes of his past. They blame him for their boss/S execution, the consequence of him handing over the stolen Buddha statue. As the beating intensifies, the thief can only endure the pain. He struggles to ask what they plan to do with the child. His only demand is for them to let the innocent girl go. Their answer is cruel and simple: they intend to sell her into slavery. Suddenly, the man holding Somi cries out in pain. He looks down in shock, trying to understand what just happened. Enraged, he realizes the small child has bitten his hand with all her might. Seeing his chance, the thief yells at her to run away while she can. But the girl refuses to leave him behind. She knows that if she runs, he will be left to face the wrath of the mob all alone. The men prepare to strike her for her defiance. At that moment, a calm, familiar voice calls out, freezing everyone in place. Drifting in and out of consciousness, the thief reflects on his past, realizing his sister/S actions stemmed from a deep loneliness. He understands now that she must have hated waiting all alone for him to return. The memory of her in that old, empty house pains him. He is pulled back to the present by Somi/S voice, her face filled with concern as she asks if he is awake. His last clear memory is of Dan Yu-hyun/S arrival, telling him to take the child and go. He remembers running with all his might before blacking out completely. Somi tends to his wounds, her small hands gentle as she works. He admonishes her for her bravery, telling her to prioritize her own life over others in the future. She flatly refuses, declaring she would do the same thing again without hesitation. Her reason is resolute and heartbreaking: she never wants to lose her family ever again. She then looks at him knowingly, revealing she is aware that he only ever thinks about running away. In the aftermath of the confrontation, the captured thugs can only beg for mercy. The governor arrives on the scene, his face a mask of shock as he recognizes the man responsible for the carnage. Dan Yuhayan greets him casually, his demeanor calm despite the surrounding chaos. Onlookers whisper in confusion, recognizing the famous Governor Hong who single-handedly caught Jiang Bexan. They recall the rumors of his supposed superpowers, which led to the recovery of the Golden Buddha. They are baffled to see this celebrated hero acting so subserviently toward a seeming ruffian. Dan Yuhayan explains the situation, revealing the thugs are part of the Black Sword Society, an infamous criminal organization. This society, composed of criminals and vagabonds, has been a persistent problem for the imperial palace for years. He reveals that these men, along with the captured black marketer, are all informants for the Society/S local Hunan branch. Stating he owes them something, he offers his assistance to the governor in dealing with the organization. At the Hunan branch of the Black Sword Society, the leader grows impatient, wondering why there has been no contact from his men. Yan Hyaxang, the branch leader, complains about the time and money invested in the black marketer, aware that his superiors are growing fussy. The governor, meanwhile, explains to Dan Yuhayan that he only got involved after witnessing the black marketer get caught. Back at the Society/S headquarters, young Hyaxang/S frustration mounts as things continue to go awry. His thoughts are interrupted by a sudden, unnerving presence. He turns to see a stranger standing in his private chamber, demanding to know who he is. Dan Yuhayan calmly surveys the room, noting a few items that might be worth some money, which he could use to buy snacks for Somi. Dan Yuhayan commits to raising Wasomi and Zhang Samte, the thief, properly. 3 months pass, bringing with them a change in seasons. Summer arrives, casting a warm glow over the secluded manor. Thanks to the treasures recovered from the Black Sword Society, their financial worries are over. Their lives have become more affluent and comfortable than ever before. However, this newfound prosperity has created an unforeseen problem. Somi and Samte greet another day of feasting with unabashed joy. The two of them have gained a significant amount of weight. The root of this issue lies with Dan Yuhayan, who has been overindulging them. Unfamiliar with the concept of moderation, he had thoughtlessly bought every food he saw for them. He spent every penny he earned on providing 3 lavish meals a day, leading to their current state. Having starved in the past, their appetites were voracious, and Samte/S skill as a cook only exacerbated the issue. As ordinary people, their health would soon be in danger if this continued. Recognizing the problem, Dan Yuhayan summons the two of them before him. He informs a shocked Zhang Samte that, starting today, he will be teaching him martial arts. He then turns to Wasomi, telling her that she will be training as well. The child greets the news with cheerful enthusiasm, ready for the challenge. Dan Yuhayan begins their instruction with the basics of Tai Chi, though he admits the names are unfamiliar to him. Samte recognizes the style as belonging to the prestigious Wudong sect. Dan Yuhayan finds the name amusing, a comment that bewilders Samte. Samte knows that any member of the Wudong sect would be deeply offended by such a casual dismissal. With the introductions over, their rigorous training begins. Somi and Samte struggle to imitate the forms, their movements clumsy and strained. Exhausted, Samte questions why they must shout while performing the techniques. Dan Yuhayan admits he is only following the instructions written in a book he found. He dismisses the rigid text, finding it uninteresting and restrictive. He explains that true martial arts have no set path, they were created by individuals, with secret books made only to protect those creations. He instructs them to move in a way that feels natural and comfortable to them. This, he explains, is how they will pave their own paths in the world of martial arts. Days of intense training leave Samte utterly spent. Pushed to his absolute limit, he begs for the ordeal to end. Somi, however, has taken to the training with gusto, excitedly showing off how her movements can create a gust of wind. Despite their suffering, the training yields results. Eventually, through sheer perseverance, they both manage to return to their normal, healthy weights. The hard-won battle against their own indulgence is finally over. Far away, Samakan, the lord of the Black Sword Society, fumes over the recent disruptions to his operations. He laments the loss of his key assets, Jang Baeksan and So Choyam, who provided a significant portion of his income. To make matters worse, he has lost all contact with his Hunan branch, including the agents sent to capture the thief, Jang Samtae. Hunan had always been his calmest and most stable territory. The province was not only powerful but also strategically located for his various enterprises. Jang Baeksan/S rampage had been a useful tool, suppressing any rising powers that might have challenged the society/S influence. He concludes someone is actively interfering with his plans and becomes intensely curious about their identity. His subordinate vows to take immediate action to uncover the responsible party. The Lord gives a chilling order: capture and torture anyone involved, starting with the governor and the thief, Jang Samtae. Back at the manor, Samtae is exhausted from his morning training, feeling as though he might die. Somi, however, is full of energy and urges him to get up. He realizes with a groan that she has been awake and training long before him. Her first thought upon seeing him is of their next meal. Dan Yuhyan notices the wind picking up, a subtle shift in the atmosphere. Sensing trouble, he orders Samtae to go to Yeyang and observe any changes, much to the thief/S dismay. Ignoring his protests about breakfast, Dan Yuhyan insists that he goes to check on the town. Samtae arrives in Yeyang, the northern city of Hunan, to carry out his master/S orders. He observes a meeting between the governor and a man he recognizes as Bang Chugok, a representative of the Black Sword Society/S Whirlwind Squad. The two discuss the chances of bailing out the captured Jang Baeksan. The governor estimates the probability is less than 40%, given the number of officers involved. The Society/S representative dismisses the governor/S concerns, placing the blame for the situation on a mysterious hermit. He scoffs at the idea of an outdated hermit causing such trouble in this day and age. Suddenly, one of the men spots Samtae, recognizing his face from a wanted poster. Samtae flees, his pursuers shocked by his incredible speed. They manage to corner him at a dead end, confident in their capture. To their astonishment, he vanishes into thin air, leaving them completely baffled. Returning to the manor, Samtae recounts the events to his master. He is now certain that the Black Sword Society will not leave him alone. Dan Yuhyan presses him for more information about the organization, but the thief claims he knows nothing specific about their inner workings. Dan Yuhyan explains the origins of the Black Sword Society, which was founded years ago. While there were rumors about its founder, they were never substantiated. Samtae realizes they have no solid leads, as no one paid much attention to the organization until now. Eventually, pressure from influential families forced the Muram Alliance to intervene, with the remnants forming the current Black Sword Society. The Society/S true strength remained hidden, as they avoided conflict for no apparent reason. Samtae wonders what their next move should be, concerned for the governor who is now a target. Elsewhere, Governor Hong finds himself captured by the Society/S agents. The Society acted swiftly, intercepting him during the transport of Jang Baeksan. His captor questions him, finding it unbelievable that their entire Hunan branch could fall to the likes of the governor and a petty thief. He correctly deduces that there must be a more powerful figure backing them. The agent gives the governor a choice: reveal his accomplice/S identity willingly, or be forced to talk. The governor, terrified but resolute, refuses to say anything. The agent scoffs at his perceived loyalty, mocking his decision to take the secret to his grave. With the governor remaining silent, the agent decides there is no other option. He produces a vial, revealing its sinister contents to the horrified governor. It is a potent truth drug, designed to bypass all willpower. Observing from a distance, Samtae curses the development. He knows if the governor talks, things will become far more complicated. He recalls his master/S words: realizing the governor is a necessary piece of their plan. Weighing his options, he knows his master would punish him for failing, but also for running away. He feels he has no choice but to try and save the official. Frustrated with his no-win situation, he decides to act. He reasons that he is doomed either way, so he might as well take a chance. The agents are startled by a sudden commotion. Knowing he is outmatched, Samtae decides his only option is a surprise attack. His plan is to strike quickly and then run for his life. As he makes his move, one of the agents recognizes him. The alarm is raised, and he is shocked by how quickly they manage to catch up to him. His desperate gamble fails, and he is swiftly subdued by the skilled warriors. Having been captured alongside the governor, Samtae struggles against his restraints as his captor issues a threat. He identifies himself not as a mere thief, but as a subordinate of Master Dan. The captor pauses, the name of this mysterious master giving him a moment of consideration. Meanwhile, the governor reflects on his own situation, realizing he owes his life to Dan Yuhyan, yet contemplates using the man-s power for his own gain. He concludes that before he can make any moves, he must first find a way to escape his current predicament safely. Now freed, the governor warns Samtae to be prepared for pursuit, his mind already set on revenge as they begin their escape. Their flight is cut short as their pursuers from the Black Sword Society quickly catch up to them. Surrounded and outmatched, the Society-s warriors close in for the kill. Cornered, Samtae stands defiant, bracing for an attack he knows he cannot win. Before the final blow can land, a new figure appears on the scene, his sudden arrival stunning the attackers into silence. One of the warriors recognizes the immense power radiating from the newcomer, uttering a legendary title, Unstoppable God. It is a title of absolute authority, a name that has only been given to one person in the entire history of the Central Plains. Not even the great Zhang Sanfeng, founder of Wudong, earned such a fearsome moniker. Even Bodhidharma, who established the foundations of Shaolin, was not granted this specific title. It was a name beyond the reach of even the heavenly demon cult-s most powerful leaders. While many martial masters shook their generations, they were not the unstoppable god. The legend was born from a spirit that had never known defeat, a warrior who was truly unstoppable. Samtae, however, breaks the tension with a complaint, asking his master what took him so long to arrive. The governor, emboldened by the arrival of his protector, points an accusing finger at their attackers. One of the men tries to use their affiliation as a threat, asking if he still intends to interfere now that he knows they are from the Black Sword Society. Dan Yuhyan scoffs at their name, dismissing their entire organization as nothing more than a collection of trash. He issues a silent, final warning to the men who dared to threaten his people. Watching from the side, the governor is left in complete awe of the warrior-s overwhelming presence. Dan Yuhyan-s casual disrespect for all authority, even the emperor, further solidifies his otherworldly status in the governor-s eyes. The next day, a sense of panic grips the local officials. Most of the captured Black Sword Society members were found dead in their cells, with the few survivors barely clinging to life. Adding to the mystery, Governor Hong had vanished from the prefecture without a trace. A search troop was formed, and the entire city of Yeyang was mobilized to find the missing official. The townsfolk immediately suspect the Black Sword Society is behind the disappearance. They mourn the governor, assuming he has already been killed for his heroic actions. He is lauded as a great, upright man who stood against the criminal organization despite the obvious danger. Many citizens, inspired by his bravery, volunteer to join the search party. Meanwhile, the governor, very much alive, finds himself overwhelmed by the public-s perception of him. He approaches Somi, who is out in the market, and introduces himself. The child, unaccustomed to such attention, seems a little shy. He introduces himself as Hong Wenchang and kindly invites her to play with his son someday. He expresses his belief that the two children would become good friends. At the Black Sword Society headquarters, the Lord is informed that they have lost contact with the team sent after the governor. His subordinate confirms that the prisoners were dealt with, but the governor-s disappearance has complicated the mission. Despite a thorough search, their agents found no trace of him. The Lord considers the possibility that his men were killed by the hidden martial master after completing their mission. However, their last communication gave no indication of such a threat. Furthermore, if a powerful master was involved, it's unlikely his team would have succeeded in eliminating the prisoners in the first place. The conflicting information leaves the Lord pondering what could have possibly gone wrong. He orders his subordinate to gather experienced personnel to search the entire province of Hunan. Back at the manor, Dan Yuhyan issues his own set of orders, preparing for a direct confrontation. He reveals his destination, the main base of the Black Sword Society, a location he learned from the captured agent, Bang Chugok. He admonishes Samtae and the governor for their weakness, telling them to witness his power for themselves. He scolds them for being beaten so easily, questioning their lack of shame at their age. Samtae notes with resignation that his master always uses himself as the standard of strength. As they travel, Somi marvels at the world outside the manor. The journey reminds Dan Yuhyan of his youth, when he used to wander similar landscapes. His life back then was simple, focused only on the pursuit of martial arts. Somi's innocent question about his past pulls him from his reverie. Their path is suddenly blocked by a group of bandits. Dan Yuhyan correctly identifies them as the criminals who have been plaguing the area. He steps forward, chastising the large group for shamelessly harassing a single man. The lone traveler is surprised to encounter Namvon Sohai of the Muram Alliance in such a remote area. He wonders why a person of her stature is here, questioning if she intends to handle the local bandit problem herself. After she swiftly dispatches the bandits, she comments that the traveler would have been in big trouble without her. She notices Dan Yuhyan staring at her and questions his intense gaze. He admits he was admiring her swordsmanship, which he found impressive. She assumes his surprise is due to her exceptional skill, finding his reaction amusing. Her amusement turns to confusion as she sees him systematically looting the bodies of the defeated bandits. She is left speechless, watching as he unapologetically plunders the corpses for every last coin. He demands more from one of the groveling survivors, unimpressed by the meager amount offered. Sohai confronts him, accusing him of taking all the profits after she did all the work. He dismisses her complaint, questioning what one can even do with a mere silver niang. His casual attitude toward money makes her realize he has likely never experienced true hunger or poverty. This revelation makes her question the very nature of the man standing before her. Before she can press him further, he vanishes in the blink of an eye. She is left alone, utterly bewildered by the strange and inexplicable encounter. Later, near Tianzi Mountain, Dan Yuhyan and Somi stop at a roadside stall. Using the money he just acquired, he orders a bowl of noodles for the child. He reflects on his recent encounter, concluding that he has wasted time on a troublesome person. As they depart, the stall owner wishes them a safe journey. Dan Yuhyan arrives at the Black Sword Society/S main base, confirming his suspicions about the location. He observes the villagers, noting the deadness in their eyes and the dark energy pervading the air. It becomes clear to him that the entire village is a front for the criminal organization. Inside the headquarters, the faction leader is alerted to trouble. He demands to know the location of his missing men, but his subordinate has no answers. They have been ambushed by a single, yet overwhelmingly powerful, martial artist. The leader finds it hard to believe that one person could cause so much chaos. His subordinate confirms the grim reality: the lone intruder has already defeated more than 20 of their elite warriors. As the intruder breaches the main hall, the society/S lord, Sima-chan, gets a brief look at him. In that fleeting moment, he recognizes the man. He identifies him as the very person who has been systematically dismantling his organization. Sima-chan realizes with a chill that the intruder/S piercing gaze seems to pass through the walls, looking directly at him. The man/S aura is so immense it feels as though he is being stared down by a bug. Despite the palpable threat, Sima-chan prepares for a fight, knowing it is the only way to determine who is truly stronger. Moments later, the governor arrives with his soldiers to find the battle already over. He orders his men to arrest every member of the now defeated Black Sword Society. His subordinate is stunned, confirming that not a single one of the infamous bandits managed to escape. The official approaches the governor with a tone of utter reverence and awe. The governor admits he can barely believe his eyes, sharing in his subordinate/s disbelief. The idea that a single person could dismantle the entire Black Sword Society is almost impossible to comprehend. The soldier can only wonder about the true identity of the man who accomplished such a feat. Standing amidst the defeated, Dan Yu-hyan singles out one person. He approaches the captured faction leader, his purpose clear. With his business concluded, he prepares to leave. He mentions a promise to Somi to be back early, as the governor thanks him profusely for his help. Before departing, he gives the governor one final, cryptic reminder. As the captured bandits are led away, the townsfolk celebrate their downfall. The governor is once again hailed as a hero, with many speculating he will be promoted to the central government. Observing the scene, Namgung Sohai of the Muram Alliance feels that something is amiss. She finds it suspicious that the governor discovered the Society/S base, a location the Alliance itself could not find. It also makes no sense that the local constables could defeat the hardened martial masters of the Black Sword Society. She is certain someone powerful is operating behind the scenes. The only question that remains is the identity of this mysterious figure. Within the Muram Alliance, the shocking news from Hunan province is being discussed. They confirm the rumors are true. The Black Sword Society has fallen, likely at the hands of a powerful martial master siding with the local government. The alliance leaders agree that such a feat is impossible for a mere magistrate to accomplish alone. The Sword Emperor, Namgung Chun, instructs his subordinate to investigate the matter personally. They reason that if a hidden master exists, they must be found and won over to the Alliance/S side. Advisor Jae Gal-woon cautions that they must also be prepared for a confrontation, as the master/S intentions are unknown. Elsewhere, Namgung Sohai laments her weakness for sweets. She worries what her strict grandfather would do if he saw her current state, having neglected her duties as a squad captain. Her thoughts are interrupted by a small child offering her a treat. She is touched by the gesture, finding the child incredibly kind. Sohai asks for the girl/S name, and she happily introduces herself as Somi. When asked about her parents, Somi innocently states that she has a father, but no mother. Sohai/S mind flashes back to her brief encounter with the strange man, wondering if he is the father the child speaks of. Desperate to find him again, she silently pleads for the heavens to help her. Somi, overhearing her, takes her plea literally and offers her assistance, reminding Sohai that she saved her from bandits before. The child then points, having spotted her father. Somi runs toward Dan Yu-hyan, her happy cries of /dad/ echoing through the street. Sohai, having followed the child, finds Dan Yu-hyan berating Samtae for his slow pace. He criticizes the thief/S form, questioning how many times he needs to be told to put more effort into his training. Samtae complains about the harsh treatment, but Dan Yu-hyan is unsympathetic. Sohai approaches, offering her help in exchange for her previous rescue. Dan Yu-hyan rejects her offer of free assistance, instead proposing that she work for a salary by helping with household chores during her stay. Sohai, expecting a simple reward of a few silver coins, readily agrees. She is stunned when he offers her a salary of 10 gold niang. She asks about the fate of the captured Black Sword Society members, and Samtae explains they were taken away by the imperial residents and likely 1/T survive. Sohai comments on how cute and kind Somi is, a fact Dan Yu-hyan readily acknowledges. The governor/S wife argues for the importance of education, stating it/S embarrassing for a child not to know how to read. She insists that attending school would allow Somi to make friends and suggests a good village school she knows. Dan Yu-hyan, however, requests more time to consider the matter. The governor/S wife playfully insists, already viewing Somi as her future daughter-in-law who must at least be literate. Meanwhile, Somi explores the governor/S manor, fascinated by the koi fish in the pond. Her exploration is interrupted by an angry young boy. He confronts her aggressively, demanding to know who she is and what she is doing in his house. The governor arrives to find his son, Hong, shouting at the young girl. The boy is startled by his father's sudden appearance. He sternly reprimands his son for failing to treat a precious guest with proper respect. The boy, chastened, admits that he was in the wrong. Dan Yuhyan checks on Somi, who assures him she is fine despite the startling encounter. He confirms with her that this must be the friend the governor had mentioned. The governor pushes his reluctant son to properly greet their guest. The boy silently fumes, resentful that his father is treating this strange girl better than him. Later, Dan Yuhyan discusses the boy, Hong, with Somi. He asks if she thinks they could be friends, and she enthusiastically agrees. Seeing her willingness to make friends, he brings up the topic of her attending school. The idea excites her, and she eagerly asks if it's truly possible for her to go. He tells her it is, but only if she genuinely wants to. Without hesitation, she declares her desire to attend school, and he agrees to make it happen. As he walks with Sohai and Samtae, he lets out a weary sigh. Samtae questions the decision, noting that the Pine Tree School is a famous and potentially difficult environment. Sohai warns that famous schools often have territorial children, a fact she knows from personal experience. Dan Yuhyan remains unconcerned, confident in Somi's strength and his own ability to intervene if necessary. Sohai asks if it's because he is her parent, a role he readily accepts. She challenges him, asking if he could truly stand against the powerful families whose children attend the school. Unseen by the others, Sohai's master senses a strange and powerful energy in the vicinity. He realizes this must be the hidden master responsible for destroying the Black Sword Society. The next day, preparations are made for Somi's first day of school. Sohai offers to take Somi to school, noting Dan Yuhyan's irresponsibility but deciding it's not her concern. He gives Somi some parting words of encouragement, telling her she will certainly make good friends. He also advises her to simply punch any bad kids she might encounter, an instruction she cheerfully accepts. Sohai watches them, privately wondering if such a naive and kind child can endure the challenges ahead. With a final wave, Somi heads off for her new adventure. Now that she has handled her task, Sohai decides it's time to begin her own investigation in Yeyang. At the Pine Tree School, a new student introduces herself to the class as Wasomi. Her introduction complete, the teacher dismisses her to her seat. Meanwhile, Sohai's investigation into the hidden master behind the magistrate continues. She has found a lead, shaking down witnesses who took down the Black Sword Society and learning of their residence. Her master questions her about a group known as the Hunan Five Swords, but she has never heard of them. They are a mystery even to the Murim Alliance, having done nothing of note until now. At the manor, Somi excitedly recounts her first day of school to Dan Yuhyan. She proudly tells him she learned the 1,000-character classic. Despite the difficulty, she insists that it was still fun. She also learned calligraphy for the first time, another new and exciting experience. As he listens, Samtae notices a conspicuous omission in her story. She mentioned everything she did, but said nothing about the friends she was supposed to make. Dan Yuhyan, however, seems unconcerned by this detail. Later that evening, Sohai prepares to investigate her lead, asking Samtae if he's really coming with her. They arrive at a secluded house and confront the inhabitants, asking if they are the Hunan Five Swords. Sohai reveals she knows everything, accusing them of being the ones who secretly helped the magistrate take down the Black Sword Society. The men deny her accusations, telling her to leave. Sohai introduces herself as a captain of the Murim Alliance / Phoenix Squad, giving way to her inquiry. She extends an invitation from the alliance leader, believing they wish to be known for their great deeds. She hopes they will accept, even mentioning the substantial bounty on the Black Sword Society as an incentive. To her surprise, one of the men casually confirms that they were indeed the ones who defeated the society. Samtae is skeptical, sensing their energies are only that of second-rate martial artists. Still unconvinced, Sohai asks for a demonstration of the techniques they used. The men take offense, questioning if she is doubting their word. In a sudden display of power, they shatter a nearby tree without a sound, a feat that convinces Sohai of their strength. Flustered, she insists she was only being thorough and quickly takes her leave. As she departs, the men comment that her swordsmanship is pretty decent. In another part of the province, the leader of the now disbanded Black Sword Society discusses the rumors with his remaining followers. He concludes there is a high chance the Hunan Five Swords were indeed responsible for the attack on his organization. He orders his men to track them down and confirm their identity. Back at the manor, Dan Yuhyan reflects on his past life. He concludes that if given the choice to live again, he would never choose the solitary path of a warrior. Sohai prepares to depart, feeling a twinge of guilt for leaving without saying goodbye to Somi. Before she leaves, Dan Yuhyan offers her a small pouch. Expecting a few silver tokens as payment, she is stunned to find it filled with gold coins. Samtae watches her departure, noting her expression is different than usual. She offers a genuine thank you for everything before turning to leave. Somi watches her go, sadly asking if she will ever see the /uni/ again. Dan Yuhyan cryptically replies that if they are meant to meet again, they will. Samtae explains the concept of destiny to the confused child. He assures her their relationship with the woman is not over and that they will likely meet again soon. Somi pouts, wishing they could all just live together. Changing the subject, Dan Yuhyan asks if everything is alright at her school. She brightly confirms that school is fun, though her expression hints at an untold story. He reminds her that the people she meets now are not the only ones she will encounter in her life. She looks at him with determination, proudly declaring that as his daughter, she is strong. He acknowledges her strength, a small smile gracing his lips. Samtae reflects on the child/s nature, noting her maturity for a 7-year-old. While her maturity isn/t a bad thing, he can /t help but feel a sense of pity for her lost childhood. Later, in the bustling downtown, Samtae and Dan Yuhyan are on another errand. Samtae observes a group of imposing individuals, correctly identifying them as martial artists. Dan Yuhyan feels a surge of familiar energy, a vigorous aura he has not sensed in a long time. He senses more martial artists approximately 500 meters away, their presence growing. Samtae, having eavesdropped on their conversation, has learned some interesting information. Elsewhere, the former members of the Black Sword Society are regrouping. One of them voices his doubt about the Hunan Five Swords, despite having witnessed their skills. He feels there are too many suspicious things about their story to be believed. Their discussion is cut short by a sudden, deadly attack. Their assailants are revealed to be from a powerful and notorious group. They are from the Yellow Marshal Castle, an organization comprised of only the best masters. One of the society members recognizes their leader, the infamous tyrant Ma Dokjin. Beside him stands another legendary figure, the master of the blade, Quan Mujin. The society member questions if these masters are connected to the people who destroyed their organization. They realize with dawning horror that they have been set up by the supposed Hunan Five Swords. Faced with legendary masters, they know their lives are about to end. A few days earlier, the so-called Hunan Five Swords devised their ambitious plan. They decided to take the reward for the Black Sword Society /s downfall and flee, but a new opportunity presented itself. They set their sights on a bigger prize, tricking the entire Namgung family. Seeing Namgung Sohai walking through Yeyang gave them the perfect opening. Knowing she was searching for the hidden master, they saw it as a once-in-a-lifetime chance. They believed that if their operation succeeded, they would be set for life. Their ruse worked, convincing Sohai they were the ones who subjugated the Black Sword Association. With the first part of their strategy a success, they prepared for the next phase. Confident after fooling Sohai, they believed tricking the legendary Ma Dokjin would be no different. Now, facing the consequences of their deception, they are accosted by a furious Ma Dokjin. The leader of the impostors, however, laughs off the threat, finding the situation amusing. He taunts Ma Dokjin, claiming he came all the way from Shanxi just to witness the skills of those who defeated the Black Sword Society. He arrogantly challenges the entire group of legendary masters to attack him at once. Ma Dokjin questions if the man truly does not value his own life. The impostor unleashes his ultimate technique, a powerful move called /heaven and earth splitting /. However, the attack is merely a smokescreen, designed to create a diversion. Ma Dokjin realizes the deception too late, shouting for them to wait. As the smoke clears, the masters find themselves in an unexpected and bizarre situation. Samtae, having witnessed the whole affair from a distance, can only laugh at the absurdity. Dan Yuhyan gives a simple command: capture them all, leaving none behind. He turns to the legendary masters, his expression disappointed, and states they must at least entertain him. Samtae reflects on the foolishness of the masters, who were so easily fooled by the impostor's prank. He notes that the prank itself was quite amazing in its execution. Meanwhile, Sohai is engaged in a duel, her swordsmanship displaying impressive dexterity. Her opponent acknowledges her skill, noting that her ability to wield her sword with one hand is amazing. He concedes her technique is worthy of being called the skill of a true master. Suddenly, Dan Yuhyan /S voice cuts in, expressing his disappointment that this is the best the Namgung family /S swordsmanship has to offer. Sohai, struggling, insists that her weakness is her own, not a reflection of her family /S art. Her opponent scoffs, telling her not to be so arrogant just because the Sword Emperor is from her family. He declares that in this world, the strong reign, and the loser must pay respect to the winner. She defiantly challenges him to a final bout, a last wish he seems willing to grant. With a final cry, she lunges forward, only to be effortlessly defeated. Dan Yuhyan appears beside her, casually noting that she has been stuck in Yeyang for quite some time. Dan Yuhyan stands before the defeated Sohai, pointedly remarking on how long she has remained in Yeyang despite her intention to leave. He suggests her conceitedness has blinded her to the world around her, a sharp critique of her perspective. Ma Dokjin approaches, acknowledging that anyone who could defeat Quan Mujin must be fairly skilled. He compliments Dan Yuhyan /S fearlessness for daring to face him directly. Sohai /S mind races, realizing this man is strong enough to take down a master like Quan Mujin. She recalls their first meeting on the way to Tianzi Mountain, the pieces of a puzzle starting to connect. The timing aligns perfectly with the subjugation of the Black Sword Society, leading her to a shocking conclusion about his true identity. Ignoring the tension, Dan Yuhyan calmly asks to borrow Sohai /S sword for a moment. She is taken aback, shocked that he intends to fight the legendary Ma Dokjin with her slender blade. He reassures her not to worry, promising to end the confrontation quickly. Ma Dokjin, infuriated by the apparent arrogance, prepares to teach the man a lesson. Sohai believes that no matter how strong he is, her thin sword cannot possibly withstand Ma Dokjin /S greatsword. She is certain the blade will shatter on impact, unable to block such a powerful weapon. Ma Dokjin scoffs, dismissing his opponent as an overconfident weakling. To Sohai /S utter disbelief, Dan Yuhyan effortlessly uses her sword to block the massive greatsword. Ma Dokjin himself is stunned, unable to comprehend how his opponent can fight him with such ease. Dan Yuhyan finds his opponent /S strategy interesting, using speed to counter a greatsword, but ultimately flawed. He points out that Ma Dokjin is not putting his full strength into his attacks. The master admits that he long ago realized the limits of relying on the greatsword /S weight alone. He is angered that this stranger seems to know the intimate details of his martial journey. Enraged, he reveals that he has since focused entirely on advancing his striking speed. His goal was to swing the heavy greatsword as if it were a light and nimble blade. Dan Yuhyan deconstructs his efforts, stating that his speed is insufficient and his power is lacking. He was not guessing, he was simply informing the master of the facts of his failure. With a final, dismissive flick, he defeats Ma Dokjin and advises him to try training again. He calmly returns the sword to a stunned Sohai, who now understands he was the one who took down the Black Sword Society. She asks why he didn't tell her, but he advises her to stop being concerned with useless things. He tells her to consider her defeat a blessing, as she would have stood no chance against her opponent. As he turns to leave, the defeated Quan Mujin appears, asking why he is being followed. The master declares his intention to remain by Dan Yuhyan /S side. Quan Mujin reflects on the rarity of warriors who could treat a master like Ma Dokjin as a mere child. He believes he has finally found the one person who can help him reach greater heights in his martial arts journey. He kneels before Dan Yuhyan, pleading to be allowed to stay by his side as a follower. Dan Yuhyan flatly rejects the offer, telling the master he is not interested. Undeterred, Quan Mujin continues to insist, his determination unwavering. Dan Yuhyan /S answer remains a firm no, regardless of the master /S pleas. Driven to desperation, Quan Mujin declares he would rather die than be rejected. As he observes the young master, Dan Yuhyan notes the impressive strength he possesses for his age. He also sees a familiar, dangerous hatred burning in the young man /S eyes. It is the look of someone who would do anything to climb higher, a ruthless ambition he knows all too well. He reflects that while pride is good, uncontrolled hatred will ultimately lead to the young master /S downfall. His thoughts are interrupted by the memory of a past event, a vision of bloodshed and betrayal. The memory shows a younger Quan Mujin awakening from unconsciousness, surrounded by hostile figures. He struggles to understand what has happened, his mind clouded and confused. His own sect members accuse him of being an ungrateful bastard, claiming they raised him from the verge of death. He scoffs at their claim, questioning if their neglect could truly be called /raising him. He accuses them of being pathetic and inferior, their actions born from jealousy of his growing fame. Enraged by his defiance, his former master attacks, labeling him as worse than vermin. The young master realizes they intend to remain trash until the very end. Though internally injured, he knows he must calm down and find a way to escape. As he flees, his master orders the others to pursue and kill him. His vision blurs from his injuries, and he knows he cannot die in a place like this. A single thought drives him forward: he must survive. He vows to himself that he will become the strongest, a promise forged in betrayal and pain. The next day, Somi and her new friends are enjoying a day at the street market. She expresses her happiness at becoming friends with the governor /S children. The governor /S son, Jayak, asks to eat some expensive dumplings. Despite her friend /S reluctance, Somi agrees, her desire to make her friends happy overriding any concern for cost. She cheerfully orders 2 dumplings from the vendor. Nearby, Dan Yuhyan pauses, thinking he heard a familiar sound. He dismisses it as nothing, finding the feeling strange, and continues on his way. His thoughts drift to Somi, a flicker of worry crossing his mind as he considers the dangers of her school. In an alley, a beaten and bruised figure cries out for his father /S help. Somi, having found the injured person, feels a desperate urge to save him. Somi tends to the injured Quan Mujin, applying herbs to his wounds as her friends look on in concern. The governor /S son suggests calling the constables, but his sister explains that the government doesn't /T involve itself in conflicts between martial artists. Looking at the beaten man, Somi is reminded of her own past, a time when she was just as helpless and alone. A deep, instinctual desire to save him wells up within her. Dan Yuhyan arrives, recognizing the injured man as Quan Mujin. Somi turns to him, her eyes pleading as she asks if he is familiar with the man. She tries to explain the situation, her words jumbled with emotion. He sees the fear in her eyes, the raw terror of a child who doesn't /T want to see another person die. He calmly sends the other children to a nearby inn to wash up, taking control of the situation. He gently tells Somi to stop crying and leads her away from the scene. Later, he finds her looking downcast and asks what is wrong. She asks if the injured man can be saved, and Dan Yuhyan replies that he will do all he can. Ultimately, he tells her, the man /S survival depends on his own will to live. To comfort her, he assures her that the man will live, attributing it to her own efforts. He explains that she is a child born with great luck, a special quality that will aid the man /S recovery. His words lift her spirits, and she resolves to nurse the man back to health. Samtae questions the wisdom of this, worrying that Somi will only get more hurt if the half-dead man dies later. Dan Yuhyan acknowledges the risk of sadness but counters with the possibility of joy if the man survives, then casually wagers all his assets on the outcome. Samtae is stunned by the seriousness of the bet, questioning if his master is truly willing to risk everything. He quickly realizes it /S bait, a sign of his master /S absolute confidence that the man will survive. Dan Yuhyan dismisses the bet as a joke, though Samtae feels a pang of regret at the lost opportunity. Samtae remains skeptical, and Dan Yuhyan explains the nature of a child born with great luck. He describes the rare instances of those born without any inherent energy. These individuals are blessed by a star, destined for great luck. However, their path is one of misfortune until their luck finally manifests. They often suffer greatly, losing their parents or nearly starving to death. He explains that by meeting him, another person fated by the stars, Somi/S great luck has begun to awaken. Now, even the things she touches will be blessed by this powerful fortune. A few days later, his words prove true. Kwon Mujin awakens, disoriented and confused about his whereabouts. Somi rushes to his side, overjoyed to see that he is alive. She proudly tells him that her dad was the one who saved him. She expresses her gladness at his survival before running off to tell the others the good news. Kwon Mujin is left bewildered, questioning the child/S claim about her father. At the same time, the Murim Alliance receives a report from Sohai. The Alliance leader asks if she has found the person who took down the Black Sword Society. She recounts the man/S cryptic words, that there are times one must ignore what they see or hear. Though she doesn't/T fully understand, she is certain of what he said. Reporting to the Murim Alliance leader, Sohai confirms she has found the hidden master. She recounts his cryptic words about needing to ignore what one has seen, a message that puzzles the Alliance leader. The Sword Emperor presses for details, asking about the man/S strength. She explains that the man effortlessly handled the infamous Ma Dokjin. The leader is stunned, recognizing Ma Dokjin as one of the top 50 masters in the Yellow Martial Castle. He concludes that the man/S refusal to join the alliance must mean he wishes to live a secluded life. Sohai also reports on the man/S uncanny knowledge of her past, a detail that deeply intrigues the Sword Emperor. He praises her work and dismisses her, his mind now occupied with this interesting new player. Back at the manor, Kwon Mujin awakens, overwhelmed by the simple fact that he is still alive. He clenches his fists, a renewed sense of purpose filling him with the realization that he can still fight. Dan Yuhyan enters the room, greeting the awakened master. Seeing him up and moving, he comments that the man seems to be alright. Kwon Mujin recognizes him as the man from the clearing, the one who defeated Ma Dokjin. The man introduces himself as Dan Yuhyan. He clarifies that he is Somi/S father and the one who saved him. He dismisses any gratitude, telling the master to thank Somi instead, as he would have died without her. Kwon Mujin offers his sincere thanks, acknowledging that he owes them his life. Dan Yuhyan observes the patterns of his injuries, deducing he was attacked by his own allies. He remarks on the ruthless nature of the Murim world, where betrayal is a common tool for survival. He challenges the young master, asking if he would not have done the same thing in their shoes. Kwon Mujin/S silence is a tacit admission that he understands their brutal logic. Dan Yuhyan offers a final piece of wisdom, noting that poisonous blades are the ones most easily destroyed. He then informs the master that he will not be allowed to simply eat and recover, he must earn his stay. Kwon Mujin, humbled, readily agrees to the terms. He thinks of Dan Yuhyan and his daughter, Dan Somi. He reflects on his life, realizing this is the first time anyone has ever shown him such genuine kindness. The next day, a new dynamic forms within the manor/S strange household. Samtae finds himself lecturing the legendary martial artist on the proper way to do laundry. Kwon Mujin tells him to stop nagging, but Samtae insists his job is to watch over him. The thief grumbles about having to do all the household chores himself. He finds it infuriating that the so-called master is completely inept at simple tasks. He confronts Kwon Mujin, questioning why he, a mere servant, has to do all the work. He reminds the master of their lord/S words, asserting his seniority and demanding obedience. He challenges the master to a fight, unafraid of his reputation. Kwon Mujin, seeing an opportunity, feigns weakness and calls for their lord, claiming the rude servant is trying to kill him. He cries out for help, playing the victim. Samtae, using his superior movement technique, easily evades him, mocking the famous master/S inability to do anything. Their chase is interrupted by Dan Yuhyan /'s sudden appearance. He addresses Samtae, his tone leaving no room for argument. He orders the thief to bring the /sinner to him at once. The local mayor reviews this month /s wanted list, a routine part of his duties. His eyes fall upon one poster in particular, the face on it sparking a furious recognition. He recognizes the disgusting bastard and vows he won /t get away with his crimes. Later, the mayor confronts Samtae, accusing him of committing evil deeds while hiding behind his master. He declares that the thief will not escape justice this day. Somi, confused, asks what is written on the poster that has caused such a commotion. The mayor reads the charges, from opium trafficking to human trafficking, labeling Samtae as utter trash. Somi rushes to his defense, insisting that the /slave Ajushi is not a bad person. Even when faced with the evidence, she claims the painter must have made a mistake, her faith in him unwavering. She argues that it could simply be someone with the same name. Samtae, spurred to action by her belief in him, declares he will prove his own innocence. Later, in private, he admits to Somi that he has no idea how to solve this problem. He feels it /s his own fault for getting angry, yet he can /t abandon her now. He starts to doubt himself, wondering if the sketch /s resemblance means he could have committed those crimes without remembering. The possibility, however remote, that he could have done it unknowingly plants a seed of fear in his mind. He decides to investigate, starting with places like the local gambling house. Somi asks to come with him, but he tells her such places are not for children. He promises to take her when she is older, placating her for the time being. Dan Yuhyan offers to take her out with Kwon Mujin instead, giving Samtae the freedom to investigate. As they travel, Dan Yuhyan tells him not to think too deeply about the situation. The crimes listed are serious: opium and human trafficking. Dan Yuhyan suggests a simple plan: catch and interrogate everyone involved in those trades. Samtae agrees, noting that bandits tend to stay hidden in one place unless subdued by the government. They deduce the most likely location for such an operation is Mount Uelu. As they approach the mountain, Dan Yuhyan muses that it would be a good place to build a house. Samtae senses the sarcasm in his voice, his own fear of the mission mounting. He begins to panic, terrified of storming a bandit's /den just to clear his name. He launches into a tirade, listing all the thankless chores he performs at the manor, feeling unappreciated and overlooked. Dan Yuhyan praises Samtae for his hard work, then asks if there is anything he desires as a reward. After a moment of thought, Samtae declares his wish to become strong. Dan Yuhyan simply acknowledges the request, his calm response leaving Samtae uncertain. Suddenly, their path is blocked by a hail of arrows, forcing them to take cover. Samtae curses their luck as bandits emerge from the surrounding forest. The bandit leader remarks that they /ve met sooner than he expected. Dan Yuhyan immediately collapses to the ground, crying out in mock agony. He claims to be hit by arrows and unable to move, much to Samtae /s confusion. Samtae whispers furiously at him to stop the act, but Dan Yuhyan only continues his performance. The master /s words echo in his mind, reminding him of his wish to become strong. Faced with a horde of bandits, Samtae steals his resolve. He realizes this is a test, a real-life practice session orchestrated by his master. He assesses the enemy, knowing that facing dozens of opponents is a daunting task for a third-rate martial artist like himself. Despite the odds, he resolves not to back down without a fight. The bandit leader mocks his defiance, pointing out that his companion is already dead. Samtae retorts that his master is merely resting his eyes. The bandits, amused by his apparent foolishness, prepare to attack. Remembering his past successes using his Qigong technique, he feels a surge of confidence. Dan Yuhyan /s voice cuts through his thoughts, reminding him that he cannot run if he truly wants to become strong. With escape no longer an option, Samtae braces for the inevitable conflict. As the fight begins, he recognizes the face of one of the bandits. He realizes with a start that it /s the same man from the wanted poster, the criminal he was framed for being. He lands a weak punch, barely damaging his opponent but confirming a popular saying about sparrows near a school. The bandits overwhelm him, his attempts to fight back proving futile. Despite the beating, he feels a sense of progress, a step toward his goal. His opponent mocks him as trash who can only dodge, urging his comrades not to give him room to breathe. Cornered and exhausted, Samte struggles to find a way out of his predicament. A memory of his training flashes in his mind, a specific two-step movement. As the bandit leader charges, telling him to stop dodging, an opportunity presents itself. Using the technique from his training, Samte lands a decisive blow, his fist connecting with a sickening crunch. The bandit leader, reeling from the unexpected blow, charges forward in a rage. Samte stands over his defeated opponent, his first true victory secured. The remaining bandits stare in disbelief, unable to comprehend how their leader was defeated. Enraged by their leader/s fall, they surge forward to avenge him. As they close in, Dan Yuhyan rises, his feigned injuries gone, much to the bandits'/shock. Samte, exhausted but triumphant, realizes he managed to survive the life-and-death battle on his own. He asks his master if he would have intervened had he been about to die. Dan Yuhyan confirms he would not have, explaining that to become strong, one cannot depend on anyone else. Samte can only laugh, a mix of relief and frustration at his master/s harsh methods. Though angered by the near-death experience, he understands the value of the lesson. Dan Yuhyan instructs him to wake the unconscious bandit leader for questioning. The leader awakens with a cough, finding himself a captive. Dan Yuhyan skips the pleasantries, getting straight to the point with a question for him. He asks where the bandits acquired the opium found on their bodies. The leader claims he got it from a back alley, a clear evasion. Dan Yuhyan/s demeanor shifts, his killing intent washing over the captive. The bandit leader realizes with terror that he is in the presence of an incredible martial master. Terrified, he reveals the name of his supplier, the Triple Sword Association. Dan Yuhyan prompts him to continue, intrigued by this new name. Samte explains that after the Black Sword Association collapsed, their remnants went into hiding. While the region appears peaceful, weaker factions are growing stronger in the shadows, with the Triple Sword Association being particularly active in Hunan. The bandit leader confirms they are the ones supplying the opium. He describes them as strong, well-trained, and anonymous, their faces always hidden behind masks. He claims they were forced to buy the opium after his men were beaten, and that many other bandit gangs have disappeared because of them. Samte confirms that the man seems to be telling the truth. The investigation takes them back to the streets of Yeyang. Samte realizes that the opium is not just in Yeyang, but is circulating throughout the countless villages of Hunan. He feels helpless, knowing there is little he can do about such a widespread problem for now. As he walks, he is bumped by a hurried figure. He turns to see Quan Mujin, surprised to find him in such a state. The master mutters Somi/s name, his mind clearly troubled. Samte is left confused, wondering what could have happened. Elsewhere, two shadowy figures discuss their search for a common enemy. One orders the other to focus on making medicine while he finds and kills their target at all costs. Their uneasy alliance is born of a shared goal, to bring down the man who has wronged them both. 30 minutes earlier, Samte and Quan Mujin found themselves back at the manor, with a flustered Sohai. Samte explains that he met her at the street market and simply brought her along. Sohai, exasperated, questions Dan Yuhyan/s intentions before being prompted to answer a question herself. He asks if Samte is her subordinate, a question she finds insulting. Samte clarifies that Dan Yuhyan considers him family, not a subordinate, much to Sohai/s disbelief. Dan Yuhyan points out the hypocrisy of her questioning his associations, given her own dubious connections. Sohai, cornered, agrees to answer his questions. She explains that while tracking a black market opium dealer, the Murim Alliance traced the source to Hunan. Their investigation revealed that small villages throughout the province were obsessed with the drug. Even larger villages had a significant number of people addicted to opium. Though it should be a matter for the imperial family, the alliance had to intervene when smaller sects under their protection fell to the addiction. She mentions a faction whose leader uses a face-changing technique, making him impossible to identify. Samtae realizes with a jolt that this technique could explain how someone was able to perfectly imitate his own face. Dan Yuhyan connects this information to the wanted poster and the accusations of human trafficking. Sohai confirms the opium is not normal, it/s a specially manufactured, highly addictive variant. Dan Yuhyan asks if she has a way to catch the faction leader, implying he has information she needs. He demands compensation for this information, much to her surprise. His price, the bounty on the Black Sword Society/s leader. Sohai agrees but adds a condition of her own. She demands that the Muram Alliance take all the credit for resolving the matter to restore their lost reputation. Dan Yuhyan finds her request amusing but agrees to her terms. He sees through her gambit, understanding her desire to recover the Alliance/s standing after the Black Sword incident. With their deal struck, he sends Samtae to bring Governor Hong Wenchang to the manor. Later, the governor, disguised, expresses his shock at their plan to go straight to the imperial residence. Sohai recalls the Namgung advisor/s words, realizing the depth of the man/s foresight. She reflects on Dan Yuhyan, acknowledging his incredible foresight, martial prowess, and intelligence. She notes his cold, arrogant demeanor, yet also recognizes the deep care and trust he shows his chosen family. She concludes there is no simple way to truly understand him. Their journey is interrupted as a group of armed men blocks their path. The governor, still in his role, angrily demands they let him pass, but the men are unconcerned. Their leader gives a simple order: capture the man alive. The leader of the masked group repeats his order: capture the disguised governor alive. Sohai knows this is a difficult task. Capturing someone alive is far harder than simply killing them. She observes Dan Yuhyan, who stands calmly, showing no intention of joining the fight. She realizes that as the only capable fighter present, she is the only one who can be of any real help. With a sigh of resignation, she steps forward, unimpressed by the group of small fries before her. As Sohai engages the attackers, Dan Yuhyan offhandedly states they only need one person who will talk. With startling speed, he moves through the crowd, dismembering one of the assailants. Moments later, the fight is over, and Sohai presents her captured prisoners, asking if this is enough for an interrogation. Dan Yuhyan instructs the governor to remove their masks. One of the captive men, recognizing his disadvantage, chooses his words carefully. He feigns ignorance, claiming the rumors of drugs found by the magistrate led them here from Changsha. Dan Yuhyan sees through the lie, confirming his suspicion that their base is indeed in Changsha. He deduces that since they came from Changsha after hearing the rumors, they are likely from the Hao clan. The man/s pain reaction confirms Dan Yuhyan/s deduction. Dan Yuhyan turns to Sohai, asking if his deductions have brought any specific place to her mind. She confirms that 3 sects fit the description, all of them officially part of the Muram Alliance. The revelation of corruption within the alliance brings a familiar sense of shame to Sohai. She feels as though the organization she serves is slowly falling apart from the inside. Dan Yuhyan informs the governor that this time will be different, his tone confident. With a new destination in mind, he announces it is time for them to go. Meanwhile, at the Triple Sword Association/s base, the leaders grow anxious, wondering why their men have not yet returned. They reassure themselves, unable to believe their forces could fail against mere constables. One of them boasts about the drug-enhanced soldiers he created, certain of their success. Their confident discussion is cut short by the unexpected arrival of Namgung Sohai. The leaders of the Triple Sword Association decide to first deal with the intruders camping outside their base. One of them recognizes Jang Samtae among the group. His associate correctly deduces that the other man must be the one who destroyed the Black Sword Association. Another figure emerges, his eyes locked on Samtae, vowing that he has finally found him. Sohai realizes their enemies have figured out their entire plan. One of the leaders warns his allies that if they fail to kill their target here, he will offer no further assistance. Sohai braces herself for a difficult fight, knowing she may have to kill one of the Muram Alliance/s own. An old man steps out from the enemy ranks, his presence commanding attention. Sohai/s eyes widen in recognition as she remembers his face. The old man greets her familiarly, asking about the well-being of the Sword Emperor, Namgung Cheon. Dan Yuhyan identifies the man in the middle as the one who used a shape-shifting art to mimic Samtae/S face. Sohai confirms, noting the faint traces of the technique still visible on his face. Samtae finds the resemblance to the handsome man beside him quite upsetting. Dan Yuhyan assigns targets, telling Samtae to take the man on the left, an order that leaves the thief bewildered. Samtae curses his luck, realizing he/S been thrown into a dangerous fight. Dan Yuhyan notes the man/S strong lower body, a sign of his martial prowess. He then turns to Sohai, assigning her a target and noting her impressive speed. As for the one who impersonated him, Samtae decides to handle him personally. With the targets assigned, the battle begins. The old man turns his attention to Dan Yuhyan, the last remaining opponent. He reveals he knew Dan Yuhyan was the true power after seeing Samtae/S subservience. He accuses him of being the culprit who drove the Black Sword Association into a corner. Dan Yuhyan calmly confirms his accusation, asking what he intends to do about it. He dismisses the old man/S lengthy speech as mere noise. Enraged, the old man screams that Dan Yuhyan stole his technique and killed his family. The old monster dismisses the encounter as destiny, but Dan Yuhyan tells him to shut his mouth. The man vows to tear him apart and destroy everyone he holds precious. In the blink of an eye, the confrontation is over. Sohai stares in shock, unable to process how quickly the fight ended. She cannot believe what she has just witnessed. She is left wondering about the true identity of the man who possesses such impossible power. Sohai struggles to comprehend what she just witnessed. The fight ended so quickly, it was over before she could even process it. She stares at the aftermath, finding the sheer display of power impossible to believe. She is left with the lingering question of the man/S true identity. Finally seeing the truth, she understands the nature of his power. Though she has seen many strange things in her life, she admits it has never been this overwhelming. She watched as he merely twisted their chi meridians, causing their own inner energy to burst and kill them from within. She suspects their bodies, corrupted by drugs, were particularly vulnerable to such a technique. Elsewhere, on a northern island in Dongting Lake, an information hunter named Sa Gukjung explores a forbidden area. The journey has been difficult, but he has finally arrived at his destination. He finds himself in a place where people were once forbidden to enter, a restriction that has only recently been lifted. He wonders what secrets this long-sealed place could possibly hold. His exploration is cut short as a trap springs, sending him plummeting into darkness. He lands with a thud, shaken but surprised to find himself still alive. Discovering an ancient cave, he realizes the information he can sell to the Murim Alliance will make him rich for life. He ventures deeper, the structure of the cave looking ancient and significant. He finds a mortuary tablet, the names upon it hinting at the cave/S purpose. His eyes are then drawn to a strange inscription on the wall. The writing praises the achievements of a figure known as the martial god, but also speaks of his immense anger. He finds a single name, Dan, etched into the stone, a solitary clue. Back at the manor, Samtae complains about the heat as he toils in the fields. He curses his luck, stuck doing manual labor. Mujin reminds him they were ordered to do this, but Samtae retorts that it/S simply too hot. Dan Yuhyan calls out to him, inviting him to come rest by his side. Samtae realizes this is part of their training, a harsh regimen implemented after the incident with the Triple Sword Association. He grumbles about the saying that one who doesn't/T work shouldn't/T eat. Mujin chides him, pointing out that even the young Somi is working harder than him. Dan Yuhyan warns Mujin not to sneak up on him, his senses ever alert. He proposes a competition. The first to finish plowing their section of the field will be the winner. The prize for this bet is a single silver coin. The seemingly small prize is enough to ignite a fierce competitive spirit. Both Samtae and Mujin vow to win the challenge. Meanwhile, word spreads that the hunter has found the martial god/S secret cave on Junshan Island. The news travels to the Murim Alliance, detailing the discovery within the cave. The report concludes with a chilling detail: the corpses of the 8 immortals were found there. At the Murim Alliance, the Sword Emperor receives confirmation that the corpses of the legendary /3 heavens were found in the cave. The three heavens were figures of immense power, a title held by masters like Zheng Sanfeng of Wudong and Bodhidharma of Shaolin. Their influence was so great that no one after them ever earned the nickname of /heaven, though some truths of their era remain unknown. An elder of the Wudong sect recognizes the gravity of the situation, knowing this discovery will shake the entire Central Plains. He declares that the entire empire, including the Wudong sect, must now go to the cave. The presence of Taegongjin /S body, one of their sect /S founders, necessitates their immediate action. Taegongjin was the one who inspired Zheng Sanfeng to understand the true nature of martial arts. It was by obtaining Taegongjin /S tri-system sword technique that Zheng Sanfeng realized the multitude of Taoism and created Wudong /S current arts. For this reason, all current Wudong members hold Taegongjin in the highest reverence. The discovery of Cheon Mugwang /S body, the greatest man in the demon cult /S history, ensures they will also make a move. The elder fears that a serious war could break out over the remains. The alliance leader assigns 200 masters to the Wudong sect, entrusting them with retrieving Taegongjin /S body and leading the investigation. He notes a complication: while the righteous and demonic sects have clear claims, a third body was also found. The name is Nam Juri Eon, but her identity remains a mystery. Though called one of the three heavens, there are no records of her accomplishments or affiliations. Back at the manor, Samtae continues his grueling work in the hot sun. Mujin taunts him, asking why he doesn't just try jumping into the deep water. He sarcastically suggests that at least his mouth might float, earning a glare from the thief. Samtae questions the purpose of cultivating such a large field, and Dan Yuhyan states it /S cheaper than buying food. Mujin suspects there is a deeper reason, knowing their master /S character. He wonders what Dan Yuhyan did for a living before this peaceful life. Samtae guesses he was a swordsman, a logical assumption given his skill. Somi proudly interjects, stating her dad built their house and even the storage shed. She declares that most of the things in their house were made by him. The revelation leaves Mujin and Samtae to wonder if the legendary martial artist was simply a carpenter. Somi confirms even the hoe they are using was made by her father, further deepening their confusion. Dan Yuhyan appears behind them, having overheard their conversation. He notes the noise coming from Yeyang and asks if they know what is happening. Somi excitedly says she knows, having overheard people talking about it. She playfully challenges him to guess what the news is. Their conversation is interrupted by the arrival of a messenger from the Murim Alliance. Sohai departs abruptly, leaving Samtae to wonder about the urgent news. Dan Yuhyan instructs Samtae to go and investigate the commotion in town. Samtae returns with the news: a cavern of the martial god has been discovered. Mujin immediately recognizes the significance of this discovery. The martial god, also called the unstoppable demon god, was a figure of legend, his existence never confirmed. He insists they must go, seeing it as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to find proof and perhaps gain something from it. Somi, having heard the term in her class, innocently asks if a martial god is a type of tasty food. As the others discuss the news, Dan Yuhyan stares into the distance, a quiet understanding in his eyes. Mujin recounts the many rumors surrounding the martial god, also known as the unstoppable demon god. He was a figure who killed countless people, an immortal of immense strength who could survive any situation. The discovery of his cavern and the possibility of gaining epiphany from it is the most interesting event to happen in the Murim world in years. Mujin asks for the cavern /S location, noticing that Dan Yuhyan seems completely unfazed by the monumental news. Upon learning the location is Junshan Island, Dan Yuhyan dismisses the idea of going, claiming it /S too far. Mujin insists they can get there quickly, but Dan Yuhyan maintains there is nothing to gain from visiting the place. His strange certainty about the island /S secrets leaves his companions utterly bewildered. Mujin speculates that the former carpenter may have gained his own epiphany from the martial god. Dan Yuhyan dismisses the idea, though his denial does little to quell their suspicions. He then recalls the legend of Junshan Island, a place where a giant serpent was said to have lived 1,000 years ago. He remembers the island as a place overrun with poisonous weeds, insects, and unusually large animals. He speaks of facing countless failures and near-death experiences there, a trial of 9 deaths and still living. In the end, he was the one who survived that unforgiving place. He has no desire to return and see the traces of his harsh training that are still engraved on the island/s rock walls. Mujin argues that everyone is going, but Dan Yuhyan questions the ease with which one can gain epiphany. He points out that Mujin can /t even control his own power, so what use would he have for more? He curtly instructs him to continue weeding the field. Mujin laments the missed opportunity, believing it /s their only chance to witness such a historical sight. Suddenly, Dan Yuhyan /s expression changes, his eyes fixed on a distant point. His mind has changed. His destination is now set, Junshan Island. Samtae awakens to find himself on the island, bewildered as to how he got there. He is informed by a soldier that they have arrived at their destination. He turns to see a familiar and unwelcome face. Dan Yuhyan is there, having left Somi in the care of the governor /s family. Sohai mocks his sudden appearance, questioning his earlier disinterest in the island. He dismisses her questions, uninterested in the corpses or the inheritance of the martial god. She informs him that a secret hunter destroyed all entrances to the cavern, making it impossible to enter. He coolly confirms that they haven't /t even found the entrance yet. Sohai tells him the hunter is dead, his body torn apart, likely by those who wanted what he found. She then notes how quiet the island is, a stark contrast to the expected chaos. Dan Yuhyan points out that this is the shrine of the martial god. Sohai explains that no one would dare make a fuss in a place where the 3 heavens are laid to rest. Dan Yuhyan finds the grandiosity of the /shrine amusing. He openly mocks the legend of the martial god, recounting a version where the god died fleeing from the 8 immortals. Sohai, seeing him laugh for the first time, finds his amusement at the exaggerated stories strangely captivating. She reports that the Murim Alliance and the demon cult have reached a temporary truce. Their conversation is interrupted by a shout, "The entrance to the cavern has been found." With the entrance to the cavern finally found, Dan Yuhyan decides to take his leave. Samtae reports that the Murim Alliance and the demon cult have agreed that whoever finds the entrance first gets to enter. Dan Yuhyan instructs his companions to stay and observe, while he goes off on his own. He feigns exhaustion, claiming he needs a nap after the long boat ride. Mujin and Samtae watch him go, perplexed by his casual attitude in such a tense situation. Alone, Dan Yuhyan approaches a hidden, secondary entrance to the cavern. Stepping inside, he is struck by the passage of time. 1,000 years have passed since he was last here. He acknowledges how much time has truly gone by, a deep sense of history washing over him. He quickly dismisses the sentimental feeling, knowing it doesn't /t suit him. With a renewed sense of purpose, he resolves to hurry before anyone else can touch what lies within. He makes his way to a cliff at the northern end of the island, the true location of his destination. He surveys the area, confirming that he has arrived at the right place. He observes the ancient formations he once set, amazed they have not disappeared after a millennium. This confirms his suspicion that no other person has ever set foot in this place. He sees the familiar engravings on the cavern walls, a testament to his past. He is confident no one will be able to recognize his handiwork. Standing before a row of mortuary tablets, he greets his long-lost companions. He laments that they have passed to the other world while he alone remained. He remembers them as people who always yearned for his teachings, yet always drew their swords against him. Though he was never their master, he considered them his close friends and disciples. Outside the cavern, Mujin complains of the boredom of waiting. Samtae spots a familiar face, questioning why someone from the evil faction is present. Mujin warns him to stay alert, noting the hostile glares they are receiving from all sides. Samtae mocks Mujin /s newfound popularity, which has left the governor frozen in fear. Mujin dismisses the governor /s fear as natural but is offended when Samtae calls him weak as well. Their bickering is cut short by Sohai, who tells them to be quiet, noting they are not so different. Suddenly, Mujin/S eyes catch a strange sight in the distance. Samtae questions what he/S talking about, but Mujin points, his gaze fixed. Their eyes follow his direction, their expressions turning to shock and disbelief. Samtae stares in disbelief, realizing the ships offshore are armed with cannons, weapons that require imperial permission. He tries to rationalize the terrifying sight, unable to believe anyone would commit high treason by firing on them so openly. The grim reality sets in as the cannons take aim, their purpose now terrifyingly clear. Meanwhile, the first elder of an unorthodox faction observes the chaos from a distance. He reveals he has been searching for the martial god/S secret cavern for a long time. He dismisses any other concerns, knowing they must get to the cavern first. As the cannons open fire, the island is thrown into chaos. The gathered martial artists are shocked by the sheer number of expensive cannonballs being used against them. The leader of the demonic cult realizes their earlier worries were not unfounded. Caught in the bombardment just as they were about to enter the cavern, they must now find a new strategy. The leaders of the rival factions agree to a temporary truce, deciding to deal with their external enemies first. The Wudong sect leader agrees, stating that protecting the sacred land from fire is more urgent than recovering his ancestor/S remains. With their alliance forged, they prepare to face the oncoming naval assault. The combined forces of the martial world charge forward, attempting to open a path through the chaos. Samtae, caught in the middle of the battle, can only hope for his master/S swift return. A cannonball hurtles towards their position, its trajectory unstoppable. Realizing they cannot block it, the leader shouts for everyone to get away. Just as the projectile is about to hit, the Sword Emperor of the Murim Alliance appears, saving them from certain death. He confronts the attackers, demanding to know who dares to cause chaos on this sacred land. Their only response is a renewed, furious assault. While the Alliance battles the masked assailants, the western part of the island remains quiet. With everyone distracted by the ambush, only a few guards remain at the secret cavern/S entrance. A second group of masked assailants uses this opportunity to approach the cavern at high speed. Their leader gives the order to head inside, knowing they only have 30 minutes to complete their mission. As they venture deeper, they note the length of the cave and a sudden change in the flow of the air. They sense that they are getting closer to their objective. Their path is suddenly blocked by a lone figure standing in the darkness. Dan Yuhyan greets the intruders, his tone calm as he notes the arrival of unexpected guests. Dan Yuhyan stands before the masked intruders, addressing them as unexpected guests. He explains that he stayed behind because he disliked the sound of their approaching footsteps. He notes with amusement that they are the first to reach this sacred place, which saves him some trouble. He admits he was already planning to get rid of them for the commotion they caused earlier. Seeing no point in further talk, the masked leader gives the order to kill him. The intruders are confident, their current formation is strong enough to take on even a supreme peak martial master. No one has ever survived their coordinated assault. With their victory all but assured, they move in to take his life. In an instant, one of their number is taken out, his comrades left in stunned disbelief. They can barely comprehend the mysterious, impossibly fast movements of their opponent. Dan Yuhyan mocks their foolishness, chiding them for charging recklessly without knowing their place. He finds their desperate struggle quite interesting. One of the men, realizing his internal energy defense is useless, resorts to a hidden dagger. As the final intruder falls, Dan Yuhyan notices a signal flare in his possession. He understands this is the same unknown force that ambushed the Orthodox Demonic Alliance. Their plan was to distract the main force while this group secured the treasures within the cavern. He deduces that the flare was meant to signal their retreat after obtaining their objective. Realizing their plan, he decides this development makes his own goals much easier to achieve. Outside the cavern, the sound of the signal flare echoes across the island, startling the battling factions. The leaders of the demonic cult and Wudong sect are confused as their attackers suddenly retreat. They discover that all the assailants they captured alive have committed suicide by consuming poison pills. The Wudong leader recognizes the sound as a signal flare, realizing the true target was the secret cavern. The Sword Emperor curses, realizing they were fooled by a simple diversion, and orders his men to give chase. He instructs Sohai to remain behind, just in case the attackers return. Left behind, Sohai sighs in frustration before deciding to investigate the cavern herself. She enters the now empty cavern, her eyes adjusting to the dim light. Her gaze falls upon a row of ancestral tablets, a solemn memorial to the dead. Her eyes focus on a single character inscribed on one of the tablets /Dan/. Back at the Muram Alliance, the investigation into the Junshan Island incident has hit a dead end. They are certain the unorthodox factions were not behind the ambush, leaving them to suspect either a hidden force or the demonic cult. The advisor reminds the Alliance leader not to believe everything on the surface, keeping open the possibility of a deeper scheme. The Sword Emperor, Namgung Chun, a man of exceptional intellect and foresight, orders an investigation into the demonic cult as well. His advisor notes that the sword marks in the cave were intentionally added to hide previous traces, further deepening the mystery. Mu Jin, returning to the manor, laments the lost opportunity to learn from the cavern. He wonders who could have stolen such a precious chance from him. He finds Samtae and the others training, their lower bodies sturdy from the constant practice. Samtae speculates that their master is watching them, but Mu Jin dismisses the idea as absurd. Dan Yuhyan appears, telling them to go back first as he has something to give them. He finds them waiting for him, his arrival anticipated. He apologizes for the delay, explaining he had something to attend to before presenting them with a box. Mu Jin and Samtae/S excitement builds, certain that a huge opportunity is about to unfold. Their excitement turns to confusion as he presents them with a set of ordinary shovels. Without explanation, he gives a single, simple command: start digging. He instructs them to put all their strength into the task. Watching them work, he offers a rare compliment, noting their form ISN/T-bad. He remarks that they are at least talented in shoveling. He then directs Samtae to a nearby bush, telling him to look carefully for what /S hidden there. Samtae finds nothing, but as he reaches out his hand, he feels an invisible barrier. He realizes it must be a trap formation, a powerful barrier hiding something from view. As the formation dissipates, an impossible sight is revealed. Before them stands a magnificent manor, a structure that shouldn't/T exist in the middle of the wilderness. Dan Yuhyan instructs them to enter and be respectful. Meanwhile, Sohai/S investigation has led her to a new clue, the name Dan Wuhyun. She recalls the Hunter/S report about the ancestral tablet of the martial god found in the secret cavern. The name written on that very tablet was Dan Wuhyun. She considers the possibility that the strange man she met and the legendary martial god share the same name. Her grandfather, the Sword Emperor, senses her unease and asks what is weighing on her mind. She tentatively asks if it's possible for someone to live for 1,000 years. He finds her concern interesting, reminding her that even Emperor Qin, with all his efforts, could not escape death. He concedes that there are exceptions, legendary beings like the 8 immortals who were said to have achieved immortality. He muses that if one could reach their level, living for 1,000 years might indeed be possible. Sohai dismisses her own thoughts, unable to believe that the strange man who loots bandits could be on the level of the 8 immortals. Her grandfather, sensing a deeper connection, suggests they visit Dongting Lake together. Dan Yuhyan stands before the ancestral tablets, pouring a drink for one of his fallen comrades, a favorite from their time together. He quietly laments that he never expected to be the one pouring memorial drinks for them like this. Mu Jin, sensing the solemn atmosphere, asks if he may also pour them a drink. Dan Yuhyan grants permission, allowing the young master to pay his respects. Mu Jin feels an unexplainable urge to perform this ritual, a sense of connection to the names on the tablets. Samtae observes his master, noting that his back seems unusually lonely today. His somber mood is broken by the expensive smell of the liquor, and he wonders if he can have a taste. Dan Yuhyan curtly asks who told him he could drink it. Mu Jin insists that the corpses in the cavern were those of the 3 heavens, their names clearly written on the tablets. Dan Yuhyan dismisses his claim, threatening to turn him into a skeleton if he keeps insisting. Feigning fear, Samtae asks his master how he managed to get his hands on such legendary corpses. Dan Yuhyan/S patience wears thin as the two of them continue to press the issue. Somi interrupts the tense moment, asking Samtae to retrieve a ball that flew into the bushes. Seeing no other choice, the thief agrees to help her, much to her delight. He briefly wonders when they even got a ball. Dan Yuhyan comments that while lying is bad, white lies are sometimes necessary, acknowledging Somi/S cleverness. Somi then asks about Sohai, wondering how she is doing after her sudden departure. Dan Yuhyan speculates that the Muram alliance must be furious after failing to gain anything from the expedition. He concludes that Sohai is likely very busy dealing with the fallout. His attention shifts as he senses the arrival of unexpected guests. The governor arrives, flustered and nervous, to find the manor already hosting another visitor. Dan Yuhyan calmly notes the arrival of his precious guest. The Sword Emperor, Namgung Chun, thanks him for the warm welcome. The governor tries to explain their presence, but Dan Yuhyan simply invites them in. He remarks with amusement that he thought the Muram alliance would be busier. The Sword Emperor laughs, stating that an old man must have some leisure time. Dan Yuhyan finds it interesting that he can still laugh after everything that has happened. He offers them a room, making the meal free of charge. Sohai observes Dan Yuhyan, finding him to be an interesting friend, yet still questioning if he was truly the one who defeated the Black Sword Association. Her grandfather notes the man/S mysterious nature, something he sensed from their first glance. He is certain Dan Yuhyan is no ordinary person and questions Sohai/S presence here when the alliance is in chaos. The Sword Emperor dismisses his own absence, claiming a retiring old geezer can afford to slack off a bit. Somi asks if she can see /Uni/ again, but is told it would be difficult for now. She learns that Sohai is not alone, her grandfather being with her. Ignoring the warnings, Somi peeks into the room, curious to see the visitors. Her gaze falls upon the second guest, and Dan Yuhyan/S expression darkens. He recognizes the man with a chilling certainty, it is the Emperor. Quan Mujin stares at the visiting guest, recognizing him as the legendary Sword Emperor. He knows the man is not just the Muram alliance leader, but one of the 5 emperors, figures who are like gods of death on the battlefield. He finally understands Sohai/S constant boasting about her grandfather. Earning such a title is no small feat. The aura he feels from the Sword Emperor is fundamentally different from any other master he has ever encountered. He wonders if the man is here because of the incident on Gentleman Island. Dan Yuhyan and Somi spend a quiet afternoon together, their bond evident. The Sword Emperor joins them, expressing his own fondness for fishing. He reminisces about his youth, recalling how he could fish all day, and laments how long it/has been since he could do so in peace. He reflects that his life has been filled with anything but quiet moments. In his 20s, he took up his sword to compete with other rising martial artists. His every action was for the sake of spreading his clan/S name and renown. As he grew up, this path led him to his current esteemed position. Looking back, however, he realizes that while he climbed to the top, none of it was for himself. The Gentleman Island operation was the one thing he tried to do for his own reasons, but it ended in failure. He concludes that after a lifetime of struggle, he has nothing left for himself. Somi/S cheerful voice breaks his somber reflection as she shows off a fish she has caught. She promises to catch an even bigger one next time, and he smiles, agreeing. Watching Dan Yuhyan with his daughter, the Sword Emperor feels a sense of kinship, recognizing a part of himself in the younger man. He worries that the man might make the same mistakes he did, sacrificing himself for others. A memory surfaces of a younger Dan Yuhyan, a glimpse into his past. The Sword Emperor is reminded of his own child, happily calling him father. He realizes that compared to his own pursuit of strength and fame, Dan Yuhyan has found something much greater. Dan Yuhyan offers some advice, explaining that when faced with a wall, one should look at their surroundings for a solution. The Sword Emperor finds him truly interesting, his perspective so different from his own. Their peaceful moment is shattered by Sohai/S frantic arrival. She brings terrible news: the Jaegal clan has been attacked, and their patriarch is on the brink of death. As he listens, Dan Yuhaian senses a faint energy of death surrounding the Sword Emperor. He offers a piece of advice in return, warning the Emperor to be wary of pride and arrogance, for a martial artist could die at any time. The Sword Emperor accepts the urgent need to leave, thanking Dan Yuhaian for the peaceful afternoon. Dan Yuhaian tells him he is welcome back anytime. As the Sword Emperor departs, a lone thought echoes in Dan Yuhaian_S mind, he_S still alive. Samtae wonders about the Sword Emperor_S sudden, pale-faced departure, but Dan Yuhaian dismisses it as none of their concern. Samtae changes the subject, reporting a rumor he heard in Yeyang about a new martial sect trying to establish itself in the city. Dan Yuhaian seems indifferent, his focus on other matters. Mujin admits he has been too busy taking care of the fields to notice any commotion. Dan Yuhaian finds the news troublesome, a complication to his quiet life. He chose this area precisely because it was quiet and lacked martial artists, making it an excellent place to raise a child. Now, it seems that unwanted flies are starting to buzz around his peaceful home. Mujin suggests they should kick the newcomers out immediately, claiming Yeyang as their own territory. Finding the idea bothersome, Dan Yuhaian decides to simply watch the situation for now. Samtae reflects that their quiet life is a result of them not formally revealing themselves as a martial family. Somi, overhearing them, proudly declares that they are the ones who protect and rule Hunan. She grandly announces them as the Dan family of Hunan, much to her father_S amusement. Meanwhile, Sohai receives an urgent message: the alliance strategist was attacked, and his pursuers are heading towards Anxiang. The news indicates that her grandfather and his men are engaged in quite a fierce chase. She decides to head to Anxiang immediately, planning to meet them at the local alliance branch. She asks her grandfather if he will be alright on his own. The Sword Emperor laughs off her concern, confident in his own strength. She asks him to give the attackers a good scolding before rushing off to check on the strategist_S condition. She arrives at the main hall to find the alliance strategist, Jae-gal, safe and sound. She finds him unharmed, much to her confusion. Jae-gal asks what happened and where the alliance leader is. The Sword Emperor appears, perfectly fine, and playfully asks if she wanted to see him hurt. She explains the message she received, which stated he was attacked and on the brink of death. He has no idea what she is talking about, the report completely fabricated. Jae-gal realizes the emergency message was a fake, a lure to draw them to this location. The Sword Emperor chastises himself for being fooled by such a lowly trick. Suddenly, he realizes he has been exposed to a chi-dispersing poison. He finds himself unable to harness his inner energy, his strength rapidly fading. A volley of arrows rains down upon them, the trap now fully sprung. He struggles to defend himself, his inner chi failing him at the critical moment. A voice from the shadows mocks him, impressed that even a weakened Sword Emperor is still formidable. The Emperor recognizes the voice, though he cannot place it. His vision begins to blur as the poison takes full effect. The voice declares that this place will be his grave. He realizes this was their plan from the beginning, an elaborate scheme to kill him. He knows that if he dies here, the Muram alliance will collapse. Dan Yuhaian looks out over the water, contemplating a peaceful boat ride on Dongting Lake. He wonders if Somi would enjoy such an outing, a rare moment of paternal consideration. His mind made up, he decides that they will need a boat. Elsewhere, a frantic search is underway as Sohai desperately tries to find her missing grandfather. She orders her subordinates to search every corner, suspecting he was intentionally left alone as part of a trap. Arriving at the scene of his disappearance, she finds clear traces of a fight, confirming her worst fears. She tries to remain calm, clinging to the belief that her grandfather, the Sword Emperor, could not have been defeated. A troubling clue emerges, the residue of a flash bomb, a weapon typically restricted to the imperial family. She continues to scan the area, convinced there must be more evidence. Her eyes land on a faint residue on the ground, a substance that makes her blood run cold. She recognizes it with horror as the legendary chi-dispersing poison. Her subordinate confirms its identity, a poison fatal to martial artists and thought to be lost to time. The implications of this discovery are dire. If her grandfather was poisoned, his chances of survival are slim. Overwhelmed by the evidence, her hope begins to crumble into despair. Back at the manor, Samtae has been toiling for 2 days on their new boat. He scolds Somi, who in her attempts to help, has only caused more problems. Mujin watches in surprise, unaccustomed to seeing the normally jovial thief raise his voice at the child. Giving up the argument, Samtae simply tells her to hurry so they can finish their work. Dan Yuhyan appears, his voice cold as he questions why Samtae is screaming at the child. Samtae explains Somi/S interference before being cut off by Dan Yuhyan, who asks only for the status of the boat. He inspects their handiwork, offering a rare compliment on the quality of the boat they built in 2 days. The praise goes straight to Samtae/S head, who wonders if he has a hidden talent for boat building. Mujin quickly deflates his ego, attributing their success to his own intense focus. Impatient to leave, Dan Yuhyan orders them to get on the boat. As they set sail, a gentle breeze blows across the water. The seemingly endless horizon of Dongting Lake stretches out before them, a picture of tranquility. Mujin, lost in thought, wonders if this peaceful existence is what life is truly about. He reflects on his blood-soaked past, never imagining that such a serene world could even exist. Somi/S excited voice breaks the silence as she points to something in the distance. Her father acknowledges her, his attention following her gaze. Samtae agrees with her excitement, admitting that the scenery is beautiful and boating is enjoyable. Suddenly, the boat jolts, having bumped into an unseen object in the water. A familiar voice drifts across the water, its tone laced with dry amusement. They have found the object of their collision, the injured and unconscious form of Namgung Cheon, the Sword Emperor. Meanwhile, the Murim alliance is in turmoil over the Emperor/S disappearance, a situation further complicated by the public fallout from the Junshan Island incident. With the Namgung family mobilizing their own people, an order is given to maintain control of the alliance. Late at night, the alliance/S strategist finds Sohai still awake. He tries to reassure her, reminding her that her grandfather is not someone who would die so easily. She agrees, her resolve hardening as she vows to do whatever it takes to find him. Namgung Cheon awakens, surprised to be alive after being poisoned. He marvels at his own resilience, having survived an ambush by so many people while weakened. He finds Dan Yuhyan watching him and asks who he is, to which the man simply gives his name. When asked if he was his savior, Dan Yuhyan denies it, stating the emperor was the one who hit his boat. The Sword Emperor is shaken, realizing the martial artist known as Namgung Cheon is now effectively dead. Dan Yuhyan offers to alert the Murim alliance of his survival. The emperor knows his family and the alliance need him to maintain their power. He dismisses the offer, instead asking if he can stay at the manor for a while. Dan Yuhyan agrees, but under one condition. He must earn his keep, as he will not be allowed to simply play around and eat. The emperor is amused, questioning if he is really asking a dying old man to work for his food. Dan Yuhyan confirms, stating that everyone is equal in his manner, regardless of gender or age. He tells the emperor that once he has recovered, he can start working immediately. Later, the Sword Emperor reflects on the ambush, certain it was a well-planned attack. He wonders who could be behind such a meticulous and daring scheme. He considers the atrocities they are willing to commit now that he is old and vulnerable. At the Namgung family estate, the attack on the emperor is being discussed in secret. Sohai/S father is questioned about the fate of the Sword Emperor. He insists that his father is definitely still alive. Another family member presses, confirming that the emperor is in a bad condition. Sohai, listening in, vows she will do anything to find her grandfather. Meanwhile, the search party finds more bloodstains. They trace the trail, wondering where it will lead them. The trail leads to a stream in Anxiang, a waterway connected to Dongting Lake. An order is given to send a boat to search the lake immediately. Sohai/S father worries, knowing the extent of the attack likely means the emperor has lost his inner strength. He questions whether the Great Sword Emperor would ever want to reappear before the world in such a weakened state. The bloodstain trail ends abruptly at the water/S edge. The head of the Namgung family orders a thorough search of the entire surrounding area. He commands them to do their best and find the emperor, no matter the cost. Back at the manor, a much-recovered Namgung Cheon enjoys a peaceful day of fishing with Somi. Mujin watches in amazement, finding it hard to believe the old man is even standing. He marvels that the emperor stood up within half a month after sustaining such critical injuries. Somi encourages her new grandfather to catch an eel for his health. The emperor chuckles, finding a simple joy in the children/s company. Somi promises to hold on to the slippery fish for him. She proudly declares that with his extremely strong arm, there is no fish they cannot catch. Walking with Somi, the Sword Emperor asks if she finds her remote home uncomfortable, noting the lack of other children. Somi, in her childlike innocence, misunderstands his question, thinking he is asking about his missing arm. She assures him that even if there/s nothing in this place, she doesn't/t find it uncomfortable at all. She explains that while she has no friends here, she has her dad and the others. She can meet her friends at school and always has her family to come home to. Because of this, she has never felt that living here was uncomfortable. She then turns to him, pointing out that he is also missing his left arm. With simple wisdom, she states that he can still hold her hand with his right arm and walk with her. Her words strike a chord with the emperor, who concedes that what she says is true. Somi/s cheerful declaration about her fish echoes in his mind. Her contentment with her life, despite its apparent loneliness, resonates deeply. Her simple observation about his arm forces him to confront his own despair. The mighty Sword Emperor realizes with a jolt that he has just learned a profound lesson from a small child. He looks at his remaining hand, a newfound resolve hardening his expression. Later, he asks Dan Yuhyan if he can demonstrate his swordsmanship, even without one arm. Dan Yuhyan tells him to do it lightly, a casual instruction to one of the world/s greatest masters. He already understands the Emperor/s basic form and battle style. He has witnessed the Namgung family/s swordsmanship through both Quan Mujin and Zhang Samte. He is curious, however, to see how the Sword Emperor himself will use the same techniques. The Emperor thanks him, ready to accept the challenge. He begins his form, his movements fluid and precise despite his injury. The duel between Dan Yuhyan and the Sword Emperor begins, a battle born from the Emperor/s pride. Dan Yuhyan encourages him to bring it on, ready to face the legendary master. The Sword Emperor, having reached the peak of his art, thought there was nowhere higher to go. Watching the prolonged fight, Samte grows impatient, knowing Dan Yuhyan could have won long ago. Mujin watches in awe, unable to believe what he is witnessing. He sees in Namgung Cheon/s one-arm style something more than just simple strength. It is a technique that surpasses the conventional limits of power. Dan Yuhyan, unimpressed, asks if that is all the Emperor has to offer. He demands to see more of the master/s true power. The duel ends, a complete and utter defeat for the Sword Emperor. Somi tries to comfort her grandfather, telling him not to be too disappointed. She reminds him that it/s already shocking that he survived a fight with such a person. Samte, however, has a different take, his lack of reverence for the Emperor on full display. He expresses his disappointment, having expected a world-shaking battle that ended up being boring. He then challenges the Emperor himself, asking if he wields a sword. Namgung Cheon laughs, warning the thief not to even think of fighting him. He vows that he won/t be as merciful as the manor master. Sensing the tense atmosphere, Mujin decides it/s time for him to take his leave. Dan Yuhyan/s question hangs in the air, asking if the Emperor would have stayed longer. The Emperor wonders if Dan Yuhyan accepted his request to stay out of pity for his circumstances. He admits that, frankly speaking, he is completely useless now. After losing his arm, he had met a wall he couldn't/t surpass. His duel with Dan Yuhyan showed him a new wall that he must now overcome. His somber thoughts are interrupted by Somi/s cheerful voice, her simple joy a stark contrast to his inner turmoil. He finds himself taking her to and from school, a task he finds surprisingly enjoyable. As they walk through the market, Somi points out something that looks fun. His eyes fall upon a stall selling masks, a familiar design catching his attention. Somi points to a specific mask, her excitement palpable. It is a mask of the /swordsman of Junshan / a curious and unexpected sight. Walking through the market, the Sword Emperor /S attention is caught by a particular mask. He asks the vendor what it /S modeled after, intrigued by its design. The vendor explains it /S from a local puppet show, used by the play /S protagonist. The character is a warrior called the Junshan Swordsman, a figure who is very popular among the children. The emperor muses on the irony of such an incredible story being reduced to a simple puppet show. The show is a massive success, with children cheering wildly for their hero, the Junshan Swordsman. The emperor, having purchased a mask for Somi, is told by the vendor that it suits him. The vendor counts his earnings, remarking on how profitable the children /S business can be. Upon returning to the manor, they are greeted by Dan Yuhyan. He notes with amusement that the emperor really did buy the mask in the end. The emperor is surprised, asking if he knew Somi wanted the mask. Dan Yuhyan explains that she would look at it every time they passed and would often sing songs about the Junshan Swordsman. Somi, seeing the mask, decides it should be a gift for her grandfather. The emperor chuckles, finally realizing how difficult it can be to raise a child. He then turns to Dan Yuhyan with a serious question, admitting his own knowledge has its limits. Dan Yuhyan accepts his humility, agreeing that gender or age doesn't /T matter when it comes to learning. He asks what the emperor wishes to know, certain he might know something the old man doesn't /T. When asked about the chi dispersing poison, Dan Yuhyan confirms he has encountered it a few times. The emperor is stunned. He had sparred with Dan Yuhyan and felt no sign of lost inner chi. He questions if this means the dreaded poison can actually be cured. A spark of hope ignites within him, perhaps he can recover all his lost inner chi. He eagerly asks Dan Yuhyan to tell him the method. Dan Yuhyan questions the emperor /S understanding of the poison /S effects. He explains that the poison doesn't /T disperse inner chi, but rather clogs the meridians, blocking chi circulation. The emperor realizes it can be cured, and Dan Yuhyan explains the solution, creating a hole the size of a needle to clear the blockage. Their conversation is interrupted by the frantic arrival of Samtae, who brings grave news. He reports that the Muram Alliance has made a significant decision. They have crowned a new alliance leader in the Sword Emperor /S absence. Dan Yuhyan is unsurprised, simply stating, /IC. The emperor, however, is shocked by the news. He tries to process the information, questioning how it could have happened. He calmly reasons that since they couldn't /T find any trace of him for almost 2 months, it was inevitable they would fill the empty position to avoid confusion and chaos. Samtae asks if the new leader is from the powerful Kunlun or Wudong sects. He is told it is neither of them. Samtae reveals the identity of the new alliance leader, a name that brings a fresh wave of shock. It is a member of the Moyong clan, a powerful and influential family. The Sword Emperor is stunned, repeating the family name in disbelief. Samtae specifies the new leader as Moyon Hyakman. He further explains that the trusted advisor, Jae Gal-woon, resigned as soon as he returned to Hunan, and a man named Man Huriang took his place. The Sword Emperor reflects on the other candidates, all men of exceptional prowess and character. He realizes that with this new appointment, the Moyong clan will gain full control over the Muram alliance. He is baffled by how quickly the alliance has been turned upside down, the other factions seemingly doing nothing to stop it. A dark suspicion forms in his mind, it /S almost as if they were waiting for this to happen. Elsewhere, the head of the Moyong clan berates his subordinate for failing to find Namgung Cheon /S corpse. He stresses the importance of uprooting any sprouts that could grow in the future, leaving no loose ends. He then asks for an update on the search for Namgung Cheon /S traces. He considers the former advisor, Jae Gal-woon, to be the real problem, his silent resignation a sign that he knows too much. He is informed that Jae Gal-woon has left Hunan and is now outside the province. They surmise he is intending to join up with the Namgung clan to continue the search for the Sword Emperor. Dan Yuhyan looks out over the lake, noting how chaotic the Muram world has become. It has reached a point where anyone, no matter how powerful, could die at any moment. The Sword Emperor accepts that he has no intention of returning to the Murim alliance. He sees no use in going back, his power now gone. He knows a powerless old man /s words will hold no sway, especially now that strength has determined the new leader. He concedes that Moyang must be an amazing person, a worthy opponent even when he was at full strength. Dan Yuhayan states that if that /s the case, he will not get involved. Seeing his uncharacteristic worry, the Sword Emperor offers to tell him something interesting in return for his hospitality. He begins the tale of a legendary figure known as Wanso. Wanso was known as the best thief in the Central Plains. It was said there was no place he couldn't /t enter and nothing he couldn't /t steal, his speed so great no one could catch him. Samte, listening intently, believes this story is his chance to prove his worth. He sees an opportunity to retrieve a legendary treasure and finally be of use to his master. Dan Yuhayan announces his next destination, a place that immediately concerns his companions. Mujin protests, explaining that the land belongs to the Wudong sect, who are in a grim mood after failing to secure the three heavens /corpses. Somi wants to go too, but her father reminds her that she has school. He adds that they cannot leave the manor empty while they are away. The Sword Emperor is asked if he minds staying behind to look after the child. He assures them he doesn't /t, having long lost interest in such worldly matters, and happily agrees to play with his granddaughter. With the arrangements made, Dan Yuhayan entrusts Somi and the manor to the Emperor /s care. As they journey, Samte asks his master a question he is curious about. He asks if Dan Yuhayan knows of the legendary thief, Wanso, and his master confirms he has heard of him. Dan Yuhayan reveals the reason for their trip, to find Wanso /s treasure. He explains that Namgung Cheon gave him a map to the treasure the Gold King hid. Samte is filled with excitement, knowing that information from the alliance leader must be genuine. Dan Yuhayan promises to buy him anything he wants if they find the treasure, a promise Samte vows to remember. Dan Yuhayan tempers his excitement, reminding him they haven't /t found it yet, but Samte is already committed to the search. 7 days later, their journey continues. Mujin marvels at his master /s seemingly endless stamina, wondering if he ever gets tired. They arrive at their destination, a place called Hantian, marked on the map. They find the area occupied by a group of rowdy bandits, drinking and celebrating. Samte wonders if the bandits are also searching for the treasure. Without warning, Dan Yuhayan appears in the bandits' midst, his sudden arrival stunning Samte. The bandits are terrified by the sudden appearance of the imposing stranger. Dan Yuhayan questions them, asking how long they have been here and if there were any traces of anyone else living here before. When they confirm the place was empty, he simply tells them to get lost. With the bandits gone, Mujin begins to search the abandoned manor for clues. Suddenly, Dan Yuhayan calls out, having found something. He has discovered a strange stone statue in the middle of a rotten pond. Mujin finds it strange, as there are no other large ornaments in the manor. Dan Yuhayan explains that when he knocked on it, it sounded empty, and after breaking it open, he found something inside. It is another clue, a marker left behind to guide them. They are one step closer to finding the Gold King /s treasure. Samte struggles to keep up with his master as they navigate the treacherous path to the treasure. Dan Yuhayan tells him to be faster, showing no signs of fatigue. They follow the directions indicated by the marker they found. Samte, exhausted and frustrated, wishes he could abandon the quest and return to the comfort of his bed. His master /s voice cuts through his thoughts, announcing that they are almost there. A renewed sense of hope fills the thief as he sees their goal in sight. They arrive at a dead end, a blank stone wall where the treasure should be. A cryptic drawing on the wall seems to be pointing to something, another piece of the puzzle. Mujin questions his master /s next move, a hint of concern in his voice. Dan Yuhayan /s solution is simple and direct: destroy the wall. His single strike blows the entire wall away, revealing a path forward. Mujin and Samte stare in shock at what lies beyond the destroyed wall. They have ended up back where they started. The path has led them in a complete circle, back to the abandoned manor with the lion statue. Dan Yuhayan gestures for silence, his mind processing the elaborate trick. He realizes they have been fooled, led on a wild goose chase around the same place. His eyes fall upon the stone statue, the true key to the puzzle. Mujin complains, questioning why his master didn't /T just destroy the statue from the beginning. Dan Yuhayan can only laugh, a dark and frustrated sound. His companions are taken aback, seeing a truly demonic side to their master for the first time. He vows to find the Gold King and tear him apart for the elaborate prank. Inside the statue, they find not a treasure, but another map. A simple, mocking note is attached / try again next time /. Elsewhere, the former Murim Alliance strategist, Jae Gal-un, is cornered by assassins. His attacker laughs, questioning if the former strategist really thinks he /LL be fine. He reveals he has a guarantee from the Moyong family to kill him. Jae Gal-un tells his son to run, but the boy refuses to leave his father /S side. The assassin strikes, his blow sending Jae Gal-un reeling. Samtae observes from the side, noting the master /S barely contained rage. Mujin wonders about the identity of the assailant. Dan Yuhayan appears, calmly noting that Jae Gal-un is fighting alone. He tells the strategist to blame his own recklessness for his current predicament. As Jae Gal-un coughs up blood, his attacker is suddenly silenced. The remaining assassins are stunned, unable to comprehend what just happened. One of them questions how it /S possible as he is dispatched with brutal efficiency. The leader of the assassins is left in awe, wondering where such a powerful person could have appeared from. Dan Yuhayan expresses his surprise at meeting Jae Gal-un in a place like this. He correctly deduces that the strategist /S safety is at risk because of the former alliance leader /S disappearance. His pleasantries finished, he gets to the point, demanding to know where the bastard called Gold King is. Dan Yuhayan stands over the defeated assassins, his question hanging in the air, where is the Gold King? Jae Gal-un /S son, bewildered, can only state that he has no idea before they quickly depart. The lone surviving assassin is left to wonder where the powerful stranger appeared from. He recognizes the man beside him as the younger twin blade master, a notorious unorthodox martial artist. The implications are dire, a skilled person from the unorthodox faction has appeared, complicating an already tense situation. Jae Gal-un tells his father that Kwon Mujin was rumored to be dead, adding another layer of confusion. He decides they must join forces with the Namgong family as soon as possible to figure out what is truly going on. Meanwhile, Somi enjoys a treat in the marketplace, her world far removed from the chaos of the Murim. The Sword Emperor gently steers her away from a dark alley, warning her of the scary people in the streets these days. He explains that martial arts are not just for fighting, but also for cultivating the mind and strengthening the body. He adds that it is also a very useful tool for protecting the ones you care about. His words resonate with Somi, who decides she may really have to learn it. They return to the manor to find Dan Yuhayan has come back from his trip. He admits he was angry, but seeing her face has calmed him down. Samtae, sensing his master /S foul mood, cautiously asks if he was unable to find the treasure. Dan Yuhayan declines to speak about it, his silence confirming Samtae /S suspicion. The Sword Emperor greets him, noting it has been a long time. He asks about the trip, his tone light and cheerful. Dan Yuhayan simply replies that it went really well, his sarcasm thick. His eyes fall upon a familiar object, the fake treasure map. The Emperor recognizes it, commenting on how much he suffered creating it. He proudly reveals that it /S a rule in his clan to create such maps to confuse treasure hunters. With a flourish, he declares himself the creator of the treasure map that has been fooling foolish bastards for years. He cackles, admitting he even considered leaving a more disgusting surprise for the treasure hunter at the end. A chilling question cuts through his laughter as he realizes the dangerous implications of his prank. Suddenly remembering an urgent matter, he tries to make a hasty escape. Dan Yuhayan gives a single, cold command, get him. The Sword Emperor /S cries of pain echo through the manor as he is apprehended. Meanwhile, a new group arrives in the area, asking if their target has been found. Looking for a place to stay, they are directed to a manor nearby. The leader pauses, the mention of a manor in this remote location piquing his interest. The leader of the Wind Sword sect questions the existence of a manor on land belonging to the imperial family. His subordinate explains that while building is prohibited, the manor/s owner is unknown, and it may be connected to a local rumor. The rumor speaks of the martial god being sealed in the deepest part of Dongting Lake. The sect leader sees this as an opportunity. If they can find the martial god, their sect could rise to unimaginable heights. Determined, he decides he must see this mysterious manor for himself. Inside the manor, Samtae questions the state of the captured Sword Emperor. Dan Yuhyan dismisses his concern, stating it was the Emperor/'s own fault for creating the deceptive treasure map. Their conversation is interrupted by the sense of an approaching visitor, and Dan Yuhyan sends Mujin to check. Mujin steps out, ready to handle the intruders. He finds more than one person waiting outside the manor gates. He eyes the armed men warily, wondering who they could be. The leader of the group greets him, asking if he is from the manor. Mujin confirms, demanding to know who they are in return. The man introduces himself as Hu Jerion, leader of the Wind Sword sect. He states his desire to meet the owner of the manor, and Mujin tells him to wait. Reporting back, Mujin informs his master of the sect leader/s request. Dan Yuhyan appears before the visitors, confirming he is the one they wish to meet. The sect leader begins his introduction, but Dan Yuhyan cuts him off, telling him to get to the point. Hu Jerion is taken aback by the blatant disrespect, his anger barely contained. Deciding to cut to the chase, he makes his demand. He tells Dan Yuhyan to sell him the manor. The sect leader/s subordinate is outraged, but his master silences him. Dan Yuhyan plays along, asking for the price, and the sect leader names an absurdly low amount. Hu Jerion recognizes the owner has no intention of selling and decides to take his leave. As he departs, he tells Dan Yuhyan to find him if he changes his mind. Mujin notes that the sect leader will not give up easily and asks what they should do. The Sword Emperor recalls hearing about the Wind Sword sect while taking Somi to school. They have apparently taken control of the streets of Yeyang. He finds it strange that a minor sect would act so recklessly. Dan Yuhyan simply states that it/s natural for those with power to use it, unconcerned by the sect/s quiet departure. Meanwhile, the Wind Sword sect leader begins investigating the manor/s owner. He notes the large sums of money required to bribe the magistrate and pay for the school, wondering where an unemployed man got such wealth. Believing he has no other choice, he devises a new plan. He decides to deal with the school first, targeting the man/s daughter. He is confident that by threatening the child, the father will have no choice but to comply. Somi greets her grandfather as he picks her up from school. He smiles, asking if she had fun, and she happily confirms she did. Their cheerful moment is interrupted by the school/s headmaster, who wishes to speak with him. The headmaster nervously explains his reason for calling on the Sword Emperor. He claims that Somi has been a bad influence at school, her actions causing trouble. He alleges her behavior has spread like a gambling addiction among the other children. According to him, Dan Somi is always at the center of the problem. The Sword Emperor dismisses his concerns, suggesting a little disciplinary action should be enough to stop it. The headmaster explains that the parents of other students, many from prestigious families, are worried about the school/s atmosphere. He finally gets to his point: the Pine Tree School can no longer accept Somi as a student. Namgung Cheon calmly agrees, stating he will inform the manor master of their decision. He notes that the headmaster seems to be using Somi as an excuse for something else. As they walk away from the school, the weight of the situation settles on Somi. She sadly asks if she can/t come to school anymore. She admits that while she likes school, she likes her family more, her priorities clear. Her grandfather comforts her, dismissing the school and promising to teach her everything himself. He distracts her by offering sweets, and her sadness is quickly replaced by excitement. However, the vendor refuses to sell to them, claiming he is not selling today. The emperor points out the sweets on display, but the vendor claims they are already sold out. The man then makes a flimsy excuse about his sick parents and quickly leaves. The Sword Emperor is left confused, wondering what the man was talking about. A familiar pattern emerges, and the reason for their treatment becomes clear. He wonders what the Wind Sword sect is truly trying to accomplish. Back at the manor, Dan Yuhyan asks about their outing. The Emperor reports that no one in town would sell them anything, claiming to be sold out. Samtae is outraged, questioning why the sect would resort to such a petty prank. Mujin agrees, though he finds it strange for an orthodox sect to use such methods. Dan Yuhyan points out that the label of /orthodox doesn't /t preclude the existence of bad apples. He calmly states he doesn't /t know why they are all so worried. Samtae panics, wondering what they are going to eat. Dan Yuhyan simply tells them at /s fine. The Emperor agrees, for a group like them, nothing has really changed. Dan Yuhyan declares that Samtae, with his good dexterity, will simply handle everything himself. Samtae sputters, protesting that he can /t possibly make everything from scratch. Ignoring his complaints, Dan Yuhyan announces he /s going fishing, inviting the Sword Emperor to join him. At the Wind Sword sect /s headquarters, the leader finds the situation strange. He had arranged to have the daughter kicked out of school and cut off their access to local merchants. He doesn't /t understand why the manor /s master hasn't /t come begging to him yet. His subordinate reports that the manor /s residents are living self-sufficiently, fishing for food when hungry. They are making their own clothes from animal skins and even growing their own crops. The sect leader finds their resourcefulness strange and asks about the deputy governor he bribed. He learns the local constables refuse to move against the manor, believing its master to be a divine being. Frustrated, he decides to take matters into his own hands, ordering his men to disguise themselves as constables. Using the authority of the bribed deputy governor, the sect leader issues an official order. The residents of the manor are commanded to leave their home at once. A group of men, claiming to be county officials, surround the manor /s inhabitants. Mujin reports the disturbance to his master, explaining that someone is telling them to leave. Dan Yuhyan wonders if he missed a message from Governor Hong Wenchang. The leader of the group, a deputy, angrily corrects him for referring to the magistrate by name, claiming to be his substitute. He orders them to leave, accusing them of building on royal land, but Somi insists her father didn't /t build the manor. Dan Yuhyan calmly agrees with her, confirming the manor was there before them. He appears to concede, telling the officials they will leave in the morning, a statement that shocks his companions. The deputy, satisfied, believes the man should have simply agreed in the beginning. Mujin and Samtae are stunned by their master /s decision to leave. Later, Mujin reveals he has an idea to deal with the situation. In Yeyang, the deputy magistrate harasses local vendors for protection money, his authority unchecked in the magistrate /s absence. He embodies the old saying of a fox playing king when the tiger is away. He boasts that with the magistrate summoned to the royal court, there /s no telling when he will be back. The deputy is in a good mood, his newfound power intoxicating. He celebrates his good fortune, having come into a position of power and wealth so quickly. He reveals his connection to the Wind Sword sect, who promised to take care of the magistrate for him, ensuring the position would be his. With the manor taken care of as the sect asked, his success seems assured. He gloats to his companions, declaring that the world will soon be his. One of his companions mentions the strange rumors surrounding the manor. She recounts the local belief that a deity lives there, a thought that unnerves the deputy. She adds that the manor appeared overnight, and that figures like Jang Baeksan and the Black Sword Society all vanished after its appearance. Because of this, no one dares to approach the place, not even the magistrate. The deputy scoffs, dismissing the tales of a deity as superstitious nonsense. He confidently declares the rumors are 100% fake. His tirade is cut short as he is suddenly lifted into the air by an unseen force. The deputy awakens in a dark room, finding his captors standing over him. He tries to act tough, demanding to know who they are, but Samtae recognizes him immediately. Mujin confirms his identity, noting the man /s weak energy. The deputy/S bravado evaporates, his terror palpable as he is subjected to a brutal interrogation. He quickly confesses, revealing that everything was the Wind Sword sect leader/S doing and that the manor can be taken back. Having gotten the information he needed, Dan Yuhyan finds the situation refreshing. He orders Samtae to let the man go, much to the thief/S disappointment. Before the deputy can leave, however, Dan Yuhyan stops him. 10 days later, the leader of the Wind Sword sect fumes, his plans having gone awry. He finds it strange that the people he was meant to drive out are still living peacefully in the manor. The wise monk he hired to handle the situation has vanished without a trace. Having invested so much time and money, he vows to get his hands on the manor, no matter what. A subordinate rushes in with troubling news, having found something at the foot of Mount Uelu. He reports the discovery of the wise monk/S dead body. The sect leader goes to the magistrate/S office, confirming the news of the monk/S death. He immediately accuses an unknown party of murder, but the officials insist it was a suicide. They dismiss his claims as nonsense, telling him to leave them be. The magistrate himself arrives, and the sect leader immediately points the finger, eager to know who would commit such a crime. He directs the magistrate/S suspicion toward the manor near Dongting Lake. He threatens to take the matter to a higher authority if the local officials are unable to investigate properly. Later, the magistrate warns the sect leader, telling him to stay away from the manor if he wants to live in peace. He cautions that it is not a place for someone like him to mess with. He gives a final, firm warning, stay out of it. The sect leader is enraged, unable to understand why everyone seems to be protecting the damn manor. Feeling he has no other choice, he decides to show everyone how the Wind Sword sect took over Yayang. He vows to destroy the manor that very night, leaving nothing but dust. Under the cover of darkness, he leads his men to the manor, giving the order to leave no one alive. Their silent approach is halted by a figure standing in their path. A voice from the shadows asks who they are. The figure turns the question back on them, asking why they are trespassing on someone/S estate wearing masks. The sect leader recognizes the man/S mask as the one from the children/S puppet show, finding his hobby interesting for an old man. The figure, the Sword Emperor, takes offense at being called an old man. He declares himself to be the Junshan swordsman, the very hero the mask represents. The sect leader mocks him, offering to send the gentleman on his way. The Sword Emperor smiles, his demeanor shifting as he promises to teach them all the code of a gentleman. The sect leader laughs at the old man/S declaration, mocking him for acting like a character in a puppet show. Back at the manor, Samtae worries about the sect bringing all their forces, but Mujin reassures him they are also part of the Murim alliance. He believes they would never commit such a shameless deed. Dan Yuhyan simply poses a question, what if ? He implies that in such a case, the Sword Emperor would be the one to step up. Mujin scoffs, questioning what a one-armed man with no combat power could possibly do. The Sword Emperor stands alone against the Wind Sword sect, his opponents dismissing him as a crazy old geezer. His expression is grim, a quiet fury burning in his eyes. He reflects on his past, a time he now sees as a mistake. From his high position, he was ignorant of the world, believing in a clear line between righteous and evil factions. It never occurred to him that a so-called righteous faction would attack the home where a child lives. He admits his ignorance, a lifetime of assumptions shattered. With this newfound clarity, he resolves to set everything straight. The sect members, seeing he only has one arm, decide to target it first. Watching the battle, Samtae asks if the Emperor will be alright, and Dan Yuhyan admits it won't be easy. He then poses a question, asking Mujin if he knows the difference between someone who has reached the highest place and one who hasn't. Mujin guesses at his effort, but Dan Yuhyan tells him he is wrong. The true difference, he explains, is being a natural-born martial artist. These individuals instinctively understand the flow of any situation. They can see the path they must take to overcome any obstacle. Samtae stares in disbelief, questioning if the Sword Emperor truly won without his internal arts, as Dan Yuhyan tells him he must have learned a lot. With the fight over, Mujin is instructed to alert the government office. The governor arrives with his men, ordering them to arrest every member of the defeated Wind Sword sect. The townsfolk, drawn by the commotion, wonder what has happened. They celebrate the capture of the sect, who had been causing them many hardships. Later, Somi/S friend asks her if the men at the manor look like they were fighting. Somi, repeating her father/S words, states that fighting is bad. She asks her father for confirmation, and he agrees, though his expression is conflicted. Samtae cheekily interjects, claiming his master doesn't/T fight, he just throws one-sided punches. With the Wind Sword sect resolved, Mujin expresses his relief, noting the governor/S cleanup will keep the incident quiet. He suggests that with no other strong forces in Yeyang, it/S the perfect time for them to establish their own renowned family. Elsewhere, the new Murim alliance leader, Moyoung Hyukman, is briefed on a new figure, the Junshan sword. His subordinate reports that this individual destroyed the Wind Sword sect, and that the manor master, Dan Yuhyan, is also suspicious. Meanwhile, the demonic cult leader, Sa Dohak, bored by the Sword Emperor/S disappearance, decides to pay a visit to these new players. Back at the manor, the sparring continues, but the outcome is not what one might expect. Dan Yuhyan questions the emperor, asking if he feels strong after just a few swings of his sword. He acknowledges the emperor/S amazing skill but warns him that it will not be enough. Mujin watches, impressed by the old man/S excellent basics, yet unable to believe he could lose to a beginner without internal arts. Samtae questions why the emperor would step up in his weakened condition, wondering if he has a death wish. The Sword Emperor reflects on his defeat, realizing the gap between their skills was far larger than he imagined. He feels embarrassed to call himself the Sword Emperor after such a loss. It is the feeling of encountering something that his own strength cannot overcome. A familiar desire awakens within him, the desire to overcome this new wall, no matter what. It is a feeling he thought he could never experience again. He finds a pure enjoyment in this new challenge. With renewed vigor, he tells Dan Yuhyan to bring it on again. Dan Yuhyan simply remarks that if the old man is in a hurry to end his life, he won/T stop him. Mujin revisits his idea of establishing their own family, suggesting they put up a signboard. He argues that if rumors spread of a renowned martial family in Yeyang, other troublesome matters might occur less frequently. Dan Yuhyan remains adamant, foreseeing that such a move would only attract more unwanted attention. He states that if he had such plans, he wouldn't/T have needed the governor, and tells them to wait for a better method in the future. Mujin realizes his master has no interest in establishing a formal martial family. He shifts his focus, wondering if his master will at least lead Somi down the path of a martial artist. Later, the Sword Emperor teaches Somi about the long history of the Central Plains. He tells her it spans more than 1,000 years, a fact that amazes the young child. He explains that the current martial society began a very long time ago. The foundations were paved by legendary figures like the martial god, the three heavens, and the great master Dharma. He elaborates on the three heavens, great men whose influence was so immense that only 3 people in history have ever carried the title. Somi, impressed, asks how great the martial god must have been in comparison. He describes the martial god as a legendary being whose strength has not been surpassed in 1,000 years. It was said that a single swing of his sword could split the heavens, and one kick could shatter mountains. He was a warrior who could survive unscathed even after facing tens of thousands of martial artists. The emperor admits he would have asked to be his disciple, a sentiment Dan Yuhyan immediately shuts down. Somi asks if the martial god was the best person in Murim, and while the emperor agrees, Dan Yuhyan interjects, stating he is wrong. He clarifies that while the martial god was certainly the strongest, he was not the best. When asked who was better, he dismisses the other legendary figures as well. The emperor, intrigued, asks who in the world it could possibly be. With a small, fond smile, Dan Yuhyan simply states that she was the best one. The Sword Emperor explores the grounds behind the manor, surprised to find such a nice place. His peaceful walk is interrupted by the appearance of a formidable warrior, the Blood Demon. His thoughts turn to Dan Yuhyan, the strange man at the center of all these mysteries. He wonders who he is, where he came from, and how he knows so much. The longer he stays, the more his wonder grows. His contemplation is cut short as he discovers a burial mound, one that looks ancient. He reads the names on the grave markers, Tae Gongjin and Cheon Mugwang. A third name is there as well, Nam Jorian. He recognizes the names with a jolt of shock. He cannot comprehend why the graves of the three heavens would be here, behind this secluded manor. A chilling realization begins to dawn on him, an impossible truth taking shape in his mind. Dan Yuhyan appears, his voice calm as he simply states, /u/re/back/. The Sword Emperor stares at him, a single, world-shattering question forming on his lips. The Sword Emperor confronts Dan Yuhyan, asking if he is related to the legendary martial god. He lays out the evidence, Dan Yuhyan/S immense inner chi, his knowledge of the past, and the graves of the three heavens near his manor. Dan Yuhyan flatly denies the graves belong to the three heavens, dismissing the Emperor/S claims. The Emperor refuses to be deceived, his conviction unshakable. He points out that the burial mounds are ancient, matching the time when the three heavens/bodies were stolen. Furthermore, the names on the ancestral tablets were identical, leaving no room for doubt. Dan Yuhyan remains dismissive, arguing that names can be a coincidence. Undeterred, the Sword Emperor formulates a new theory: Dan Yuhyan must be a descendant of the martial god. He speculates that as a descendant, Dan Yuhyan found the martial god/S legacy and learned of the blood demon. This would also explain why he brought the remains of the three heavens here. He concludes it must have been an act of honoring their souls, a duty befitting a descendant. Dan Yuhyan bursts into laughter at the Emperor/S wild speculation. He admits the hypothesis is interesting, correct in one way but wrong in another. The Emperor presses him, unable to imagine who he could be if not a descendant. Dan Yuhyan states his name and declares that his identity is unchanging, leaving the Emperor with more questions than answers. He then turns the Emperor/S own nickname, /Junshan Sword / back on him with a wry smile. Tired of the useless talk, he threatens to leave, ending the conversation. Watching him go, Mu Jin and Samtae whisper among themselves, convinced he must be the descendant. The gravity of their situation dawns on them as they realize who they are truly serving. They are in the service of a man who could very well be the greatest in the world. Somi marvels at a new sign, its calligraphy beautiful and impressive. The Sword Emperor is pleased, and Somi asks to learn calligraphy from him. He happily agrees, promising to teach her with all his might. Dan Yuhyan appears, questioning the signboard and reminding them of his refusal to establish a martial family. The Emperor dismisses his concerns, claiming it doesn't /T have to have any special meaning. Dan Yuhyan then asks if he has any plans to return to the Murem alliance. The Emperor confirms he does not, his expression resolute. He asks Dan Yuhyan to think of it as an elder finding his final gravesite, but is told there/S no place to bury him here. The Emperor jokes about being buried next to the three heavens, a comment Dan Yuhyan pointedly ignores. His tone turns somber as he estimates he only has about a year left to live. With his inner chi dispersed, his body is slowly failing, but he feels he has lived a long and good life. Somi, overhearing, asks with wide, fearful eyes if he is going to die. He gently tells her to just remember him occasionally, his words doing little to soothe her. Dan Yuhyan, annoyed, tells him to soothe the child himself before asking about the chi-dispersing poison. He then reveals that recovery from the poison is possible. The cure, he explains, requires something spiritual. The Sword Emperor asks for confirmation, a sliver of hope in his voice. Spiritual herbs are the key to his cure. Dan Yuhyan clarifies that while a complete recovery is difficult, the herbs can at least unclog his blocked meridians. He explains to a curious Somi that any grass or flower with spiritual energy will suffice for the treatment. The Emperor suggests a family elixir, the Azure Pill, but Dan Yuhyan dismisses the idea of coveting others' /possessions. He insists that simple spiritual herbs growing in nature will have the same effect. However, such herbs are incredibly rare, making them nearly impossible to buy with money. The Emperor/S hope dims, wondering where he could possibly find such a rare item now. Dan Yuhayan drags his companions to a mountain early in the morning, convinced they might find the herbs there. The terrain is rough and dangerous, a place even seasoned herb gatherers avoid, yet it is also teeming with vigorous life. Dan Yuhayan concludes there is a high probability of spiritual herbs growing in such an environment. He warns Somi to be careful, but she promises to only look in safe places. She declares her intention to help, determined to find the herbs for her grandfather. Dan Yuhayan smiles, leaving Somi in the care of the emperor. The emperor promises to take care of her, wishing his companion good luck on his search. Hours later, Samtae complains, having found not even a stem of a spiritual herb. Mujin admits that while he expected it to be difficult, the task has exceeded his expectations. Samtae fumes, pointing out the absurdity of finding such a rare item so easily. He suggests it would be easier for the emperor to simply ask for help from the Namgung family. Mujin changes the subject, mentioning the strange rumors circulating about the orthodox factions. He elaborates, speaking of the new Murim alliance leader, the Sword Sage. It is said he cares nothing for political affairs and is only interested in wielding power. Rumors claim that over 100 merchants have already been threatened into donating money to the alliance. Samtae is shocked, but Mujin reminds him they are just rumors, detailing how the Moyong family is allegedly extorting small business owners. Elsewhere on the mountain, Somi is digging for something, her grandfather watching over her. She finds a patch of arrowroot, a tasty and useful plant. She decides to dig up a lot to share with everyone back at the manor. As the sun begins to set, Dan Yuhayan decides they should head down and return tomorrow. His thoughts drift to the old man, and the rumors Mujin spoke of earlier. Somi and her grandfather are still on the mountain when they are interrupted. He asks what she has dug up, her hands covered in dirt. She cheerfully offers him some of the arrowroot she has gathered. He smiles, identifying the plant. He notes with amusement that she has managed to dig up a lot of it. She explains she is going to give it to her dad, and he playfully asks if there is none for him. As she is about to respond, her hand brushes against something in the dirt, causing a strange reaction. The emperor stares in utter disbelief at what she has unearthed, a 10,000-year-old ginseng. He confirms its identity, a legendary spiritual herb of immense power, found by pure chance. Overcome with joy, he congratulates Somi, his voice trembling with emotion. Suddenly, an arrow flies past, narrowly missing them. Dan Yuhayan appears, his tone grim as he tells the emperor to prepare himself. He warns that from this point onwards, things are going to get extremely difficult. Dan Yuhayan instructs the Sword Emperor to sit and begin circulating his chi, preparing him for the arduous healing process. He gives a final warning, telling the emperor to be prepared from this point onwards. The process will be extremely painful, a trial by fire for the weakened master. After the grueling treatment, the Sword Emperor estimates he has recovered about 1/10 of his power, a process that could take decades to complete. He expresses his profound gratitude, knowing he would not have survived without Dan Yuhayan/'s help. From the sidelines, Mujin and Samtae continue to observe their mysterious master. They find him truly suspicious, their belief that he is a descendant of the martial god growing stronger. Samtae recalls that the martial god was considered an enemy of the Murim, a vicious man. They realize they must be careful, if they say the wrong thing now, they could be killed. Their hushed conversation is interrupted by the Emperor/'s sudden appearance. He feigns embarrassment at being seen circulating his chi, a comment that earns him a glare from Dan Yuhayan. Mujin recognizes the emperor is no ordinary human, but a crazy bastard. Dan Yuhayan notes that the Emperor/'s assailants will now have to be very careful. The emperor admits he hasn't/t recovered much power and the culprit is still unknown, but that one/t changed his course. Mujin agrees they must figure out who was behind the attack. The emperor confirms it is a matter concerning the safety of the entire Murim alliance. He vows that whoever it was, they will regret what they did. He promises to chase them for years or even decades if necessary, his thirst for revenge unquenchable. Their discussion is interrupted by the arrival of a new, imposing figure. The newcomer questions if the emperor is now an unarmed person. Dan Yuhyan simply states that he doesn't /t need to know. The man scoffs, dismissing the emperor as an old small fry. He mocks the old man, telling him to stop meddling in insignificant things. Dan Yuhyan acknowledges the man is an incredible martial master, but wonders what would happen if he held a sword. The man boasts that no one can be a match for his body, declaring himself the best under the heavens. Suddenly, Dan Yuhyan tells him to stop right there. In the aftermath of the battle, the injured strategist is brought into the manor. Mujin and Samtae are taken aback by the commotion as their master returns with another random man. They observe the newcomer /s ragged state, deducing he has been through a huge fight. Dan Yuhyan simply states he met the man while strolling, a claim the strategist confirms, explaining he was saved by him. Mujin wonders if his master has a lot of enemies in the Murim, given the recent string of violent encounters. Dan Yuhyan reflects, realizing that none of the recent attacks were directed at him personally, but rather at the manor itself. The Sword Emperor offers to investigate the ambush site. Dan Yuhyan tells him at /s pointless, as the attackers left there are no longer in a recognizable state. The Emperor voices his suspicion about the newcomer, but Dan Yuhyan assures him he is not on the same side as their enemies. He warns that if this continues, it will become a headache, his suspicion falling on the people within the manor. He concludes that someone in the manor is the true target, an individual of great importance. The Sword Emperor, feigning embarrassment, accepts the implication. Dan Yuhyan assures him that even so, he won /t chase him out. He reminds the Emperor that he was the one who came here and asked to be a part of their family. As master of the house, he declares he will take responsibility for any troubles related to its residents. The Emperor is surprised, recalling that Dan Yuhyan claimed to hate troublesome things. Somi tends to the unconscious strategist, her concern palpable. She concludes he must be a beggar and decides to prepare some food for him, believing it will make him feel better. The Emperor encourages her, certain the man would eat anything she prepared, even a bunch of grass. Excited, Somi agrees to cook for the injured man. Along with the strategist, Dan Yuhyan asks how long he intends to feign sleep, his voice laced with amusement. The Emperor enters, taunting the man for being taken down in a single hit and suggesting he must be embarrassed. The strategist, Galun, finally opens his eyes, his pride deeply wounded by the humiliating defeat. Galun struggles to comprehend his defeat, unable to believe a man called the Great Strategist could be taken down in a single hit. Dan Yuhyan simply clicks his tongue, finding the strategist /s state pathetic. Galun realizes the attack pierced through his enhanced protection energy as if it were nothing, a feat he thought impossible. Knowing he can /t stay still, he resolves to take action, only to be told he shouldn't /t cause a ruckus in a place where a child sleeps. His frustration mounts as a new figure appears, one he recognizes immediately. It is the Sword Emperor, who questions Galun /s presence and asks what happened to his arm. The Emperor dismisses his injury, stating such things happen when one has been at the top for a long time. Galun retorts, questioning how someone with the Emperor /s experience could end up looking so pathetic. The Emperor reveals his internal energy has returned, a lucky turn of events after being poisoned. Galun is intrigued, eager to know who could reduce the Great Sword Emperor to such a state. The Emperor tables the discussion, focusing on the more urgent task of dealing with the man Dan Yuhyan brought back. A figure lies unconscious, tended to by a child. It is the demonic cult leader, who awakens to the same question about his arm. Somi presents him with a bowl of food. She tells him it /s delicious, having done a taste test herself. He is touched by her kindness, surprised that she would make food for him. He offers her his sincere thanks for the meal. He introduces himself as Sadohak. The child happily gives her own name in return, Dan Somi. He finds her name nice, a warmth spreading through him at her simple kindness. Somi gives him a nickname, /Grandpa Prin /, a sign of her growing affection. She decides he needs to be cleaned up, remembering her lessons from school about staying clean when sick. As Somi tends to the demonic cult leader, she suddenly remembers she is supposed to go to the market with her dad. Mujin and Samtae watch from a distance, marveling at their master/S ability to take down the demonic cult leader in a single hit. They conclude his skills are truly above the heavens, possibly on the level of the martial god himself. Their quiet observation is shattered by the sight of their master returning. They burst into laughter, unable to contain their amusement at the demonic cult leader/S new, clean-shaven appearance. Somi carefully counts out sweetmeats, one for herself and one for her dad. Meanwhile, the demonic cult leader, Sadohak, mourns the loss of his magnificent beard. Dan Yuhyan tells Somi not to buy so many sweets, warning her she/LL feels sick if she eats too much. They pay for their purchase and head back toward the manor. He asks why she bought so many, and she explains it/S an apology. She intends to give them to /great-grandpa/ as a peace offering for the loss of his beard. Dan Yuhyan is confused by the strange nickname. He asks what the matter is, sensing a commotion from the manor. At the manor, Sadohak is in a furious rage, his anger directed at Samtae and Mujin. Mujin, bewildered, wonders who on earth could have done this. Samtae, however, has a prime suspect in mind. Sadohak confronts the Sword Emperor, questioning the neatness of his new, clean-shaven face. He roars in frustration, asking if the emperor knows the effort he put into growing his beard. The emperor calmly dismisses his anger, questioning why he is so upset over a mere beard. Sadohak vows to see if the emperor feels the same once his own beard is gone. Dan Yuhyan arrives, finding the entire situation troublesome. Samtae and Mujin cry out for their master to save them from the rampaging cult leader. Dan Yuhyan/S voice cuts through the chaos as he demands to know what is going on. Sadohak turns to him, acknowledging his strength, and asks if he intends to ambush him again. Dan Yuhyan dismisses him, his only concern being the damage to his manor. The cult leader is stunned by the man/S casual use of a murderous technique over such a trivial matter. Dan Yuhyan reminds him that no true martial artist would endure such humiliation and let it pass. Sadohak realizes the man is baiting him into a fight. He accepts the insignificant provocation, vowing to show the manor master his true place. The fight begins and ends in an instant, with Sadohak sent flying backward. The cult leader realizes his place with that single, effortless blow. Dan Yuhyan notes that he must be flustered by the outcome. He adds that it is still too early to be surprised. He informs the defeated leader that he will be responsible for fixing the manor he destroyed. He offers a sliver of mercy, promising to at least leave his limbs intact. Dan Yuhyan stands before Sadohak, his expression unreadable as the battle concludes. The demonic cult leader unleashes his ultimate technique, the heavenly demon dominating stride. Dan Yuhyan acknowledges the impressive display of power. Sadohak falls to his knees, utterly defeated. The Sword Emperor questions Dan Yuhyan/S actions, reminding him that the man he just humiliated is the leader of the demonic cult. Dan Yuhyan is unconcerned, stating that he will not stand for anyone who attempts to harm his family. Samtae approaches, his expression troubled as he asks what the matter is. He reports that they had visitors while the fight was happening. Dan Yuhyan decides it/S too late to pursue them now, opting to catch them when they sneak in again. For now, he declares, their priority is repairing the damaged manor. At the Moyong clan/S headquarters, the leader is briefed on the failed assault at the manor. His subordinate reports that all the men sent were killed brutally. Traces of demonic arts were found, leading them to believe the demonic cult was behind the attack. The leader concludes it must have been the martial master of the manor, and asks if he was taken care of. He is told their whereabouts are unknown, the mission a complete failure. With no news of the Sword Emperor, Moyong Hyukman begins to believe he is truly dead. He orders his clan to stay away from matters relating to Hunan for the time being. With the Sword Emperor gone, he declares it is time to bring down the signboard of the Namgung clan. Dan Yuhyan stands before Sadohak, his silence a battle of wits that frustrates the demonic cult leader. Sadohak threatens him, asking who he is and where he is from. Dan Yuhyan cryptically replies that he was there in the past and is here in the present, a misleading answer that only deepens the mystery. His eyes fall upon the sword in Sadohak/S possession, noting that it is a nice blade. He recognizes it as the sword that once belonged to Cheon Mugwon. The cult leader is stunned that this stranger would recognize such an old and legendary sword. Dan Yuhyan dismisses the matter, telling Sadohak to focus on recovering as he will be needed to fix the manor he helped destroy. The cult leader protests, but Dan Yuhyan is unconcerned with who started the fight. He then adds insult to injury, telling Sadohak to cut off the rest of his beard as it looks hideous. The Sword Emperor watches the exchange, his mind racing with questions about Dan Yuhyan. He notes the man/S strange martial arts and his immediate recognition of the three heavens, finding more than one suspicious point. His theory solidifies, and he openly asks if Dan Yuhyan is a descendant of the martial god. Dan Yuhyan/S casual, affirmative response only serves to deepen the Emperor/S confusion. He dismisses the topic as unimportant, leaving the others to grapple with the implications. Their discussion is interrupted by the arrival of Sohai. Sadohak, ever the charmer, is immediately taken with her beauty. Dan Yuhyan finds it strange that the Namgung family seems to have some unshakable belief. Sohai rushes to her grandfather, her expression panicked. She brings terrible news from her family. She informs him that her father and the entire family estate have been attacked by unknown assailants. Meanwhile, Somi tends to Sadohak, her innocence a stark contrast to the grim news. She offers him water and a snack, her kindness unwavering. Suddenly, she confesses that she was the one who cut off his beard. She explains she was just trying to help, believing it looked messy. Sadohak dismisses it, but Somi asks if he is forgiving her. His expression turns serious as he tells her that children who make mistakes must be punished. He orders her to go to the corner and put her arms up. She is surprised by the command, but he insists that if you do something wrong, you should be punished. She dutifully obeys, heading to the corner to serve her punishment. She whimpers softly, her small shoulders slumped. Samtae watches the scene, a small smile playing on his lips. Dan Yuhyan asks what he finds so funny. Samtae finds it interesting, noting that no one else would ever dare to treat Somi like this. Sadohak chides her, telling her she has been spoiled too much. Somi, ever cheerful, simply replies that she will grow up to be a beauty. Sohai receives shocking news: her father, the patriarch of the Namgung clan, has been kidnapped. She learns that her father had already gathered a team and departed to handle the situation. The Sword Emperor realizes with a jolt that the attack on the Namgung clan was a deliberate diversion. He finds it bold that someone would dare to kidnap the young patriarch of such a powerful family. A chilling thought occurs to him: with everyone out searching for her father, the family estate is left vulnerable. He wonders who will be left to protect their home from a second attack. Meanwhile, Sadohak observes the strange group assembled at the manor. He recognizes the Azure Cloud Pavilion, dismissing them as just another orthodox faction. He notes that no one would know a renowned family has established itself in this normal-looking manner. Deciding it doesn't/T affect him, he prepares to return to the demonic cult. His departure is interrupted by Samtae and Mujin, who question the stranger loitering near their home. They angrily demand to know how he dared to enter their property, calling him a thief. Sadohak is amused by their hostility, and Samtae decides the stranger needs a beating to clear his head. The confrontation ends with Sadohak questioning their actions, but Mujin and Samtae are more concerned with his true identity. They find his clean-shaven face a vast improvement, a comment that only fuels the cult leader/S rage. Somi arrives, agreeing that he looks much cooler this way. Her innocent compliment does little to soothe his wounded pride. He complains about the pain in his jaw, demanding the return of his beard. Dan Yuhyan appears, impressed that Sadohak can still stand after taking a beating from him. The Sword Emperor offers to fix the man/S messed up mindset completely. Dan Yuhyan likes the sound of that, much to Sadohak/S terror. Jae Galun, the former strategist, reports to his new master, Moyon Hyukman, on a task he was given. He confirms a terrible rumor regarding the Namgung family: they have fallen. His master simply asks, /what? His subordinate urges him to hurry, as their lord has called for him. Jae-galun arrives before Moyang Hyakman, the new leader of the Murim alliance, ready to give his full report. Moyang Hyakman receives a greeting from Jae-galun, his demeanor cold and imposing. Jae-galun reports that, as ordered, they have killed the Sword Emperor and pushed Moyang to become the new alliance leader. Moyang is unimpressed, questioning why the Namgung family is not yet destroyed. The strategist fear is palpable as he struggles to respond to his new master displeasure. Moyang berates him for failing to complete a simple task like rooting out the entire Namgung family. He reflects on his past, a time when he was not called the strongest, despite holding the highest authority. He vows that history will not repeat itself, this time, he will be supreme. Far from the political turmoil, Somi enjoys a peaceful day with her father. She asks why Sa-dohak and Namgung Cheon are always looking at him. The Sword Emperor jokes that it can be helped, as his grand appearance naturally draws attention. Dan Yuhyan dryly remarks that birds of a feather flock together, a comment that irks the emperor. Their bickering is interrupted by Samtae, who calls their behavior embarrassing. The Sword Emperor and the demonic cult leader unite in their embarrassment for the thief. Their attention is drawn to a strange group up ahead. Dan Yuhyan decides it is time for the Sword Emperor and the demonic cult leader to step up. The Emperor, however, declares that there is no need for the gentleman sword to appear. The demonic cult leader lets out a strange, guttural laugh, his intentions unclear. The lone traveler thanks his saviors, relieved to be alive. His relief turns to confusion as Samtae and Mujin immediately begin looting him. The man questions their actions, pointing out they are no different from the bandits who attacked him. Samtae justifies it as simply getting a reward for saving him, a logic the Sword Emperor finds appalling. As they continue their journey, they tally their harvests for the day. Mujin reports to his master, having tied up all the bandits they encountered. Dan Yuhyan instructs him to bring them along, reasoning they could be surrendered to the government for a reward. The rescued traveler stares at the chaotic group, concluding they are completely insane. He resolves to stay far away from them, wanting no part in their madness. The rescued traveler offers to provide accommodations as thanks, suggesting they can travel together if their destinations align. Dan Yuhyan accepts the offer, deciding a better place can be found later. He then asks the traveler if he knows anything about the recent attack on the Namgung family. The man confirms he heard, but dismisses it as an expected outcome given the recent activity of the murderous blood troop Dan Yuhyan states they will confirm everything once they arrive in Anhui, but the traveler sees no need, as it none of their business. As they approach the mountains bordering Anhui, Dan Yuhyan reflects on how much has changed in the last 1,000 years. The traveler bids them farewell, departing on his own path. Mujin finds his departure disappointing, but Dan Yuhyan assures him they will meet again soon. Mujin questions his master certainty, asking if he can read God plans, but Dan Yuhyan cryptically replies that the wind is telling him. Samtae feels nothing and dismisses his master words as nonsense. Dan Yuhyan insists his words are true, a claim Samtae mockingly accepts. Mujin, however, warns him to take their master words seriously, reminding him of all the impossible things he has made happen. He asks Samtae if he willing to test their master words, and the thief reluctantly agrees if commanded. Dan Yuhyan dismisses the test as a joke and suggests they find a place to stay for the night. The Sword Emperor, taking charge, volunteers to escort them until morning. He leads them to a place he knows where they can stay. Samtae asks if they will be sleeping outdoors for the night. They arrive at a luxurious inn, a place the Emperor knows well. The staff greets them with a warm welcome. Dan Yuhyan requests a separate building for their party. The Sword Emperor casually tosses the innkeeper 5 silver niangs for the room. They are escorted to the outbuilding, their quarters for the night. Samtae is amazed by the price, realizing the Emperor is bragging about his wealth. The innkeeper recognizes the Emperor mask, finding it amusing. They settle into the lavish room, Mujin expressing his awe. The Emperor explains it is the Yellow Dragon Inn, a famous establishment known even in Beijing. Their rest is interrupted by the arrival of the inn/s owner, who has come to pay his respects. The owner greets the emperor with deep reverence, vowing to serve him with all their might. The emperor asks him to stop calling him alliance leader, a title he no longer holds. The owner, intrigued, asks for the full story, a long and complicated tale the emperor is willing to tell. The owner listens intently, ready to hear the story from its very beginning. The innkeeper questions the sword emperor about the /murderous blood troop /. The emperor asks if he can find out where their base is, but the innkeeper apologizes, knowing nothing. His business concluded for the night, the emperor decides it /s time to rest. Later, Somi finally awakens from her sleep. Dan Yuhyan tells his companions they can rest as well. He announces his intention to take a walk, a quiet moment to himself. The sword emperor offers to accompany him, but is immediately shut down. Dan Yuhyan questions where he thinks he /s going, ordering him to sit down. The city is quiet, a somber mood hanging in the air after the fall of the Namgung family. Somi observes the many people carrying swords, a sight that unnerves her. Her father reassures her, explaining that martial artists are everywhere, even in Yeyang. She wonders if they are wanderers, a question he can /t definitively answer. He speculates they are likely waiting for an opportunity now that the Namgung family has fallen. Somi /s attention is captured by a heaven soldier doll at a vendor /s stall. She immediately thinks of her grandfather, certain he would love it. The vendor, seeing her interest, quotes her the price for the doll. Somi points, confirming that this is the one she wants. With her new toy in hand, she happily thanks her father. Dan Yuhyan then asks the vendor for directions to the Namgung family residence, claiming he wants to see the famous place. The vendor is shocked, warning him not to go near there, as the murderous blood troop could appear at any time. Dan Yuhyan dismisses the danger, and the man reluctantly gives him directions. The vendor gives a final warning, telling him several people who wandered there recently have been killed. To placate him, Dan Yuhyan assures the man they won /t go. With the information he needs, he tells Somi at /s time to leave. Later that night, the sword emperor asks if Somi is asleep, and Dan Yuhyan confirms she is in the care of Samtae and Mujin. The emperor questions if he is really going, and Dan Yuhyan /s resolve is firm. Their destination is set, the Namgung family residence. At the besieged residence, Sohai waits for reinforcements that never come. She realizes the Murim alliance is intentionally ignoring the situation. The truth dawns on her, there must be a spy within the Murim alliance. Knowing she cannot seek help from the alliance, she must find another path. A new idea forms, a desperate gamble she had not considered before. She decides she must go to him for help. Moyoung Hyakman is briefed on the situation, learning they have lost track of Namgung Sohai. His subordinate explains she disappeared somewhere between Anhui and Hunan, like a frightened rat. Moyoung deduces she realized the Murim alliance was no longer a safe place for her. He dismisses her as a problem, confident she is still in his grasp and focusing on the more important task of consolidating his power in Anhui. His subordinate assures him that many other families have gone into hiding or joined their cause, and Anhui will be theirs in a few months. Moyoung finds this timeline too slow, demanding they take over within 1 month. The subordinate then mentions a strange group that has recently appeared in Anhui. He reports they are staying at the Yellow Dragon Inn, and that 2 of them are wearing distinctive masks. The masks are identified as those of the Gentleman Sword and the demonic Heavenly General. Intrigued, Moyoung orders his subordinate to check on them. He warns him to only monitor them, knowing that people who hide their faces are never simple. He understands that any new trouble will only benefit the 10 great sects. With his orders given, he prepares to use the captured Namgung clan members in his hostage play. He reflects on his master /s will, a desire to see the Namgung family completely exterminated. He knows that only death awaits anyone who dares to defy that will. Meanwhile, Dan Yuhyan arrives at the Namgung family residence, the scene of a terrible disaster. He notes that the enemy had the numbers, used explosives, and were clearly skilled. The Sword Emperor takes in the devastation, admitting it /s far worse than he expected. Amidst the carnage, Dan Yuhyan finds a sliver of hope. Not everyone was killed. He points out traces of someone being dragged away, a trail of blood leading from the main building. Their investigation is interrupted by the arrival of new visitors. A group of warriors wearing red masks appears, their symbol identifying them as the Vile Blood Troop. The leader questions their presence, demanding to know who they are. Dan Yuhyan sees it as an interesting fight, a chance for a real battle. The Sword Emperor, however, finds it boring, predicting a one-sided slaughter and suggesting they leave their opponents alive. The leader of the Vile Blood Troop declares the Sword Emperor /s Sin is acting cheeky despite only having one arm. He strikes, confident the fight has ended as easily as he expected. His confidence shatters as he realizes his opponent is completely unharmed. The Sword Emperor calmly states that while he only has one arm, crushing an ant doesn't /t require more than that. The troop members are stunned, unable to believe he is still so strong despite losing an arm. Dan Yuhyan, watching from the side, notes that the Emperor still has a long way to go to catch up to him. The Emperor recognizes their technique, /shadow steps /, a lost martial art of the Black Faction, and questions their connection to them. The leader realizes he /s said too much, his impatience getting the better of him. Dan Yuhyan instructs the Emperor to leave at least one of them alive for questioning. The leader laughs, taunting the Emperor with the knowledge of his captured family. The Sword Emperor decides to introduce himself before the fight continues, declaring himself the Gentleman Sword. His opponent mocks the name, but the Emperor warns that the sword techniques of a senile old man can get pretty crazy. Accepting the challenge, the troop leader decides he has no choice but to get a little crazy himself. Dan Yuhyan recognizes the technique his opponent is using. It is a body-strengthening technique, one that enhances the user /s physical abilities. He notes that the technique is incomplete, but Samte still questions if the Emperor can win without his internal arts. The Sword Emperor is unconcerned, stating that he doesn't /t need to know what the technique is. With their leader /s command, the entire Vile Blood Troop attacks at once. The Emperor greets their charge with a calm welcome, his composure unshaken. The battle ends swiftly, leaving the surviving members to wonder where such a skilled old man came from. The Emperor stands over his defeated opponent, his gaze cold as he states he has many questions for him. Dan Yuhyan, his interest in the fight now gone, decides it /s time to leave. The leader of the Vile Blood Troop struggles against his captors, refusing to reveal his secrets. Dan Yuhyan mocks him, questioning if this is the best the so-called demonic heaven soldier can do. The Sword Emperor tells him to hold on, his patience wearing thin. He threatens to see if the man can keep his mouth shut after his fingers and toes are gone. Having extracted the location of their base, Dan Yuhyan and his companions set out. They arrive at a small mountain, a common and frequently used street, an unlikely place for a secret base. Samte voices his skepticism, believing the captive lied to them. Mujin uses the opportunity to ask Dan Yuhyan about the body-strengthening arts he mentioned earlier. Dan Yuhyan counters with a question of his own, asking if they have ever seen illusion arts or incantations before. Samte admits it /s the first time he /s heard of such things, associating incantations with exorcising ghosts. Dan Yuhyan explains that illusion arts stays people, while incantation arts can create Janshur or summon ghosts. He reveals that the people who used these dangerous martial arts were annihilated in the past. He then mentions Qigong, another rare art. It is a technique that releases internal energy from the Qi center without using meridians. Though many have tried, no one in the current era has managed to master it. He concludes by saying these were all common sense in his time. Tired of the unnecessary talk, the Sword Emperor urges them to get moving again. Dan Yuhyan locates their target, a hidden area somewhere on the mountain. They discover the Vile Blood Troop /s hidden base, their numbers far greater than expected. Samte is in awe of their leader /s strength, questioning if such power is even humanly possible. Dan Yuhyan senses the presence of the captured Namgong family members inside. With a calm resolve, he declares that he will take care of this place. Inside the base, the illusion arts barrier suddenly shatters, alerting the captors. They are shocked that someone was able to break through their powerful technique. The leader orders his men to hurry and deal with the intruders. He turns to his captive, the patriarch of the Namgung family, mocking his cowardice. Dan Yuhyan stands before the vile blood troop, unimpressed by their reckless bravado. He dismisses them as a bunch of small fries. He warns them to cherish their lives, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. He faces the men who cannot even read the flow of the battle, his patience at an end. The Sword Emperor notes that the Namgung family members seem safe for now, and asks what Dan Yuhyan will do. Dan Yuhyan /S answer is simple: he will turn their base into a cave. The Namgung patriarch, held captive, wonders if his children are safe inside the cave. He tries to keep calm, but seeing the dire situation, his composure begins to crack. Dan Yuhyan stands amidst the defeated vile blood troop, his work nearly complete. He addresses the remaining survivors, his voice cold as he vows not to spare a single one of them. He mocks their body-strengthening art, questioning if this is all they can do. One of the surviving members charges forward, demanding to know who he is to get in their way. He reflects on their recent success, unable to understand how these new enemies can be so powerful. Realizing he is lacking in power, he makes a desperate decision. He decides to take a hostage, targeting the seemingly vulnerable Sword Emperor. He blames the Emperor for standing absent-mindedly, an easy target for his desperate gambit. Dan Yuhyan watches with amusement, questioning if the man is serious. The man/S gambit fails spectacularly as the Sword Emperor effortlessly dispatches him. In his final moments, he laments how his grand ambitions have been ruined in an instant. The Sword Emperor notes the man has lost his mind, a harmful side effect of the body-strengthening art. With the last of their enemies dealt with, Dan Yuhyan suggests they put the man out of his misery. The Namgung patriarch emerges from the cave, his expression one of awe. The Sword Emperor is impressed, finding the scene before him truly incredible. A group arrives at the devastated Namgung residence, their approach heralded by an unusual sound. They are met with a scene of utter destruction, the aftermath of a brutal battle. Dan Yuhyan looks upon the carnage, wondering if he should have spared at least one of their enemies for questioning. Sohai/S father stares in disbelief, recognizing the voice and body of the man he thought was dead, the Sword Emperor. He rushes forward, overcome with emotion, asking his father if he knows how desperately they searched for him. The Emperor, however, denies his identity, claiming he is not the man/S father. He insists he is merely an old man called the Gentleman Sword. His son is left confused and hurt by the strange denial. The Emperor repeats himself, stating he simply happened to come by and save them by chance. His son cannot comprehend his words, knowing how much his father dedicated his life to the Namgung clan. He wonders if his father is acting this way because the clan has collapsed. As the Emperor turns to leave, his son calls out, asking if he will truly abandon them now. His family pleads with him not to go, begging him to stay with them. He tells them they have survived well, something the Sword Emperor would be satisfied with, and that they can rebuild what was lost. This, he says, is what the Sword Emperor would have wanted. His words finally reach them, and they accept his decision, vowing to honor his wishes. Later, the family elder suggests they leave to rest and find the mastermind behind the attack. The Emperor laments that their enemies are excellent at hiding, while Dan Yuhyan criticizes his inability to properly guard himself. Sohai worries that finding the mastermind will now be too hard. As the family has a tearful reunion, Dan Yuhyan stands apart, his expression unreadable. The Emperor tells him their business here is done, but Dan Yuhyan asks to go to one more place. His destination, Hunan. He states he must go there and meet someone. Elsewhere, the leader of the vile blood troop receives a report on the attack at the Namgung residence. He learns that 3 intruders easily apprehended his men and rescued the captives, their skill level immense. His subordinate speculates that it might have been the Sword Emperor himself. The leader dismisses the report, his attention on the new arrivals in the area. He gives a simple, chilling order: bring them to me. He vows to make it the last day of their lives. At a busy dumpling shop, orders are flying as patrons enjoy their meals. The owner notes the high demand, her hands full as she serves the hungry customers. The traveler they rescued earlier joins them, his presence a welcome surprise. Dan Yuhyan asks if the dumplings are delicious, a simple question to the man he saved. Mujin observes that Somi, who was feeling down after her father and grandfather left, seems much better now. The traveler reassures her, promising they will be back soon, while admitting he felt guilty for waking her. Somi declares that these dumplings are 100 times better than the ones in Akiang. Their meal is interrupted by a loud, boisterous group demanding a seat. The other patrons recognize their leader as Ma Zhengkong, a notorious bandit from Nanjing known as the Non-King . The owner tries to placate them, explaining that Somi is the child of a special guest. The bandit is unimpressed, questioning why they are being treated like everyone else. A simple gesture from Dan Yuhyan diffuses the situation, earning him a quiet thank you from the owner. Even the great Ma Zhengkong seems to have taken a liking to the unassuming group. Later, the traveler asks Dan Yuhyan if something happened. Dan Yuhyan dismisses it, and the traveler thanks him for his help, promising that some things will be brought to the inn for him. Mujin and Samtae watch the traveler leave, wondering who he and his companions were. Samtae is certain the man with the huge sword was the Nangwang king, finding his presence interesting. Mujin finds it suspicious that someone like him is here, but since their own business is finished, he tells Samtae to get ready to leave. Dan Yuhyan reflects on the sorcery of the past, a practice that was thought to have been subjugated long ago. He wonders how it has resurfaced, concluding someone must have created it again. His mind made up, he declares it is time for them to head to Hunan. Jae Galan and his men are also on their way to Hunan, a journey one of them complains about. Their path is suddenly blocked, and a voice tells them that while he was planning to let them go, he has changed his mind. Jae Galan advises the stranger to change his mind again, but the man insists he has something to ask. The stranger, Dan Yuhyan, poses a single, direct question. The innkeeper reminisces about his own daughter as he watches Somi, a fond memory from a distant past. He apologizes for the earlier incident, but Dan Yuhyan tells him not to worry, instead asking about the mummified corpses of vagrants found recently. The innkeeper describes them as people in weird clothes wearing demon masks, and the Sword Emperor realizes they were mistaken for them. Mujin speculates the mummification is the result of the demonic absorption art, a martial art he questions the existence of. Dan Yuhyan confirms it is a type of demonic art, though it does not exist in the current demonic cult. It existed in the past, he explains, a relic of a bygone era. He identifies it as the eccentric martial art of the Black Wind Divine Demon, who once fought the heavenly demon for 3 days and nights. The Sword Emperor is surprised, having never heard of someone who could fight one of the 3 heavens for so long, and notes the recent emergence of many unknown martial arts. Dan Yuhyan asks if he has any information on a group called the 20 Demons. His questions answered, the innkeeper takes his leave for the night. Dan Yuhyan announces he must leave for a short while, a statement that immediately saddens Somi. He comforts her, telling her to stay with her grandpas and promising to be back soon. She makes him promise to come back soon, a promise he assures her he will keep. As he leaves, Mujin and Samtae wonder what he is up to. Elsewhere, Jae Galan finds himself and his men ambushed by a large group of demonic figures. He recognizes them as the 20 demons, the very group they were searching for, their subordinates already turned to mummies. Their martial arts are useless against these strange foes, leaving them vulnerable and desperate. A lone figure cuts through the chaos, his blade swift and deadly. After dispatching one of the creatures, Dan Yuhyan makes a grim discovery: the men they are fighting are not human. They are mere walking corpses, animated puppets with no will of their own. He decides to take care of things himself. He finds the idea of a corpse that knows the demonic absorption art to be a pretty good, if disturbing, trick. Jae Galan is stunned by his casual assessment, unable to comprehend what he is talking about. Watching the battle, Jae Galan realizes his own men are in danger and that he must help them. His attack, which should have been a killing blow, has no effect on the unliving creature. A lone survivor of the initial attack watches in awe, wondering who could possibly defeat the 20 demons so easily. He turns to flee, but his escape is cut short by an unseen force. Dan Yuhyan stands over the last survivor, telling him to talk while he is still being nice. He warns the man of greater pain and despair if he refuses, noting the unusual combination of techniques his group used. He demands to know who they are, his patience wearing thin. The man's terror is palpable as he reveals their identity. They are shamans. Realizing he has revealed the one piece of information he was meant to keep hidden, the shaman knows he has no choice left. With no hope of survival, he decides to take his own life, but is stopped before he can act. Jae Galun finds himself unable to move his body, paralyzed by an unseen force. He cannot believe what just happened, stunned that Dan Yuhyan could do such a thing to someone from so far away. He reflects that the world is a truly wide place, filled with masters of unimaginable capabilities. Dan Yuhyan feels as though he has returned to the old days, a time of constant conflict and mystery. He is certain that one of the men he killed was a shaman, their use of sorcery and jianshi confirming his suspicion. He speculates they might be descendants of the blood demon, and decides he must go to the Murim Alliance to get answers. He muses that he came here for leisure but has ended up with something new to pursue. His thoughts are interrupted by Ma Jiangkang, the bandit leader he encountered at the dumpling shop. The Nong King kneels before him, pleading to be allowed to follow him. He claims to have been looking for a lord to serve and believes meeting Dan Yuhyan is the will of the gods. Dan Yuhyan assesses the man, noting his strength is only around Quan Mujin /S level. He sees no reason to take on another follower of a similar standard. Ma Jiangkang offers to escort him to Hunan, vowing to prove his usefulness. Dan Yuhyan agrees, but only until they reach Hunan, or he will be dismissed if deemed useless. The bandit promises to keep his word and immediately asks for the fastest way to their destination. Back at the manor, the Sword Emperor wonders why Dan Yuhyan has left again. Sadohak finds his thoughts mysterious, but the Emperor senses a deeper reason, knowing he would not leave Somi behind without cause. Samtae worries that their master might be in danger. The three men begin to argue, their differing faction loyalties causing friction. The demonic cult leader mocks the orthodox faction, calling them frustratingly reckless. He declares that the whole world should know those from the demonic cult are empty-headed. The Sword Emperor is offended, questioning why an unorthodox faction member is siding with the demonic cult. Their argument escalates, their old rivalries flaring up. Despite their differences, they find a moment of agreement in their mutual disdain for each other /S factions. Their bickering is interrupted by Somi, who threatens to tell her dad on them. Immediately chastened, the three powerful masters prepare to play together nicely for the child /S sake. Meanwhile, Dan Yuhyan travels, his mind focused on his new objective. Dan Yuhyan and his companions arrive in Hunan, only to find the streets eerily empty. Samtae wonders if his master got lost, but Mujin dismisses the idea, knowing Dan Yuhyan would simply fly there if needed. They discuss the rumors surrounding the saint, with Samtae questioning their validity. Their conversation is interrupted by the return of the Sword Emperor and Somi. Somi happily greets them, her bright presence a contrast to the tense atmosphere. The Emperor reports that the situation is quiet, with no one making any suspicious moves. They decide they can make any definitive moves until Dan Yuhyan returns. Suddenly, a group of armed men confronts Quan Mujin, their expressions hostile. Their leader recognizes the Blade Master, surprised to run into him here. Mujin calmly acknowledges that many people hold a grudge against him. Somi, sensing the danger, tells her uncle to come with her. The man tells her not to interfere, questioning if she knows who she is talking to. She retorts that she doesn't and doesn't care to, calling him a brat. The Sword Emperor steps forward, his voice a low growl as he tells the man not to raise his voice at the child. Jae Galun, observing from a distance, wonders why the Murim Alliance ISN intervening. He reasons they can capture an unorthodox martial artist who has been declared a public enemy, and notes that Quan Mujin is very much alive. Dan Yuhyan appears, noting that quite a lot of people have gathered. He finds the noisy situation rather fun, a welcome break from the quiet. He confirms the authenticity of the rumors about the Muram alliance, certain that there is no smoke without fire. His next destination is clear: the Muram alliance headquarters. First, however, they must take care of the belligerent men before them. Samtae and Mujin step forward, eager to test how much stronger they have become. Dan Yuhyan stops them, questioning their eagerness to fight. The Sword Emperor chides them, reminding them that a true martial artist stands at the other end of a sword. The appearance of the vagrant king, Ma Jiankong, causes the other vagrants to disperse. His presence alone is enough to quell the rising conflict. With the minor threat dealt with, Dan Yuhyan turns his attention to the larger problem. A monk from Shaolin intervenes, telling the crowd that if they point their swords at Mujin for personal ambition, he will be forced to stop them. He instructs those with genuine grudges to step forward and sort it out themselves. He then turns to Dan Yuhyan, noting his strange company, the vagrant king and the little twin dagger. He explains he is here to stop the ruckus, and since Mujin has been protecting the orthodox faction, there is no reason to arrest him. With Shaolin and the Muram alliance now protecting the unorthodox martial artist, the monk takes his leave. The Sword Emperor watches him go, noting the interesting aura around the young monk. He identifies him as Muho from Shaolin, a candidate to become the next abbot, though still just a monk for now. The group /S strange composition is noted, a mix of orthodox, unorthodox, and extraordinary individuals. When asked if they will stay, Ma Jiankong declares his intention to serve Sir Dan until the day he dies. The vagrant king decides to follow them as well, at least for now. Samtae questions the gathering of powerful figures, wondering if they are applying for a bodyguard position. The Sword Emperor notes the quiet atmosphere, sensing that many of the 10 great sects and 8 great families are absent. Dan Yuhyan tells him to take a look, his gaze directed toward the Muram alliance headquarters. The Emperor asks if he intends to go in, and Dan Yuhyan confirms it is the reason he came all this way. The Emperor realizes he has his own reasons for being here, having wanted to see the alliance for himself. He also admits he wants to see how Dan Yuhyan will deal with Moyong if the rumors are true. Sa Dohak laughs, declaring that it wouldn't/t make sense for them to go without him. Mujin notes how soundly Somi is sleeping despite their loud conversation. Dan Yuhyan reveals he pressed her sleeping point, making her fall asleep. He explains that a night like tonight will likely get quite noisy. As if on cue, a disturbance erupts outside the inn. The sounds of battle draw closer, the conflict spilling into the streets. Dan Yuhyan questions what is happening, and the innkeeper explains that the Moyong clan is attempting to take over the Muram alliance. The Sword Emperor is enraged that such vermin would dare to do something like this. Moyong Hyukman demands to know where the /man/bastard is, but his subordinate has no answers. At the Muram alliance headquarters, a coalition of martial artists demands that Moyong step down from his position. He scoffs at their defiance, dismissing them as small fries walking willingly into their graves. Observing the confrontation, Dan Yuhyan asks if the man at the center of it is Moyong Hyukman. The battle is swift and brutal, leaving the challengers dead or dying at the alliance leader /S feet. Moyong stands over the carnage, his power absolute. Suddenly, a new challenger appears, demanding to know who the bastard is who dared to wield a sword at him. The newcomer declares himself the Junshan sword, a name that gives Moyong pause. He recognizes the man /S spirit, mistaking it for that of Namgung Cheon. He mocks the emperor for surviving like a slimy loach and offers to grant him the death he seems to wish for. The Sword Emperor states this is something he must put an end to himself, asking that no one else steps in. He declares that he cannot overlook how corrupted the new alliance leader has become, but Moyong dismisses his grandstanding as childish. From the sidelines, Sohai cries out for her father to watch out. Moyong scoffs at the idea of losing to a one-armed man, but the emperor is confident. He warns that this time, the outcome will be different. The emperor declares there is nowhere left for Moyong to run. Moyong is unfazed, claiming he is not so weak as to be scared by the emperor /S gaze. The emperor laments that Moyong /S heart is already rotten, to the point of no return. Moyong takes this as another lecture and prepares to teach the old man a lesson. He is enraged by the accusation that his heart is rotten. He turns the accusation back on the emperor, questioning what makes him any different. As the Sword Emperor channels his power, his energy shifts, becoming something new and unfamiliar. Dan Yuhyan watches, surprised that such a strong flow of chi could come from a human body like his. Moyang stares into the Sword Emperor/S eyes, a cold murderous intent reflected within them. He recognizes that this fight will not stop until one of them is dead. He wonders if this will truly be the end for the legendary master. Just as the final blow is about to be struck, Dan Yuhyan intervenes, declaring the show is over. Moyang, enraged by the interruption, demands to know how he dares to interfere. The onlookers are stunned, unable to comprehend how this unknown man can so easily neutralize the powerful Moyang. Even Moyang is in disbelief, finding it impossible that not a single one of his techniques could touch him. Dan Yuhyan dismisses him, stating he has too many trivial thoughts. He finds the entire confrontation to be less than fun, his patience worn thin. A new figure appears, a young man who addresses Moyang as father. Dan Yuhyan recognizes the vicious chi flowing from the newcomer and asks who taught him such a technique. The young man scoffs, questioning if Dan Yuhyan really thinks he would tell him. He tells Dan Yuhyan to simply disappear, his arrogance palpable. Moyang/'s son cries out for his father, begging him to wake up. The young man struggles, his body racked with pain from an unknown force. He looks down at his father, urging him to wake up. Dan Yuhyan finds it foolish that he is now trying to rouse the man he just slashed with his own hands. He warns the young man that he will regret his actions. His voice is cold as he gives a final command, let him go, now. The Sword Emperor watches, noting that this is why the Orthodox faction bastards are so troublesome. Sadohak agrees, stating that it has nothing to do with him anyway. Dan Yuhyan, his business concluded, simply tells them to go back. Moyang/'s son grapples with his defeat, a humiliation he cannot accept. He would rather be killed than be ridiculed with unwanted pity. A voice echoes in his mind, acknowledging his desire to kill. The voice asks if he feels an unknown fear and an unceasing urge to kill. It beckons him to follow, promising to unleash the darkness within him. Far from the turmoil, Somi enjoys a peaceful day with Sadohak, who suggests they take a boat and go somewhere far away. Mujin, however, finds the demonic cult leader/'s recent behavior disappointing. Samte shows off a small wooden carving of the Shaolin temple he made. The Sword Emperor is impressed and asks if he can make one for him too. Samte agrees, offering to make one for 10 silver niang. He justifies the price by questioning how a martial artist is supposed to raise a child without money. Sadohak asks about the previous night/s events, noting that Samte and Mujin stayed behind to protect Somi. The Sword Emperor is surprised they didn't go, remembering the fuss they made. Sadohak suspects they did something significant, perhaps even assassinating the alliance leader. Mujin becomes defensive, certain they only went to the Muram alliance. He worries about the aftermath, knowing he must remain alert. The Sword Emperor laments missing the action, having only seen the aftermath from afar. He senses that something big is about to happen. Elsewhere, the remaining great sects discuss the fall of the Moyang family, an event they find inevitable given the Sword Saint/s actions. With both the Sword Emperor and the Sword Saint missing, they realize the Muram alliance/s safety is hanging by a thread. They note that the Namgung Patriarch is still searching for the Sword Emperor, uninterested in helping with the current crisis. The power structure has crumbled, and the Muram is now in total chaos. They have gathered to set things straight, agreeing they can no longer work with the current powers. With all in agreement, a new declaration is made. They decide to abandon the dysfunctional Muram alliance and start anew under the name of the Heavenly Sword Society. The leaders of the great sects ponder the meaning behind the newly formed Heavenly Blade Society. They understand that the Orthodox faction of Muram will now be divided, with many following the 8 great families to the new association. This division, they know, is bound to increase friction between the two forces as time passes. Dan Yuhyan reflects on the situation, blaming it all on the decision to save Moyang Hyakman. He concludes that letting Moyang Hyakman live was their biggest mistake. Making an enemy of a man with so much power was their first critical error. Their second mistake was letting him escape the clutches of the 9 great sects. He knows that if they had caught and interrogated him, the formation of the Heavenly Blade Association could have been prevented. His thoughts are interrupted by Samtae, who has arrived at their destination. As they approach the building, a sense of unease settles over them. Something feels off. The Sword Emperor notices smoke coming from the building, a sign of trouble. He volunteers to go check it out, his experience telling him caution is needed. Samtae questions the decision, but Dan Yuhyan allows the old man to do as he pleases. The Emperor returns moments later, his face pale and his composure shaken. He tells Dan Yuhyan to go instead of him. When asked why, he simply says there is someone inside. He describes the person within as being in very good shape, a cryptic and unsettling warning. Samtae wonders what could have made the old man run away like that. As Dan Yuhyan approaches the room, the air around him grows tense. He enters the room, his senses on high alert, and finds someone taking a bath. He recognizes the private bath, one he made only for Somi. His anger rises as he questions why this thief is enjoying a bath in his house. He prepares to wake the intruder from their peaceful soak. The bather is revealed to be Sohai, who demands to know what he is doing there. The Emperor, flustered, tries to explain that he ran away because he was surprised. He questions why Dan Yuhyan would open the door without hesitation, but his master is more concerned with what he saw. The Emperor tries to use the situation to marry off his granddaughter to the man. He argues that it's a crime for which Dan Yuhyan must take responsibility for the rest of her life. Somi interrupts, telling her uni that she has something to say. Sohai, mortified, apologizes profusely for the entire situation. She explains she had nowhere else to go and didn't mean to trespass. Dan Yuhyan apologizes for opening the door without knocking. Sohai dismisses it, claiming girls of Murim Dan care about such things. She announces she was planning on leaving soon anyway. Now almost fully healed, she is worried about her family, a concern Dan Yuhyan validates. He confirms her fears, stating that the Namgung family was completely destroyed. She is shocked, realizing he has already been to her family /s residence. She desperately asks about her family, and he informs her that while the buildings were destroyed, the people are fine. She presses for more details, her voice filled with desperate hope. A wave of relief washes over her as she thanks God for their safety. Dan Yuhyan assures her they are all fine, so she doesn't have to worry. A familiar voice calls out her name, and she turns to see her grandfather, alive and well. Sohai is overcome with emotion, finally reunited with the grandfather she thought she had lost. He asks why she is still here, wearing the mask he gave her. Through her tears, she tells him how glad she is to see him again. She admits she always believed he was still alive, her faith in him never wavering. Somi, watching the reunion, realizes with a pout that they knew each other all along. She turns to her father, accusing him of being mean for keeping the secret. Dan Yuhyan explains that her grandfather didn't want her to know, but he told her anyway. The Sword Emperor wisely notes that if there is a time for the truth to be revealed, then that time is now. Somi, ever practical, suggests that Dan Yuhyan should marry Sohai so her grandfather can truly become family. Dan Yuhyan playfully asks if she likes her grandfather more than him, and she quickly declares her father is her favorite. He teaches her a lesson in diplomacy, telling her to simply tell each person they are her favorite when she is with them. Sadohak watches the exchange, amused by the expression Dan Yuhyan makes for the child. A memory surfaces for Dan Yuhyan, a confrontation from 1,000 years ago. He remembers a woman, accused of being a demon, who pleaded for her life. Despite the humiliation, she begged for mercy, her reasons her own. He recalls the woman /s name, Namjorian. When he sent her away, he gave her a new name. He named her Namgon, after the southern fortress wall where they first met. He never thought she would use the name he gave her so thoughtlessly. He realizes with a jolt that her name became the foundation of the entire Namgung clan. He reflects on the strange and interesting nature of fate, how all these threads from his past are still tied together. He recalls the sorcery he witnessed, the Bloodstorm sacred demon /s art. The combination of techniques, sorcery, physical strengthening, jianshi, and demonic absorption points to one person. He concludes that the descendants of his old enemy might still be in this world. He realizes that even hiding and laying low cannot help him escape the fate of his past. With this understanding, he decides he must once again step into the central plains. Back in the present, Mujin questions what Samtae is doing. Samtae explains they are sparring, an activity Mujin finds absurd. He can /T believe that Samtae, who has only recently learned martial arts, is sparring with the Sword Emperor. Dan Yuhyan reminds Mujin that a martial artist should never let their guard down, warning him not to underestimate his opponent. Sohai approaches Dan Yuhyan, asking to spar with him and learn from his techniques. He flatly refuses, stating he doesn't /T think she can learn anything from him. She accuses him of being scared, but he is indifferent to her opinion. He has no wish to engage in useless sparring and suggests she ask Samtae instead, pointing out the vast difference in their skills. She is incredulous, questioning why she would spar with someone else when he is the one she wishes to challenge. Dan Yuhyan guarantees she won't /T be able to defeat the thief, a claim that only fuels her determination. Samtae, though hesitant, accepts the challenge, ready to teach the young lady a lesson. Sohai warns him she won /T go easy, but he tells her there /S no need to. The spar begins, and Sohai is immediately put on the defensive, shocked by her opponent /S skill. She expected to subdue him with her first move, a simple task for someone of her caliber. However, she finds herself unable to land a single attack, his movements impossibly fast and agile. Dan Yuhyan observes the fight, noting that Samtae /S impatient style is a bad match for her. Sohai /S frustration grows. After years of hard training, she cannot accept losing to someone so new to martial arts. She refuses to let it happen, her pride as a member of the Namgung family on the line. The match ends with her blade at Samtae /S throat, a seeming victory. He accuses her of trying to kill him, but Dan Yuhyan calmly points out that he is still alive. She is shocked, knowing her final slash was meant to be a killing blow. Dan Yuhyan declares the sparring over, telling her she won /T die from something like that. Sohai cannot comprehend how Samtae, a mere third-rate martial artist, could have survived her final attack. Dan Yuhyan ignores her confusion, simply ordering Samtae to go prepare breakfast. At the demonic cult /S headquarters, the new leader, Dongfang Gu, receives a troubling report. He has found no traces of the previous leader, Sa Dohak, anywhere. He also reports on the mummified corpses, noting they were all skilled elites who wouldn't /T be defeated easily. He has a headache from the chaos caused by the Heavenly Sword Society and needs to get to the bottom of this mystery. His investigation is interrupted by the sudden appearance of a stranger. He senses the newcomer /S immense presence, an aura on par with, or even stronger than, the previous cult leader. The stranger, Dan Yuhyan, makes a simple, absolute declaration: from this day forward, all of them are under him. The Murim world has fractured, splitting into two major factions. The Orthodox faction is now divided between the Heavenly Sword Society, led by the 8 great clans, and the Murim Alliance, centered around the 10 great sects. After Moyang Hyakman stepped down, Monk Xianjin became the new alliance leader and attempted to unify the factions, but was vehemently refused. The establishment of the two rival organizations was confirmed, and the Heavenly Sword Society /S numbers slowly grew. Another power emerges, the Martial Emperor Fortress, the strongest unorthodox group, comprised only of martial masters. In the quiet of the manor, the Sword Emperor finds Sohai, her expression frustrated. He critiques her swordsmanship, explaining that she is merely trying to imitate his own techniques. He tells her that no matter how fast she is, it is meaningless in front of someone faster, and her recent defeat was no surprise. She feels she has sullied the name of the Namgung clan. The shame of her failure in front of her grandfather weighs heavily on her, despite all her hard work. He comforts her, telling her not to be upset, as this will all become valuable experience. His words give her a renewed sense of purpose. Elsewhere, Samtae reflects on his own progress, having sparred with Sohai. He realizes that if he can do this much, he can be considered a full-fledged martial artist. Meanwhile, the great sects face a new crisis as the Heavenly Sword Society makes its move. The Manhwa sect has suffered great losses, with half of Shaanxi already falling to the martial emperor fortress. They have allied with the Northern Sea, and without rivaling numbers, the Manhwa sect cannot last. The other sects find themselves unable to help, their own territories threatened by opportunistic bandits and internal strife. The Heavenly Sword Society remains quiet, their lack of a smart leader preventing them from making a move. One leader reveals that the one who used both great sects was none other than the new Sword Saint. The Shaolin Temple, however, agrees to send some of their forces to aid the beleaguered Manhwa sect. Sohai approaches her grandfather, asking if he is truly not coming back. He confirms his decision, seeing no reason to return now that he is no longer the alliance leader or the Sword Emperor. He looks at his granddaughter, his expression softening. He tells her it is time for her to go and make her own path in the world. Sohai laments the situation, pitying the new alliance leader who has now lost her as well. Her grandfather questions her intentions, but she declares she cannot leave him here alone. He reiterates that he has no plans to return, and that the two factions can no longer walk together. Sohai listens, her resolve unshaken. He tells her once more to go and forge her own path. She pities the new leader but reaffirms her decision to stay. She asks how she could possibly leave her grandfather here all alone. Moyang Hyakman /S master asks if he has something to say, his gaze sharp and questioning. He explains he spared Moyang /S life because he can still be useful, perhaps even more so now. He recognizes the man /S jealousy and killing intent as valuable tools. For this reason, he is certain Moyang will be the one to raise the Murim to the ground. The master recounts how the orthodox forces fractured after the Sword Emperor /S disappearance, creating an opportunity for the unorthodox factions to move in. Jae Galun realizes with dawning horror that this was all the work of the Black Storm sacred demon. The master laughs, confirming his suspicion and revealing he used dissension sorcery to help the demon possess a new body. Though the body ISN /T an exact match, it is close enough for the demon to regain his former strength. The body, he hints, belongs to a certain someone /. Meanwhile, Sohai searches for her father, lamenting that she can /T find him anywhere. She knows her clan thinks she is pathetic for wasting time here, but she feels she has no choice. With the Murim Alliance and Heavenly Sword Society looking for her, she must find her grandfather as soon as possible. She decides it wouldn't /T be so bad to think of this time as traveling with her father. Sohai /S father, sensing her thoughts, asks what is on her mind. She correctly guesses that he is feeling lazy and wants to avoid his duties. He is surprised that his own daughter could see through his thoughts so easily. As they walk, he senses another presence nearby, though Sohai feels nothing. They find a young girl by the water, who asks if they are okay. She cheerfully tells them she has failed in her task. She shows them the many fish she has caught, admitting it /S not a lot for today. Sohai /S father finds her amazing for a child so young. The girl complains that her dad and uncles sometimes say stupid things and don't /T come fishing with her. She asks if they are here to visit her house. They are confused, as there is no house in sight. They see nothing but the lake before them. Sohai /S father wonders if she is a poor, solitary person who must fish to survive. He grows angry, assuming the lazy adults in her life are exploiting the naive and good-natured child. He decides to speak with her father, demanding to know where he is. The girl is confused by his anger, but he insists that even adults need to be scolded sometimes. He tells her to show him to her house quickly. As they approach the hidden manor, Dan Yuhyan senses they have guests. Somi returns to the manor, her cheerful voice announcing her arrival. She is greeted by a young Miss but her attention is drawn to the two strangers accompanying her. She proudly welcomes them to her home, her innocence unwavering. Sohai /S father senses the powerful atmosphere of a martial master from one of the men. He feels he has seen him somewhere before, the familiar aura unsettling him. Seeing the well-appointed manner and the well-dressed young Miss he realizes his earlier assumption that Somi was being exploited was a misunderstanding. He notes that even the /slave/ here appears to be a trained martial artist. His gaze falls upon another man, his back familiar and yet unrecognizable. The man turns, his voice cold as he asks why they have come into his house without permission. Sohai/S father is stunned, recognizing the man before him as Mujin. Dan Yuhayan notes that it/S been a while, and introduces himself. Sohai/S father explains he has been searching for him. Sohai understands her father/S reason, to create an even stronger orthodox faction. He likely believes that bringing Dan Yuhayan into the fold will elevate their power to the next level. He is searching for someone who can replace the now absent Namgung Sword Emperor. However, the situation has changed, with the orthodox faction now split, leaving her father in a difficult position. He is trying to remain neutral, and believes finding a new martial master is the best solution. Dan Yuhayan dismisses him, telling him to go back as this is no place for them. Sohai/S father quickly produces a bottle of 50-year-old Shaoxing wine as a peace offering. The offering works, and Dan Yuhayan agrees to hear him out. He finds it amusing that the child is the one who brought him such a precious guest. The Sword Emperor arrives, surprised to find the Namgung Patriarch drinking with his host. He notes the festive atmosphere, but questions why Sadohak is also present. Sohai tries to calm her grandfather, who is clearly agitated by the unexpected gathering. He confirms his son was searching for Dan Yuhayan, hoping to bring the skilled master into the Murim Alliance. Dan Yuhayan scoffs, stating he has no intention of going to the Murim Alliance, even for expensive wine. The Namgung Patriarch simply thanks him for his consideration. Having received good wine and hospitality, Dan Yuhayan decides to ask for a favor in return. The Patriarch is confused, they never mentioned they had stayed in Hunan. Dan Yuhayan makes his request, he wants to establish a family with him. The Namgung Patriarch departs, promising to bring a better wine next time, an offer Dan Yuhayan looks forward to. The Sword Emperor is surprised to see Jae-Galun, the former strategist, wondering what brings him to the manor. Dan Yuhayan simply offers the man a taste of his wine. Jae-Galun explains his purpose, he wants Dan Yuhayan to help protect the orthodox path of Murim. Dan Yuhayan is immediately uninterested in the proposal. Jae-Galun elaborates, asking if he means creating a just and peaceful world. He doesn't know if he can be of help and questions what he would gain, dismissing the offered /honor/ as useless. Dan Yuhayan abruptly gets up and tells the others to follow him. He states that it is not possible to discuss the matter in the manor. He leads them to a familiar, somber place. They arrive at the burial mounds containing the remains of the three heavens. A new figure is present, one Dan Yuhayan recognizes as the mastermind behind the recent corpse manipulation techniques. He addresses the man by his true name, Blood Demon. The Blood Demon finds it perfect, bored after 1,000 years and eager for the entertainment of fighting his old rival again. Dan Yuhayan recognizes the technique he used to survive, the great heaven-defying arts. He recalls that the ritual requires the blood of 1,000 children to possess a new body. The Blood Demon dismisses his judgment, claiming he went through much hardship to find a suitable body. Jae-Galun recognizes that the demon/S cruel nature hasn't /T changed, and speculates that this reunion was arranged by the sages. The demon taunts Dan Yuhayan, suggesting the 1,000-year seal wasn't /T lifted by his own power. Dan Yuhayan tells him to stop, but the demon mocks his current powerlessness. He acknowledges that much time has passed. Because of that, he has no choice but to change. The Blood Demon is taken aback, noticing his rival has taken half a step back. He admits it /S the first time he has ever seen such an expression on his face. Dan Yuhayan proposes they fight once again to determine who is the /best and who is the /strongest /. The fate of the entire Central Plains, including all its factions, will hang on the outcome of their battle. The Blood Demon /S true form has been unleashed, his power now fully realized. Dan Yuhayan and Somi share a quiet moment, a stark contrast to the unfolding chaos. Later, the Sword Emperor reflects on the events of the previous night. He is certain he was not mistaken, the vigor, energy, and way of speaking were all too familiar. He concludes that the man he faced was unmistakably the blood demon. He was the very reason the blood demon divine rose as the best in the Central Plains. This means the demon/s claim that the Black Wind demon had been unleashed must also be true. A new objective forms in Dan Yuhyan/s mind: he must find him. He turns to his companions, asking who controls the most money in the Central Plains. The Sword Emperor identifies him as the head of the Myriad Gold Merchant Troupe. He recognizes the name, Manhwa, the man who now effectively controls the Murim alliance through his immense wealth. His greatest strength is the very wealth he amassed, a power that rivals even the great sects. The Emperor notes that while he can tell what Dan Yuhyan is thinking, he always does something after falling into deep thought. Samte questions his master/s sudden interest in merchant troops, warning him that it/s a completely different world. In his opinion, Dan Yuhyan has no chance of succeeding as a merchant. Dan Yuhyan simply says, "very well," and begins to walk away, leaving Samte to panic. He then turns his attention to Sadohak, asking if he has been in contact with the demonic cult. The cult leader admits he receives carrier pigeons regularly, but realizes he hasn't heard from his contact, Dong Bangu, in over a month. He finds the silence strange, especially now that Dan Yuhyan is asking about it. He dismisses any worry, boasting of the demonic cult/s strength and the fractured state of the orthodox factions. He offers to spar with Dan Yuhyan, but is told to play with Somi instead if he/s bored. Later, Dan Yuhyan summons Samte, who immediately understands he has a new task. His destination is the demonic cult. Samte is shocked by the order, knowing the journey takes 4 months even by carriage. Dan Yuhyan clarifies he only needs to get near their headquarters and gather detailed news, bringing back anything he finds. He provides a generous allowance for the journey. The amount of money tells Samte this is a serious and important matter, and he asks if his master is also going somewhere. Dan Yuhyan simply replies that he doesn't need to know. He reflects on the history of the demonic cult, founded by the Black Wind demon but later taken over by his subordinate, Cheon Mugwang. He knows there is only one place the revived divine Black Wind demon could go. He resolves that he must find and kill him once again. But before that, there is one more thing he must do. He arrives at the Myriad Gold Merchant Troupe, his presence immediately causing a stir. The leader, Manhwa, is shocked to see the bastard here again, realizing this remote location is why he couldn't be found. Dan Yuhyan and Manhwa arrive at a shabby, dilapidated store, a far cry from a bustling merchant troupe. The merchant, nervous, leads them inside. Manhwa explains the difficulty of being a merchant in Hunan, as the golden merchants have monopolized nearly all trade. Dan Yuhyan asks what is needed to create a successful merchant troupe. Manhwa explains the need for money and consistent trade partners, and Dan Yuhyan asks what he would sell first in Hunan. He suggests selling famous liquor, targeting the many drinkers near Dongting Lake. He proposes striking a deal with the Hoiyan clan, a family once famous for brewing but who have since fallen. He believes many wealthy people still remember the taste of their liquor, making it a potentially profitable venture. He notes that other products like silk and salt are already dominated by other merchants, offering little profit. However, he identifies a potential niche, spices and products from the western region, which are sold at very expensive prices. Dan Yuhyan suddenly presents him with a large sum of money, an advance for a new venture. He gives the merchant 10 days to close his current store, relocate to Hunan, and set up a troupe that surpasses the golden merchants. He leaves the money, telling the man to come to Yeyang if he accepts, or give the money to the magistrate if he refuses. The merchant is stunned, claiming it/s impossible for a nobody like him, but Dan Yuhyan insists that those with nothing are the ones who climb the highest. He explains that too much time for consideration erodes courage, a necessary trait for making big decisions. With a final, expectant word, he departs, leaving the merchant to his decision. Manhwa is left reeling, the weight of the impossible task and the immense opportunity settling upon him. The large sum of money before him is proof that this was no joke. He is left alone, unsure what to make of the entire situation. Back at the manor, Mujin is subjected to Sohei/S disastrous cooking, having already known she had no talent with her hands. She proudly presents her /fried vegetables / a charred and dangerous-looking concoction. He takes a bite, his expression unchanging as he declares it /S fine. Elsewhere, Sa-do-hak and the Sword Emperor find their journey halted, their carriage damaged and their coachman gone. The Sword Emperor finds it strange, his thoughts on the items left back at the manor. He concludes the coachman held a grudge and sabotaged the wheels, but Dan Yuhayan suggests he can go back alone if he doesn't /T like it. Sa-do-hak complains, blaming the Sword Emperor for their misfortune. The Emperor retorts, questioning how a third-rate martial artist like him can be so arrogant. Meanwhile, back at the manor, Dan Yuhayan wonders where Samtae and the others have gone. The Sword Emperor is busy making dumplings with Somi, a peaceful domestic scene. Dan Yuhayan senses that while things have been quiet, something might happen soon. Quan Mujin/S former master, seeing his disgraced disciple alive, is filled with rage. He remembers the eye Mujin slashed a year ago while running away. He had thought the boy was dead. He orders his men to find out everything, how he is alive and who saved him. He vows to make the fucking dog who dared to bare his fangs realize his place. He will ensure his former disciple understands that no matter what, he will always be his dog. Manhwa arrives at the manor, having made his decision. He declares his willingness to do anything asked, but Dan Yuhayan clarifies he won /T be giving orders. Manhwa will be the store owner and make all decisions. The merchant is incredulous, questioning if he can truly make all the decisions himself. Dan Yuhayan tells him to recognize this as reality, not a dream. Manhwa questions if his new master truly intends to surpass the golden merchants. He explains their immense power, holding over 70% of the trading rights in the market. Dan Yuhayan draws a parallel between martial artists and merchants, stating that in both worlds, the strong always take from the weak. He warns that many changes will take place soon, and that Manhwa must climb higher, a process that will undoubtedly be tough. A sense of confidence fills the merchant. With this man by his side, he feels anything is possible. It is not just gratitude, but a strong, unexplainable sense of belief in their shared future. He declares he is looking forward to working with him, and Dan Yuhayan instructs him to go to the government office and look for Hong Wenchang. He gives the merchant full autonomy over the store, trusting him to handle the details and seek help if needed. As the merchant leaves, Dan Yuhayan realizes it /S been a while since he saw the governor, but sees no need to meet if nothing is wrong. He notices a familiar-looking man in the distance, but can /T quite place him. He dismisses the thought, figuring the man must not be anyone important if he can /T remember him. His peaceful stroll is interrupted by an angry shout. The man who accosted him questions why he is being attacked in broad daylight. Dan Yuhayan simply asks if he has forgotten what happened. He recognizes the man as the /idiot from the Vile Blood Troop. He dismisses the man /S attempt at revenge as a waste of time, given his weakness. The man, defeated and humiliated, wonders if he is going to die. Dan Yuhayan tells him he should have tried to get stronger before seeking revenge, and that he doesn't /T feel the need to bloody his hands on him. He gives a final warning, never appear in front of him again. Elsewhere, Quan Mujin /S former master learns the name of the man who saved his disciple, Dan Yuhayan. He feels a twisted sense of pity for the poor bastard who has crossed paths with the manor master. He learns that while no one knows his exact location, the man is famous in the area and lives near Dongting Lake. He is also told that the man is sometimes seen walking with a child and weird old men. He is certain the description of one of the men matches Quan Mujin perfectly, and orders his subordinate to bring him there. Mujin contemplates his master /S actions, knowing Ma Dokjin would never let a grudge go and that Dan Yuhayan must have had a good reason for sparing him. Dan Yuhayan asks Mujin if he can kill Ma Dokjin with his own strength. Mujin admits it would have been impossible in the past due to the huge difference in their power, but after a year of training, things have changed. He declares with absolute certainty that he can now defeat him. He knows that if his attacks can now land on his master, it is evidence of his growth. Until they meet again, he vows to put himself under even harsher training. Samtae worries about Mujin/S chances, knowing Ma Dokjin is a famous and powerful figure. The Sword Emperor overhears them, stating that if Mujin relies on Ma Dokjin alone, that is all he will ever amount to. He warns that the 7 unorthodox factions will not stand idly by and will likely move to avenge their ally. Dan Yuhyan recognizes this incident is on a completely different level, a perfect opportunity to show the world who they are. The Sword Emperor is surprised, realizing Dan Yuhyan is finally considering showing himself to the Murim world. Dan Yuhyan explains that hostility will find him regardless, so he can /T get rid of them all, but there is another reason. He recalls his fight with the Blood Demon, the moment he was forced to take half a step back. That single moment of hesitation got him riled up, a feeling he hasn't /T felt in a long time. He declares that things are about to get interesting, as his name will once again ring throughout the world. He tells his companions to focus on their work, dismissing them as children. The Sword Emperor has a brief, unfounded worry, but quickly dismisses it. At an inn in Yeyang, the owner laments the loss of customers due to the presence of a violent martial artist. He worries that if the Martial Emperor Fortress gets their hands on Yeyang, his business will be bust. He considers contacting the government but knows Magistrate Hong is powerless against such martial artists. He feels scared and helpless, realizing the splitting of the Murim alliance has had a huge, unforeseen impact on normal people. The violent martial artist is in the middle of killing another patron. He reminds the man of his earlier warning to kill anyone who entered this place. The commotion reaches the Magistrate/S office, another report of trouble at the inn. Magistrate Hong is frustrated, questioning why these martial artists keep causing trouble in his city. He learns they are swinging their swords at anyone who goes near the inn, terrifying the local merchants into silence. He realizes they must be from the Martial Emperor Fortress and are likely connected to Quan Mujin/S disappearance. His thoughts are interrupted by the arrival of an unexpected guest. It is Somi, who cheerfully tells him that her dad asked her to come here. Dan Yuhyan and his group arrive at a tense standoff, the air thick with the promise of violence. Mujin laments their timing, having only come to see a face, while Samtae notes they look no different from the thugs they /re-facing. Dan Yuhyan simply observes the hostile atmosphere of the place. He can feel the presence of many people hiding within the building, an ambush in waiting. Quan Mujin/S former master addresses him, stating he has been waiting for this moment. He reveals he knew they were coming, having planted someone to monitor Dan Yuhyan since they left the manor. His men must have informed him they were heading to Ajiang. He admits he was getting tired of waiting for their arrival. He warns Mujin not to believe he is the same person as last time. He reveals his men have surrounded the entire city, their trap inescapable. There are even some of his people hiding inside the inn. He relishes the moment, finding it a befitting end for the person who shamelessly betrayed him. Dan Yuhyan calmly identifies the man with his head down, recognizing him. The master reveals he knows about Somi, hidden in the Magistrate/S office. He gives Dan Yuhyan an ultimatum: fight and turn Ajiang into a sea of blood, or surrender and accept death. Dan Yuhyan/S silence only fuels the master/S amusement. With a calm demeanor, Dan Yuhyan makes his choice. He throws an object with incredible force, creating a massive explosion that rocks the entire area. As the dust settles, his companions wonder if their opponent escaped, but the Sword Emperor advises them to wait and see. The magistrate, caught in the chaos, worries if the people are coming for him. The master, having survived, summons a new ally. He introduces the newcomer, Yukjiamsa, one of the strongest unorthodox masters who could have been legendary had he not followed his own path. Mujin recognizes him as one of the strongest masters in the Martial Emperor Fortress, his prowess rivaling his own father. Dan Yuhyan finds the development interesting, glad for the chance to have some fun after a long time. The onlookers are stunned to see the legendary Yukjiamsa in person. The Sword Emperor and Sadohak both recognize him, having beaten him in his younger days. Yukjiamsa, unaware of who he is facing, questions their arrogant attitude. He senses no aura from the masked men, mistaking their hidden power for boastfulness. The master questions if they are running away. Dan Yuhyan simply advises them to run away fast. The master finds his confidence amusing, seeing the young man who defeated Ma Dokjin as mere entertainment. He declares it is time to proceed with the bet they made. He lays out his strategy: his men on the outskirts will force them to split up. He will then hunt them down one by one, giving them a slow and painful death. He chides Yuk Jeomsa for letting Mujin get away when he was cornered. His attention is now solely on one Mujin. He tells his subordinate to go for it, granting him the honor of killing his former disciple. Yuk Jeomsa is grateful for the opportunity, his mind set on revenge. Facing an overwhelming number of enemies, Dan Yuhyan decides they should split up. His companions quickly choose their separate paths, ready to divide and conquer. Mujin deduces the remaining path must lead to the red light district, where Yuk Jeomsa disappeared. Dan Yuhyan asks Sohai if she is scared of facing the formidable martial artist. He mentions a gullible woman he knew in the past, a comparison that annoys Sohai. He explains that in less than 10 years, that woman made a name for herself throughout the entire Central Plains. Unlike Sohai, she wasn't /T born with talent. She overcame everything through sheer, unyielding effort. Elsewhere, Sadohak confronts a group of thugs, questioning their torment of innocent people. He grandly declares himself the demonic heaven soldier of the Dan family of Hunan vowing they will not be forgiven. He sees this as an opportunity to spread the name of their new family throughout the Murim. He surveys the area, noting the large number of rats that have gathered. He anticipates an entertaining fight ahead. The battle is joined, and he finds the confrontation thoroughly enjoyable. He admits that while he doesn't understand his new master, the man certainly makes things fun. At the government office, the Sword Emperor faces his own set of enemies, who question his interference. They are following orders to kill every human they see, a command they intend to follow. He notes the large number of them, a daunting task for even him to handle alone. His opponents are surprised, having heard that only Mujin and the Manor Master were threats, yet the old man is putting up a fierce fight. Deciding to test their blades, the Emperor prepares for a true battle. Mujin confronts Yuk Jeomsa, who is surprised he would chase after him alone. Mujin declares that for the likes of him, the master doesn't even have to come. Yuk Jeomsa finds him strange, noting that his gaze seems to be looking past him. He takes it as an insult, a little insect looking down on him. He prepares to teach the young man a lesson. He calls him a lunatic, a fool who can even appraise his own opponent. He and his men decide to pluck out Mujin eyes as a punishment. Their attack is cut short as Mujin moves with blinding speed. He effortlessly dispatches his opponents, his movements too fast for them to follow. Dan Yuhyan stands over the defeated Yuk Jeomsa, calling him a fool for not seeing him even when he was right in front of him. Quan Mujin former master watches in disbelief, stunned that his prized subordinate was defeated so easily. Dan Yuhyan appears before him, his voice cold as he reminds the man of his warning to never appear before him again. The master laughs, threatening Somi safety and boasting of the 50 subordinates he has sent to the government office. His threats are cut short by the cheerful arrival of Somi and her 2 grandfathers. They playfully ask if hide and seek is over, their presence completely disrupting the tense atmosphere. The Sword Emperor informs the master that Yuk Jeomsa has been defeated, asking what he will do now that he on his own. The man questions what the old man is talking about, his confidence unshaken. He repeats his threat, claiming to have 50 subordinates all over Yayang. The Sword Emperor calmly informs him that they were all killed in less than 2 hours, a claim the man dismisses as a bluff. He finds it impossible that only 5 people could have defeated his forces so quickly. He concludes it must be a ruse to deceive him. With renewed confidence, he orders his remaining men to complete their mission. The men are shocked by the 2 old men, realizing they have been hiding their true abilities. Ma Jiankang confronts his former master, questioning why he was brought back. He angrily recounts his past servitude, the years he was treated worse than an animal. He declares he has finally found a lord he truly wants to follow. And that person has asked him to do one thing: kill his former master. His old lord, enraged, challenges him to try, promising a painful death. Dan Yuhyan watches the confrontation, his expression unreadable. Two figures emerge from the shadows, their reunion a long time coming. They are the Demon Emperor and the Sword Saint, two legendary figures who have finally met again. A memory surfaces of a younger Ma Dokjin, being berated by his master. His master scolds him for falling over in a duel, questioning why he was brought in. A young Quan Mujin warns his master of a presence behind him. Ma Dokjin recalls the moment he started to hate the bastard /SIs with a fiery passion. He notes there was always something different about him, a stubbornness that persisted even after being utterly crushed. He remembers the boy /S fierce spirit, something he knew even back then. But he is shocked by the man /S current power, the gap between them now impossibly large. He wonders what Yuk Gyomsa is up to, his thoughts a jumble of past and present. As the battle rages, his opponent cries out in pain. Dan Yuhyan finds the fight interesting, noting that he and the Sword Emperor work surprisingly well together. The Sword Emperor questions his laughter, a grim seriousness on his face. Dan Yuhyan simply states that it /S already over for Yuk Gyomsa. His opponent laughs, dismissing them and comparing them to the forces of the Yellow Martial Castle. The Sword Emperor notes a change in Dan Yuhyan /S stance, realizing he is finally using both his hands. He deduces that his companion is finally showing the remaining 30% of his true power. The man, impaled, can only laugh, reminiscing about a time when he could stab his opponent. He calls Dan Yuhyan a monster, his strength seemingly endless. His efforts have been in vain. He faces his own mortality, the realization that he is going to die. In the face of physical pain, hesitation becomes a luxury. His opponent calls him disgusting for using his master /S orders as an excuse to act so viciously. With his final breath, he vows to kill him. Ma Dokjin lies defeated, his body broken. He reflects that while it took a lot of effort, he managed to obey his lord /S orders and now has no more regrets. Dan Yuhyan looks down at the man, noting that he is basically a corpse now. The Sword Emperor questions his next move, knowing that killing Ma Dokjin is a declaration of war on the Martial Emperor fortress. Dan Yuhyan gives a simple, chilling order. He commands his followers to send both Ma Dokjin /S and Yuk Gyomsa /S corpses to the Martial Emperor fortress. On the streets of Yeyang, a new master from the Martial Emperor fortress, Jik Muzung, arrives. He notices the noisy crowd, his senses telling him that someone has died. He deduces that the commotion was likely caused by Ma Dokjin. A friend of his asks for help finding his son, who brought warriors to Hunan but has since lost contact. Recognizing the troublemaker as the eldest son of the Ma clan, Jik Muzung agrees to help, a personal favor to a friend. Back at the manor, the atmosphere is quiet, though the previous night was anything but. Mujin approaches the recovering Sohai, asking what has happened. She admits she really thought she was going to die this time. She thanks Somi for looking after her while she was unconscious. Somi asks how she got so injured, having been told she simply fell while climbing a mountain. The child notes that her injuries /T look like they /re from a fall, and that the grandpas sounded suspicious. Sohai, glad the child doesn't /T know the truth, asks if she thought she had been in another fight. Her attention is then drawn to the person who is the best at fighting. Jik Muzung gathers information, his findings aligning with what he was told earlier. He finds it foolish that the impatient Ma Dokjin would cause such a commotion just to capture a runaway, even dragging Yuk Gyomsa into it. He asks his subordinate about their current whereabouts. The answer he receives is both simple and grim. The leader of the Yellow Martial Castle learns the deaths of his subordinates are the work of the /Hunan Dan family /. He scoffs at the idea of a nobody clan causing such a commotion and daring to touch his people. As one of the 5 emperors of the martial world, he decides he must personally teach them a lesson. At the manor, Somi finds a visitor at the gate, confirming her father /S prediction. The visitor, Jik Muzung, is surprised that he had a guest he was unaware of. Somi invites him inside, explaining her dad knew he was there and wants to see if there /S anything weird outside. He is surprised the manor/s master knew he was there and sent a child to greet him. Intrigued, he accepts the invitation and follows her inside. He is immediately struck by the manor/s impressive construction and landscaping. The delicate craftsmanship far exceeds that of a low-tier clan, the work of expert hands. He wonders about the true identity of the manor/s owner. Somi points him toward her father, who is playing a game. She excuses herself, explaining it is an adult conversation, before quickly running off. He finds the scatterbrained child amusing. His amusement turns to annoyance as he sees his targets leisurely playing Go, seemingly unaware of his presence. Dan Yuhyan/s voice cuts through his thoughts, his simple command to sit down scattering the man/s internal key. Jeek Muzung realizes with a jolt that he is in the presence of a master who has been in seclusion. Dan Yuhyan gets straight to the point, asking if they were the ones who killed Ma Dokjin and Yukjayomsa. The Sword Emperor chastises him for not even pretending to listen. Dan Yuhyan simply states he is the one who is deaf. He repeats his command, sit down. A familiar, chilling voice echoes in Jeek Muzung/s mind. Dan Yuhyan greets him, noting it has been a while, perhaps 10 years. The master of the Yellow Martial Castle realizes it was Dan Yuhyan/s doing all along, his presence so concealed he didn't/t even sense him. He acknowledges the man/s power, as expected of the Demon Emperor. The Sword Emperor and Sadohak are stunned by the revelation, unable to believe the man they thought was dead is standing before them. Jeek Muzung is left utterly bewildered by the impossible situation. He cannot comprehend why the leaders of the demonic cult and the orthodox faction are in the same room. The only logical conclusion is that they have joined forces. Jeek Muzung stares at the gathering of legendary figures, questioning if the man before him is truly their leader. Dan Yuhyan simply tells him to try drawing his sword, a calm and absolute challenge. The Sword Emperor is grateful for the unexpected turn of events, as it allowed his own/kid/ to grow. Jeek Muzung, enraged by their casual attitude, demands to know who they are. Dan Yuhyan simply identifies himself as the master of the manor and a father. Jeek Muzung dismisses his answer as nonsense, his hand hovering over his sword. He declares that he is not the kind of person who can/t draw a sword in a place like this. Dan Yuhyan repeats his command, his voice unwavering /I told you to draw it /. A simple stone appears in Dan Yuhyan/s hand, its origin unknown. He questions why his opponent didn't/t draw his sword, a mocking tone in his voice. Jeek Muzung finds himself in a strange, unfamiliar place, his senses reeling. Dan Yuhyan acknowledges his opponent/s tenacity. The Sword Emperor notes that when it comes to tenacity, Jeek Muzung is not lacking compared to him. Jeek Muzung finally understands why the Sword Emperor and Sadohak Don/t even bother with Dan Yuhyan. He criticizes Dan Yuhyan/s rough, undisciplined style, questioning if he can even be considered a martial artist. He declares that this is as far as Dan Yuhyan can go with his mouth. The world around Jeek Muzung shatters, the illusion broken. He, who was always a powerful figure, now finds himself in a pathetic state. Dan Yuhyan/s voice cuts through his terror, asking if he is scared. Before he can react, his opponent is upon him. A single, agonizing cry echoes through the manor as the battle comes to a decisive end. The onlookers struggle to stifle their laughter at Jeek Muzung/s humiliating defeat. Even Sadohak can/t help but find the situation amusing, calling the master pathetic. Dan Yuhyan addresses the defeated master, Jeek Muzung, finding his behavior interesting. He notes that he has never seen anyone so skilled run away without even trying to fight. The Sword Emperor speculates that Jeek Muzung will likely survive, as he was skilled enough to recognize the difference in their abilities and flee. Meanwhile, Sante arrives at the Heavenly Mountains, the territory of the demonic cult. Unlike the horrible rumors, the outskirts of the cult/s territory are home to a peaceful village of non-martial artists. He has successfully arrived at his destination, the first step of his mission complete. His companion, Ma Jiangkong, notes his bourgeois attitude, stating anyone else would not have survived. Sante observes the village, finding it looks normal, with merchants selling goods and farmers tending their fields. Even the few hooligans on the streets are a common sight in any town. However, he senses that something is strange about the peaceful scene. Ma Jiankong explains that there are usually demonic cultists patrolling the village, but now, none are to be seen. He suggests they need to go further in, a dangerous proposition since only cult members are allowed past this point. Samtae, though terrified, agrees, deciding he/LL just run away if something happens. In a hidden chamber, Moyang Hyakman awakens, tended to by his master. The master notes that he doesn't/T seem to be in good condition, having experienced G deviation after the death of his son. He tells Moyang that all a weak man who has lost everything can do is stand up and bear his killing intent. He asks if he knows what is needed to grow stronger. The answer is simple: to be reborn. He commands Moyang to set up the greatest merchant troupe and work for him, not for a peaceful Murim, but for a new one. He desires a world that is stronger, reborn from the ashes of the old. The master, the Black Storm sacred demon, lets out a pained cry, his new body still adjusting. He reflects on Dan Yuhyan, finding him changed and boring compared to the man he knew 1,000 years ago. He vows to turn the Murim back to how it was, dyed in blood and chaos. He is certain his old rival would like that more. Manhwa questions if they have arrived at the right place, the dilapidated building before them a far cry from what he expected. He is certain, however, as this is the home of the Huiyan clan, makers of the famous Shaoxing wine. He explains to Dan Yuhyan that if they can sell this wine, they/LL be able to take down the top-ranked golden merchants. Dan Yuhyan deduces that something big must have happened for a clan once famous for its wine to be reduced to this state. He calls out, asking if anyone is home. A young woman appears, questioning who they are. She asks who they are, her tone wary and suspicious. Dan Yuhyan introduces himself, and the woman, Huiyanhua, confirms that the owner of the house does indeed live here. She identifies herself as Huiyanji, the current head of the Huiyan clan, and demands an explanation for their trespassing. Dan Yuhyan notes the strong smell of herbs, and she explains her clan has always been a line of doctors, though her predecessors also liked brewing wine. He asks why she doesn't/T brew wine now, but she refuses, stating the household fell into ruin because of it. Even after so much time has passed, the memory of what happened is still fresh. She can still feel her anger boiling whenever she thinks about it. She reveals that her parents'/deaths were because of that damn wine and asks them to leave, sick of hearing about it. Dan Yuhyan presses, stating he heard the Huiyan clan/S wine is the best, but she counters that the Kaimun clan is the best now. He tastes her wine, admitting it/S not bad, but that his own is better. His casual critique enrages her, but he simply states that a possibility remains to be seen. He offers to make her wish come true, a statement that confuses her. He knows her deepest desire is obvious. It is to wipe the Kaimun clan from the face of the earth. Dan Yuhyan returns to the manor, Somi greeting him cheerfully. He introduces Huiyanhua, telling the others she will be a guest living with them from now on. Hua is stunned by the size and grandeur of the manor, far exceeding anything she could have imagined. After being found at the edge of a cliff, she followed him, and now wonders if this could be her new home. Her hopeful thoughts are interrupted as she is ordered to take the/rascal/ to the side building and bathe her. Somi protests, insisting she can bathe herself. Hua immediately takes back her thoughts about this being her new home, deciding to just get through this. She finds Somi examining ingredients for medicinal wine, her curiosity piqued. She explains what she is doing, finding the child quite cute. Somi excitedly offers to help, eager to learn. Somi expresses her desire to help make the medicinal liquor, her curiosity piqued. Huiyanhua finds the child quite cute but feels her younger sibling is a bit too bold. She recalls learning to brew liquor at an even younger age herself. She agrees to let Somi help but forbids her from tasting it, a condition the child happily accepts. Sadohak and the Sword Emperor watch the children, with the Emperor noting that Somi/S companion is a descendant of the Huiyan clan. The Emperor reflects on how a child/S presence can be a help to those feeling despair, while wonders where to begin their task of gathering ingredients. As they search, she is surprised to see so many valuable herbs growing openly. She wonders why no herbalists come here to gather them. Deciding it doesn't matter, she focuses on gathering what she needs for the liquor. She watches Somi, who gathers everything indiscriminately, finding it strange for a child from a wealthy manor to do such things. Somi proudly shows off how much she has gathered, her basket overflowing. Wa is taken aback by the child/s skill, admitting she is very good at this. Somi explains that she comes here often with her dad, which is why she is so proficient. Wa recognizes one of the herbs Somi found as a valuable ingredient sold to medicine shops. Feeling outdone by a child at her own former profession, she suggests they head back. Dan Yuhyan simply attributes the successful harvest to pure luck. Somi asks Wa to teach her how to brew, wanting to make a gift for her father. Wa agrees, reminding her again that she cannot drink it, a rule Somi already knows. 10 days later, the liquor is finally complete, and Wa is confident in its quality. She nervously awaits the verdict as Dan Yuhyan takes a sip. He critiques it, stating the good quality is due to the ingredients, not her skill. He admits he expected better, as the herbs Somi gathered were of top quality. He declares it not worth paying a lot of money for, but Somi asks him to try the one she made. He accepts the small cup, a thank you for her hard work. As he drinks, an incredible fragrance fills the air, catching everyone/s attention. Samtae and Mujin eagerly ask for a taste, drawn in by the intoxicating aroma. The Sword Emperor, an experienced connoisseur, also asks for a taste, certain he is smelling something special. He declares it comparable to one of the top 5 famed liquors he has ever had. Sa Dohak agrees, admitting it is really good. Wa is stunned, unable to understand how the child/s liquor could be so much better than her own. 1 month later, at the Kaimun clan/s headquarters, the leader receives some startling news. He is informed that their rivals, the Hoian clan, are brewing liquor once again. Rumors of the Hoian clan/s liquor being distributed again have reached the Kaimun clan. They compare 2 versions, one sold for 10 silver niang, and a cheaper one for 2. The leader questions if these are truly the Hoian clan/s liquors. He notes a vast difference in grade, with the more expensive version being sought after by high-ranking officials in secret. He admits the cheaper one tastes good, but it doesn't hold a candle to the premium version. He recalls the old story of the man who went mad for the Hoian clan/s liquor, a tale that is now becoming famous again. He recognizes that if the Hoian clan has truly risen again, it would be dangerous for them. He demands to know who is distributing the liquor, who dared to help the Hoian clan. His subordinate reveals it is the gold exchange merchants, a small troop from Changsha. Meanwhile, Hoianhua struggles to replicate Somi/s success, her skills improving but still falling short. Dan Yuhyan appears, noting that she has finally brewed a batch she is satisfied with, but she admits she can replicate Somi/s results. He tells her that Somi is a little special. He describes her as very affectionate, someone who likes people and cares for others. He then adds another quality, she is also lucky. Not just a little lucky, but blessed by the luck of the heavens. Because of this, she is able to gain good results no matter what she does. He advises her to stop following what Somi does and instead brew something that belongs to her alone. His words give her pause, the idea of creating something uniquely hers taking root. He vanishes as suddenly as he appeared, leaving her to ponder his advice. The Sword Emperor notes that he wasn't just looking, but giving her advice on a basic principle. Dan Yuhyan confirms that people are trying to find out about them, specifically the Kaimun clan. He expected them to step in, as their own position would be shaken by the rumors of the Hoian clan/s revival. The Emperor asks about Man Huriang, and Dan Yuhyan reports he is doing great, his liquor selling out despite constant price increases. He finds the man/s business acumen impressive, wondering why he was running such a small shop. The Sword Emperor realizes Dan Yuhyan likely had his eyes on the merchant from the start. He marvels at how his host always seems to see through everything. He is insightful enough to recognize talented people at a glance. It is a quality that even he, a leader of a great organization, does not possess. He reflects on the man's overwhelming prowess, vast knowledge, and experience, a combination that could allow him to rule the world. He concludes that if Dan Yuhyan claimed to be the martial god now, he would completely believe him. Dan Yuhyan changes the subject, asking Samtae to bring Hong Wenchang to the manor to give him Somi liquor. The Sword Emperor protests, but Dan Yuhyan explains his plan, to present the liquor to the imperial family. The emperor understands, he intends to steal the Kaimon clan /s deal with the imperial office and cut off their source of funds. As he leaves to run the errand, Samtae wonders if he is naturally becoming a servant. At the Kaimon clan, the leader receives a shocking report. The news concerns the imperial office, a development that could ruin them. His subordinate explains the reputation of Hong Wenchang, the hero magistrate who is trusted by the central government. He then reveals the devastating news: the Hoiyan clan now has a deal with him. Meanwhile, Hong Wenchang confirms his mission with Dan Yuhyan, ready to bring the liquor to the imperial office. Governor Hong arrives, having heard news that the fallen Hoiyan clan has made a comeback. He admits he couldn't find their liquor anywhere, never imagining it was being made at the manor. Dan Yuhyan clarifies it was Somi who made the famed liquor, and decides to send Man Huriang to handle the merchant matters at the imperial office. The governor assures him he can be counted on for the introductions. Dan Yuhyan adds one more detail: since the new merchant troupe lacks bodyguards, he will be sending Mujin along with them. Mujin greets the magistrate, accepting his new role as an escort. Man Huriang, however, feels uneasy about the simple errand. He wonders how dangerous the journey could be to warrant the protection of the legendary twin dagger. A sinking feeling washes over him. He /s been tricked into something far more complicated than he anticipated. The Sword Emperor decides to go along as well, his interest piqued. With the arrangements made, Dan Yuhyan wishes them a safe journey. Before they depart, Hoiyanhua approaches, a new creation in her hands. She asks them to also take a look at the liquor she has brewed. Dan Yuhyan takes a sip, noting it has a different fragrance from the one Somi made. She watches his expressionless face, anxiously waiting for his verdict. He identifies it as honey liquor, and she confirms, asking if it /s any good. He admits it is quite good, a unique taste all its own. The Sword Emperor agrees, explaining that while Somi /s liquor was special, this honey liquor has a taste that can /t be found in hers. He recognizes the taste of /experience in the liquor, a quality that surprises him. It reminds him of a time in the past when he enjoyed a similar drink under the moonlight. His reminiscence cut short, the group finally departs on their journey. At the same time, deep underneath the demonic cult, Samtae and Ma Jiankang find themselves in a precarious situation. Imprisoned and beaten, Samtae complains about their harsh treatment. He laments his failed plan to disguise themselves as cultists and gather information. Ma Jiankang blames Samtae /s plan for them getting caught and whipped for days, and suggests they run away. Samtae finds the idea laughable, knowing it /s a miracle they haven't /t been beheaded already. They argue, blaming each other for their capture, from using paralyzing poison to mentioning Sa Dohak /s name. Samtae finds it strange that mentioning the former cult leader /s name would provoke such a violent reaction. He realizes something strange must be happening within the demonic cult. Their argument is interrupted by a sound from a nearby cell, revealing they are not alone. The other prisoner confirms he knows Sa Dohak, the former cult leader. Samtae is relieved, sensing no hostility from the man, but wonders why he is imprisoned here. The prisoner reveals his identity: he is the demonic advisor. Samtae mocks the new demonic cult leader /s name, finding it ridiculous. He and Ma Jiankang are shocked to learn their fellow prisoner is the demonic advisor, unable to understand why he /d be imprisoned. The advisor explains that a revolt has taken place, led by someone called /Blackstorm /. Samtae suggests they simply break down the door to escape, but learns it would be useless. The advisor reveals the door is made of a special steel that cannot be destroyed by normal means. Samtae, remembering a technique, asks if a special art could break it, but the advisor tells him to save his strength. He explains that only one person in the world can use the /spiral heavenly art / needed to escape, the heavenly demon, Sadohak. Samte calmly states that he can use it, much to the other's /disbelief. As he channels his energy, the advisor recognizes the unmistakable form of the spiral heavenly art. Samte explains that Sadohak taught it to him, though he describes the process as torture. He recounts the brutal training, a cycle of pain and unconsciousness until he was finally able to use the art. The advisor is stunned by the immense kindness the cult leader showed him, but Samte insists it was torture. He then recognizes the technique for what it is, the heavenly demon's sacred art. He questions if Samte learned one of the most powerful arts in the world without even knowing what it was. Back at the manor, the Sword Emperor finds himself bored without Samte around to bully. Sadohak finds him amusing, and the Emperor asks when the thief will be back. The demonic cult leader is confident he will be back safely, having taught him the heavenly demon's sacred art to ensure his survival. The Sword Emperor sees through him, knowing he taught Samte more than just a few martial arts, and questions if he intends to take him as a disciple. Dan Yuhyan appears, his expression grim as he warns of danger on the horizon. The Sword Emperor realizes all their enemies have been dealt with, but Dan Yuhyan states the Kaimun clan is still a problem. The Emperor suggests leaving them be, knowing wars are meant for young men, not old ones like them. Sadohak, however, vows to avenge the blood of his subordinates. He declares that if a chance arises, he will erase them from the face of the earth. Dan Yuhyan simply tells him to contain his bloodlust, as Somi is sleeping. Meanwhile, in the heavenly mountains, Samte and his companions are on the run. They are being hunted relentlessly, their escape from the prison a grave matter that will be recorded in the demonic cult /s history. As they flee, Samte knows they must do something, as they are still not out of the mountains. He checks on the injured demonic advisor, who has finally awoken. The advisor, knowing he won /T survive, gives Samte a final, urgent message for the former cult leader. Samte is confused as the advisor tells him Sadohak must not return to the demonic cult. With his dying breath, he reveals the terrible truth: all those loyal to Sadohak have been slaughtered. The demonic cult has fallen. Samte stares at the demonic advisor, questioning if the entire cult has been taken over by one person. The advisor confirms it, revealing the new leader is the Black Storm sacred demon. He gives them a final instruction: head northeast through the heavenly mountains. Ma Jiankang asks what will happen to him, but the advisor is resigned to his fate. He vows to buy them as much time as he can, urging them to go right now. Samte promises to avenge him, a vow he knows he may not be able to keep. The advisor simply laughs, his fate now in their hands. After their escape, Ma Jiankang asks Samte if he is alright, noting he has lost some blood. Samte is defiant, declaring he will not die in a place like this and vowing to live to be an old man with Somi by his side. At the Hunan Imperial Office, Prince Zhu Jinhak meets with Hong Wenchang. The magistrate offers him a taste of the Hoiyan clan /s liquor, a drink the prince has been eager to try. He introduces Man Huriang as the leader of the gold exchange merchants, who are distributing the famed liquor. The prince insists on paying for the drink, declaring that good liquor must be bought with money to be truly delicious. Man Huriang realizes their plan has worked, they have won over the prince. He is a man of integrity, not easily swayed by benefits or emotions. This means the opportunity to supply the imperial family with their liquor has just opened up. The prince is delighted with the taste, and invites the others to share a drink with him. Meanwhile, the leader of the Kaimun clan is enraged. He is informed that the Hoiyan clan /s liquor has already been delivered to the imperial office, a task he ordered to be stopped by any means. His subordinate reports that all the assassins they sent were found dead. Furthermore, Namgung Sohai and Quan Mujin were seen at the imperial office, their presence a major complication. He also learns of the strange old men in masks who have been dealing with troublemakers in the Yuyang area. Information from the Hao faction confirms these men are likely staying at the Dan family manor, which is supporting the gold exchange merchants. He gives a new order: send a letter to the Hunan government to get rid of the gold exchange merchants. As for the Dan family, he decides to put in a request to the Assassin Pavilion. It is a name that strikes fear into the hearts of all who hear it, the strongest assassin group in the Central Plains. The Kaimun clan leader is certain of his enemy's involvement, dismissing the need for solid evidence. The demonic advisor confronts the leader of the Silver Shadow Corps, questioning his betrayal of the former cult leader. The leader simply states that in the demonic cult, only the strong survive. The advisor asks if the Black Storm sacred demon is truly that powerful, even more so than the former leader. In a memory, Sadohak prepares to leave, telling his advisor he will be back soon. He explains it is his role as cult leader to search for hidden martial masters to prove their strength. The memory fades, leaving the advisor with a splitting headache. The new leader laments that it /s a waste to kill someone so talented. He berates his subordinate, Dongfang Gu, for wasting so much time dealing with the prisoners. He then gives a new order: catch the bastards that escaped. As they flee, Samte is stunned by his companion /s speed and efficiency in dispatching their pursuers. The thought that Ma Jiangkang might be even stronger than him crosses his mind. His companion simply asks what he is doing here. Samte explains he is checking for useful items and suggests they follow the path east to shake off their pursuers. Ma Jiangkang tells him to go on ahead, stating he will go in the opposite direction to draw them off and catch up later. Samte clutches a signal flare, a desperate plan forming in his mind. He intends to get as far away as possible before firing it to lure them into an encirclement. He puts some distance between them, wondering if it /s far enough. He is shocked as his pursuer, Dongfang Gu, appears before him, having tracked him just from the wind movements. Despite his opponent /s skill, Samte is confident he is no match for him. His attention is suddenly diverted by a small cat. At the same time, in another place entirely, Somi finds a cat of her own. Samte lands hard, certain he was about to die. He knows that if not for his master /s intervention, he would have been split in half. He confronts his attacker, his bravado masking his fear. Dongfang Gu finds his defiance interesting, amused by his desire to know his identity. He tells the thief to go to the afterworld and ask the dead there. Samte charges forward, confident in his speed. He is shocked as his opponent effortlessly predicts his movements, blocking his every attack. No matter how fast he is, his enemy is always one step ahead. Dongfang Gu grabs him, demanding to know who sent him to the demonic cult. He warns that it doesn't /t matter if he keeps his mouth shut. He vows to simply track down and kill the Manor Master, Sadohak, and everyone else. A familiar voice calls out, telling Samte to come back. Dan Yuhyan appears, his expression unreadable as he asks if his companion has given up. He simply nods, his intervention speaking volumes. Dongfang Gu is stunned by the sudden turn of events. The air crackles with power as the heavenly demon's sacred art is unleashed. At the Kaimun clan headquarters, the leader demands to know what happened to the Dan family. He is enraged that the Assassin Pavilion has failed, despite the immense amount of money he paid them. His subordinate reports that assassins keep coming back, defeated. He concludes that their information must be being leaked from somewhere. The leader gives a final, decisive order: go and destroy them all. Dan Yuhyan questions who could be providing their enemies with information. The Sword Emperor suggests the House sect and the Beggar sect as possibilities. While the Beggar sect is part of the Orthodox faction, he notes that anyone can be bought if enough money is involved. Sadohak adds that the Assassin Pavilion has a branch in Changsha, a group he trained with in the past. He admits that if an opportunity arises, he /d like to kill the Assassin Emperor himself. They decide to split up, with Dan Yuhyan going to the Assassin Pavilion and the Sword Emperor heading to the Beggar sect. Dan Yuhyan warns him to be careful, as messing with the Beggar sect will anger the Beggar Emperor, one of the 5 emperors. This leaves the final group, the House sect, for Sadohak to handle. With their targets assigned, they plan to resolve everything by that night. At a gambling house, a man is accused of being a con artist after losing a bet. Dan Yuhyan arrives at the Yeyang branch of the House sect, housed within a courtesan house. The guards dismiss him as being lost, underestimating the man before them. They inform him that only special customers with appointments may go up to see the master. He tells them to pass on a message: a special customer is here, and their leader should come out unless he wishes to die. His message delivered, Dan Yuhyan begins his ascent through the building. He dispatches the guards on the floors below, clearing his path to the top. He knows their leader should be appearing right about now. The leader of the House sect branch finds himself at Dan Yuhyan /S mercy, his life hanging by a thread. His name is AK Chanjin, and his fate is now in the hands of the stranger before him. Dan Yuhyan questions the man, his voice calm yet menacing. AK Chanjin is stunned by the single blow that has left him powerless, and learns his attacker is from the /Dan family /. Terrified, he pleads for his life. Dan Yuhyan questions if martial artists beg for their lives, but the man quickly denies being a martial artist, claiming to be a mere information trader. He demands information on two individuals, a man with red hair, and Man Huryang. The branch leader claims information on Man Huryang is expensive, but Dan Yuhyan /S cold question makes him realize his life is on the line. He knows he is completely and utterly fucked. At the beggar sect /S headquarters, the Sword Emperor is accosted by a low-ranking member. The man questions how he dares to cause a ruckus in their territory. The Sword Emperor simply tells him he should be glad he was the one to come here. He effortlessly dispatches the beggar, his patience for their disrespect at an end. Meanwhile, Sadohak confronts the last of the information brokers, the Assassin Pavilion, but finds them already gone. The Kaimun clan leader is furious, learning the Assassin Pavilion /S base has been completely destroyed. He laments the money his clan has given the beggar sect behind the scenes, all for nothing. He declares them all useless and decides to deal with the matter himself. He questions why his subordinate is of no help, despite all the money he has been given. He vows to find those responsible and tear their limbs apart. Man Huryang is visited by Mak Chunghyun, the leader of the Hunan merchants. They reminisce about their last meeting 20 years ago, when Man Huryang was just starting out. Mak Chunghyun scoffs, reminding him that he /LL never be able to catch up, before questioning his involvement with the Hoyan clan. Man Huryang confirms he got the deal to sell their liquor, a fact that earns a dismissive remark from his rival. Mak claims the Hoyan liquor is a long way off from the Kaimun clan /S, but Man Huryang proudly states it /S been selling at high prices. His confidence is taken as talking back, a slight Mak Chunghyun does not appreciate. Seeing his confidence, Mak offers to take the liquor off his hands. He presents a paltry sum, expecting Man Huryang to simply hand over the rights. He offers 50 gold niangs for the entire stock. Man Huryang refuses, stating the money isn /T even 10% of the cost and that he is not the owner to make such a decision. Mak threatens him, pointing out his name is on the store /S title, but Man Huryang remains defiant. He turns the threat back on his rival, suggesting Mak is the one who should be concerned about his own lifespan. Their tense negotiation is interrupted by the arrival of a new guest. It is Dan Yuhyan, whose presence immediately shifts the atmosphere. Mak Chunghyun recognizes the man as the patriarch of the Dan family. Dan Yuhyan asks about their conversation, and Man Huryang explains the offer for the Hoyan liquor. Dan Yuhyan acknowledges the 50 gold niang offer with a cold stare. He decides to make a counteroffer, one more befitting a negotiation between merchants. He offers a single silver niang for all of Mak /S merchants. Mak is outraged by the insulting offer, his face contorted in fury. Dan Yuhyan tells him to leave while he can, a clear and final warning. As he leaves, Mak finds the single silver niang pressed into his hand. He vows he will not forget the humiliation he suffered that day. He recognizes the Dan patriarch as a martial master and knows they must not be underestimated. His subordinate reminds him of the Kaimun clan /S letter, ordering them to put an end to the gold exchange merchants. He gives a new order: put pressure on all the inns and rich people in Hunan, cutting off the gold exchange merchants' /funds. Back at the manor, the Sword Emperor questions the fun in catching a fish in one /S free time. Sadohak mocks the Emperor /S empty basket, questioning if this can even be called fishing. Somi, however, has made it into the storage, her basket full of money and goods. Manhwa confronts the reality of his situation, lamenting that he has nothing left. His failure to secure the liquor deal has become a big problem indeed. Dan Yuhyan gives a simple command: bring Quan Mujin and Namgong Sohai to him. Sohai asks what happened, her voice laced with concern. Mujin explains that Manhwa has remained shut up in his room since the incident. Sohai speculates he wants to be alone, but learns the merchants have already started looking for him. She questions their motives, asking if they are looking for the thieves or the lost goods. Mujin confirms they are looking for both. They arrive at a gambling den, a place filled with unsavory characters. Sohai decides to go in for now, ready to face whatever lies inside. The unpleasant smell of the den assaults her senses as she enters. A man greets her, stating he has been waiting for her arrival. He reports that despite mobilizing everyone at his disposal, he was unable to find any information. Sohai is surprised that even the house sect couldn't find anything, but the man explains they were given very little time. He adds that he saw them looking for a storage place, but couldn't get any information from the tight-lipped locals. Mujin, observing the man, questions who he is. His business concluded, Dan Yuhyan gets up to leave. The house sect leader is relieved, glad he was able to provide enough information to avoid his client/s wrath. As they walk, Dan Yuhyan comments that the hand he saw was a man/s hand. He wonders why he was called there, the purpose of the meeting still a mystery. Manhwa, listening in, realizes this must have been a secret meeting with Mak Chunghyun of the Hunan merchants. He is certain they are working together, though the Kaimun clan has shown no movement since. He concludes the Kaimun clan must have paid a lot to steal their goods and are now preparing to sell them off. A plan forms in his mind, a simple and direct form of justice, an eye for an eye. Since they started by stealing from him, he will simply steal back from them. His subordinate is taken aback by the bold and dangerous plan. 3 days later, in a forest near Changsha, Manhwa/S group observes their target. His subordinate questions if the three of them can truly handle such a large trade expedition. Dan Yuhyan simply asks if they trust him, his gaze fixed on the caravan below. He then notes that an uninvited visitor seems to have arrived before them. Within the Hunan merchants' caravan, the guards are on high alert, awed by the size of their own expedition. They travel the dangerous mountain route, knowing there is always a chance of being ambushed. Their leader knows that nothing is ever guaranteed, and that a prize this large could make even normal bandits lose their rationale. As they make camp for the night, the atmosphere is tense with anticipation. The supervisor of the merchants approaches his leader, apologizing. The leader simply tells him at /s fine, his expression unreadable. He confirms to himself that everything is going according to plan. Somewhere near Dongting Lake, a group of bandits celebrates their successful heist. Their boss, Yang Chulsang, laughs, realizing how easy it was to rob the Hunan merchants. Their celebration is cut short by the arrival of an unexpected force. They are shocked to find constables emerging from the stolen carriages, a trap they never saw coming. Watching from a distance, Dan Yuhyan/S group realizes they were a step behind. They understand that if they had acted recklessly, they would have been the ones caught in the trap. Dan Yuhyan correctly deduces that their opponents laid a trap, expecting an ambush. Sohai notes how atrocious it is to use government officials in such a manner. With their plan foiled, Mujin asks if they are leaving, and Dan Yuhyan confirms. At the Hunan merchants' camp, the leader is briefed on the failed ambush. He is told that the attackers were just normal bandits. He is surprised, having expected the Dan family to make a move. He wonders if they are staying still, or if other uninvited flies got in their way. Back at the inn, Manhwa asks if they got anything back. The Sword Emperor and Sadohak mercilessly mock his failure, laughing at how he was outsmarted. Sadohak jokes that at /sa relief, as being too smart would make him inhuman. Their bickering continues, a strange camaraderie forming between the legendary rivals. Dan Yuhyan observes them, wondering if there is someone in the Kaimun clan who is skilled enough to deceive them all. He recognizes the name Jae Gal-woon, the man he met previously, and an idea begins to form. He gives a new order, call Jae Gal-un. Dan Yu-hyan scoffs, betting that Jae Gal-woon will come running if he calls for him. The Sword Emperor argues they need someone like him to keep their identities safe, but Sa Do-hak finds the idea insulting. The narrator explains the fracturing of the orthodox factions, with the Murim alliance weakening and the 8 great clans forming the Heavenly Sword Society. The Murim alliance is no longer the sole center of the orthodox path, and numerous martial artists are now filled with doubt. Many believed the Heavenly Sword Society would be the new dominant force, with the powerful Namgon, Moyeon, and Jae Gal clans joining them. The Peng clan patriarch, Peng Duong, took the position of leader. However, he was mocked behind his back for his inability to recruit all of the great 8 clans. To prove his capability, there was one thing Peng Duong had to do. He desperately searches for the one man who can solidify his power. His goal was to recruit the Jae Gal clan patriarch, who had acted as their advisor. He feels like he is searching for a needle in a desert, knowing he needs the strength of the Jae Gal clan to establish his dominance. Another influential figure, the Sichuan clan patriarch Tang Jung-ak, observes the situation. He recognizes that he must do whatever it takes to recruit Jae Gal-woon to their side, knowing he lacks the strategic thinking to resolve the situation himself. He is left wondering where in the world the former strategist could be. Jae Gal-woon, living in seclusion, is chastised by his son for not being found by the major factions. His peaceful hiding is interrupted by a new arrival, who cheerfully announces he has finally found him. The strategist is shocked, having not detected any incoming presence. The newcomer is one of Murim/S public enemies, a man who has been pursued by the alliance. He mocks the strategist, stating that even after all his efforts to survive, this day has finally come for him. Back at the manor, Dan Yu-hyan trains with So-hai. He critiques her movements, noting they are too slow and the flow of her energy is weak. He explains that the limitless celestial sword art focuses on flexibility. For this reason, he states, a woman is actually more suited to use it than a man. So-hai is surprised, having never heard such a thing before. Mujin realizes their master sees something that he doesn't. Dan Yu-hyan elaborates on the art, mentioning the celestial sword art, the ultimate technique of Nam Jorien, one of the 3 skies. The Sword Emperor is stunned, demanding to know how he knows that name. The Sword Emperor is stunned, realizing the founder of his clan must be Nam Jorien, one of the legendary 3 skies. Dan Yu-hyan simply asks if he is shocked by the revelation. The Emperor admits he never expected it, recounting the legend of Nam Jorien who roamed the world freely before suddenly disappearing. He confirms that all the sword arts he knows are based on the limitless celestial sword art, her ultimate technique. He questions how Dan Yu-hyan could know such a thing, but is told to simply believe him or ignore him. Their conversation is interrupted by the frantic arrival of Jae Gal-un/S son, who cries out for his father. Dan Yu-hyan recognizes the boy/S beggar-like state and pauses. The boy, desperate, explains what has happened and pleads for their help. He tells them his father is about to die. Dan Yu-hyan calmly asks for Jae Gal-un/S location. He learns the strategist is near Dongting Lake. So-hai tries to reassure the boy, telling him not to worry now that her grandfather has gone to help. The boy, however, is confused, questioning why So-hai is here. He is utterly bewildered by the news that the supposedly dead Sword Emperor has run off to save his father. Meanwhile, Jae Gal-un faces his pursuers, his reputation as the weakest of the 8 great clans preceding him. His enemy mocks him, stating that his running has finally come to an end. Jae Gal-un continues to flee, his pursuer amused by the chase. He declares that a stage has been set up just for him. Despite his good instincts, Jae Gal-un is struck down, his opponent /missing his vitals but still dealing a heavy blow. His enemy notes that even on death door, the strategist is still talking big. He decides to take a break, confident the man will die even if he does nothing. Jae Gal-un, however, cannot let that happen, his only hope that his son managed to get away safely. Resigned to his fate, he prepares to join the former alliance leader in the afterlife. As the final blow is about to fall, an unseen force intervenes. The assassin is stunned, recognizing the face of the man who has intervened. The white hair, the long robe, and the single sword hand all point to one legendary figure, the sight of whom brings immense pressure. He cannot believe that the leader of the Orthodox faction, the Sword Emperor, would be in a place like this. If the man before him is truly the Sword Emperor, he knows he must flee. To raise a sword against such a figure is to sign 1/S own death warrant. The Sword Emperor recognizes his opponent /S name, Gokjin. He expresses his surprise at meeting him here, a turn of events he finds curious. He tells Gokjin his life is coming to an end, offering no possibility of escape. The assassin accepts his fate, understanding there is no way out, and offers his arm in exchange for his life. The emperor has no interest in his arm, but tells him to leave his sword before he goes. Jae-gal-un, watching from the ground, wonders if he is dead and seeing illusions. He recognizes his savior with a wave of relief and disbelief. It is the Sword Emperor. 10 days later, Jae-gal-un is recovering at the manor. Sohai asks how he is feeling, her presence a comforting balm. He admits that the recent near-death experience already feels like a distant dream. He then questions her, remembering she was here when they brought the liquor. He asks why she ignored them, even when they were searching everywhere for her and her missing grandfather. Her father enters the room, asking if she is feeling better. The two former leaders, Jae-gal-un and the Sword Emperor, share a moment of mutual gratitude and relief at seeing each other alive. Jae-gal-un realizes the /white mask swordsman who saved him was the Emperor all along. The Emperor jokes about his new nickname, the one-armed old man . He then turns to Sadohak, asking if he was the man in the black mask. Jae-gal-un is stunned to see 2 of the 5 emperors gathered in one place, a sight that would shock the entire martial world. He marvels at the power of the manor /S master, who can bring such legendary figures together in a quiet, peaceful setting. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Jae-gal-un /S son, Jae-gal-wook, pledges to help Dan Yuhyan in any way he can. Dan Yuhyan acknowledges that he lacks an intellect within the manor and considers Jae-gal-wook /S offer to help. Before he accepts, however, he states he must first see what the strategist is capable of. Jae-gal-wook is taken aback, realizing he cannot read the man before him and is unable to weigh his options. Dan Yuhyan recognizes the man /S analytical nature, a trait expected of an intellect. He warns the strategist that if that is all he can see, then there is nothing more for them to discuss. Jae-gal-wook is stunned, his attempt to play hard to get having backfired completely. Sohai, meanwhile, approaches Dan Yuhyan with a determined expression. She asks him to teach her the illusory sword art of Nam-Jorian, a request that surprises him. She declares her desire to become stronger and pleads with him to teach her. He questions how she could think that he knows such a technique. She states with absolute certainty that it /S because he is the martial god. His uncharacteristic silence confirms her suspicion, much to the surprise of the others. They have never seen him so flustered before, realizing it must have been a secret. He quickly dismisses her claim as nonsense, laughing it off as a joke. He admits he knows the martial art and agrees to teach her, instructing her to come to the open area the next morning. Sohai /S face lights up, her wish granted. Later, alone, Dan Yuhyan reflects on how she could have found out his true identity. He admits he wasn't /T trying very hard to hide the fact. He had always thought no one would believe him even if he told the truth. After all, the idea of living for 1,000 years is not something a mere human can do. He looks to the sky, a knowing expression on his face as he asks if this was also their doing. He acknowledges that their pranks always go overboard. Meanwhile, Manhwa reports on the situation with the stolen goods. His merchant group has suffered a huge loss, their most precious liquor and silk stolen. He explains that he has hired vagrants to set up a perimeter around the Hunan merchants' estate. A new plan begins to form, a way to uproot their enemies once and for all. An informant brings news to the Hunan merchants regarding a rival trading group. He reports that the Gumwon trading group is preparing a large-scale expedition to Beijing, backed by 50 rogue warriors. The merchant leader, Mak Chunghyun, is surprised by their destination. He questions if they still have enough money and goods for such a venture after his group plundered their supplies. He deduces they must be planning to sell the Hoian clan /S liquor in Beijing, a city full of high-ranking officials. The informant notes that the liquor market in Beijing is completely dominated by the Kaimun clan. They recall that their last raid was at the request of the Kaimun clan. He finds it strange they Haven/T received any word from their allies about this new development. The leader reflects on his own failed plan to wipe them out, realizing the timing of this expedition is too perfect. He concludes the possibility of collusion is too high to ignore. Elsewhere, the Kaimun clan leader is enraged to hear the Gumwon trading group dares to trade in Beijing. He demands they stop the arrogant fools immediately. His subordinate voices his concern that it might be a setup, but the leader dismisses him, valuing action over thought. He gives a new order: call Go Chuizhen and send men to intercept the caravan. He is confident that with Go Chuizhen/S help, they can crush their rivals, trap or not. He also decides to call Jian Saken, intending to sell the stolen goods to the old man. Everything is proceeding as planned. Go Chuizhen, a former martial artist of the demonic cult, receives his orders. He is offered 100 silver coins for a simple job. His target is GM Yunhak, who must be killed, but the goods must remain undamaged. The ambush is sprung, and Go Chuizhen confronts his target directly. The battle is swift and brutal, the trade group /S guards no match for the skilled assassin. Go Chuizhen mocks the laughable level of his opponents. With his target secured, he prepares to deliver the head to the trading group leader. Mak Chunghyun meets with Jian Saken, an official of the royal court. He presents the valuable goods he recently acquired, eager to make a deal. The official is intrigued by the offer. Mak reveals a cart full of the finest liquor and silk, a lucky acquisition. The official is impressed, but Mak boasts that there is nothing in the world he can /T get. Before finalizing the deal, the official insists on tasting a bottle of the famed liquor. As he opens the bottle, an unexpected and unpleasant surprise awaits. A terrible stench fills the air, a far cry from the expected aroma. He questions why the bottle smells like urine. The Kaimun clan leader realizes he /S been had, the goods Hong brought from the Gumwon group were authentic. The entire trade expedition was a trap, but he cannot fathom for what purpose. Mak Chunghyun has a bad feeling, the deal with Jian Saken falling through and a sense of fraud hanging in the air. His fears are confirmed as a subordinate rushes in, reporting that thieves broke into their warehouse the previous night. He realizes their real goal was a distraction, and all their goods have been stolen again. Enraged, he gives a new order: call Go Chuizhen. He vows to wipe the Hunan Dan family, who dared to humiliate him, off the face of Yeyang. Meanwhile, oblivious to the chaos she has caused, Somi admires a pretty jade ring. A group of armed men approach a large, needlessly huge estate on the outskirts of Honam. Their leader asks if they can really kill everyone inside, his voice filled with a grim certainty. Before they begin their assault, he gives a simple command: set the fire first. As the manor burns, the men wait for their victims to emerge. Their leader, Go Chuizhen, orders them to kill every single one that tries to run out. One of his men notes that no one is showing any signs of coming out yet. Frustrated, Go Chuizhen shouts for them to come out and show their faces. Suddenly, a voice rings out, questioning how they dare attack the government office. The voice warns them they will be punished for treason. Go Chuizhen is stunned, wondering how the manor has suddenly turned into a government office. He realizes it must be a formation technique, a powerful illusion he didn't /T know anyone in the Dan family could use. He recognizes one of the figures within the illusion as Sa Chui-san from the demonic cult, a skilled master. Though the faces are familiar, the powerful auras make him realize there must be many masters within the demonic cult. Enraged by the cowardly trick, he orders his men to kill every last one of them. Sohai, watching from within, questions if he has lost his mind. Go Chuizhen knows they will be called traitors either way, and decides they have no choice but to wipe them all out. He rallies his men, confident that a cheap formation trick will not be enough to stop them. As his men charge forward, they are met with a wave of unseen force, their screams echoing in the night. Go Chuizhen watches in horror, a single thought echoing in his mind. He turns to see a new opponent, a young woman whose face is all too familiar. He recognizes Namgung Sohai, but finds her confidence amusing. His confidence shatters as her attack strikes true, a blow that should have been impossible. He cannot believe that she was able to harm him. He scoffs, questioning if she really thought her crude swordplay could work on a body as tough as diamond. Go Chwizhen mocks Sohai /'s surprise, boasting that his diamond invincibility makes her toothpick of a sword useless against him. He tells her to consider it an honor to die at the hands of the first person in the Central Plains to achieve such a state. His confident taunt is cut short by a sudden, sharp pain. He can only laugh, a pained and confused sound escaping his lips. Dan Yuhaian appears, his expression calm and questioning. He asks if Go Chwizhen has air stuck in his lungs. He finds the man /'s laughter out of place, as nothing funny is going on. The dying man can only reply that it is, in fact, kind of funny. The remaining men are stunned, unable to believe that Go Chwizhen was defeated with a single strike. Go Chwizhen himself is in disbelief, wondering if he is seeing illusions before he dies. Dan Yuhaian simply tells the survivors to surrender quietly, as the fight is already over. Later, the townsfolk discuss the shocking events that transpired. They identify the culprit as Mak Chunghan, leader of the Honam trading group, who attacked the government office and set it on fire. His reckless actions have branded him a traitor, his greed knowing no limits. Rumors spread that it was the mysterious Dan family of Honam who stopped him. They connect them to the grand estate near Dongjian Lake, built by an immortal, finally realizing they are a powerful martial clan. With this new information, the strange events in Yeyang finally start to make sense. They are left to wonder who could have possibly foreseen these evil deeds and prepared to stop them. At the Kaimun clan /'s office, the mood is grim. The leader is enraged to hear that the Honam trading group has collapsed. His rage turns to panic as a subordinate bursts in with news of a bigger problem. Government troops have stormed their headquarters. His world begins to crumble around him as he realizes the full extent of his failure. The Kaimun clan leader is stunned as government troops surround his residence, questioning the meaning of their presence. The magistrate informs him that this place has close ties with the royal court, and his crimes have not gone unnoticed. He lists the charges: attacking the Hoiyan clan, killing its members, and countless other crimes committed to oppress the weak and amass wealth. The clan leader sputters, demanding proof for such outrageous accusations. His own subordinate steps forward, a living witness to his atrocities. Betrayed, the leader can only stare in disbelief at the man he trusted. The magistrate commands the witness to confess every truth he knows. Terrified, the man quickly shifts the blame, claiming everything was done under the clan head /'s orders. He begins to recount the specifics of his crimes, all done under Chumanwan /'s command. He confesses to wearing a mask, setting fire to the Hoiyan clan, cutting down anyone who resisted, and throwing the children into the river. He also admits to taking the brewers as slaves and that the attack on the Dan family was also Chumanwan /'s idea. From a distance, Man Huriang observes the unfolding drama, a pitying smile on his face. He notes that the clan head fell for the trap, suggesting he should have calmly accepted arrest and used his royal connections. The magistrate gives the final order to restrain the now incriminated clan head. As the situation resolves, Mu Jin notes that Chumanwan seems stronger than expected, even above the wandering king, Ma Jiankung. Sohai agrees, realizing that just buying enough time will be good enough for their plan to succeed. Mu Jin and Sohai engage the clan leader, a fierce battle erupting. They quickly realize he is far stronger than either of them. Mu Jin is pushed back, realizing his opponent is not an easy foe. He understands now that the Kaimun clan head /'s skills place him among the top 10 of the 100 strong. Sohai asks if he is alright, but he tells her not to worry, confident he can find a way. He tells her to fall back, but his words are cut short as he is struck down. Observing from the manor, Samte notes that the situation is getting dangerous and that they should help. Dan Yuhaian simply observes that a wind is starting to blow. He knows that at times like this, the flow of battle can shift at any moment. Onlookers gather, drawn by the commotion at the Kaimun clan residence. a new arrival politely asks for directions. She asks if this is the Kaimun clan residence. Her question is answered with a simple \yes. With her destination confirmed, Hoi Yanhua announces to her benefactor that they have finally arrived.